Hello everybody, welcome back to Borderlands 4. Today we might actually come close to beating the game. I have no idea how long it still is, but probably not, but I would guess at least today or tomorrow we're going to get really close to beating it. Yeah, so let's see if we're gonna get somewhere or not. Alright, for whatever reason forgot to change the title. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I did try what is it called? Ammon or Ammon, whatever. Off stream. Yeah, and Ammon is fun, but also kind of. I think the visual effects I'm really not a fan of, honestly. I think the UI clutter is insane in this game. Like, not only on Rafa, you have like the border, right? The border HUD, which is really just like kind of too much because it's up almost all the time. It's too bright. It's too, it's basically too much. And I think you should be able to tolerate those, but it's nothing compared to Ammon's shield. Like when you have Ammon's shield on, I can hardly believe anyone designed this with thinking about this game as a shooter. Like you have to shoot something, right? You can't just put, you know what, I'm going to show you because you might be like, oh, you're exaggerating, blah blah blah. I have to show you. It's so dumb because we're playing one of the characters that is the most visually uncluttered in the game. But holy shit, did they fuck up the cluttering. And this is also an early build. It's not even him late game where you probably have even more effects on screen, right? So I really have to show you. So this is my Ammon. He's like really early in the game, and I tried all three builds, but very briefly only, obviously, because he's really low level. So look, this is fine, right? This is how the game looks normally. Now look how it looks when I use my action skill. Shoot this enemy here. Is that a joke? Look at this. What the fuck is this? Right? Like, holy shit, like... yeah, it's a shield, I get it, but like, look at this. This is stupid as fuck, right? Like, I don't know why they would ever do it like that. Like, it's so... Oh, it's like a rocket, that's why it doesn't hit. Yeah, and then you also have like this shield you can place in addition, which you have to shoot through. And then just imagine having this shield and the other shield while also having like maybe grenades out and like other things later in the build. Like, it's crazy to me. Like, honestly, I feel like they really need to rework this. Like, it's a real shame because I think it really hurts the playability of a lot of characters. I mean, obviously, also, I think we also demonstrated her, right? Like, Harlow, also insane visual clutter, right? Like, I don't know, like, they really, and that's me playing alone. Just imagine playing with 4 people, like, it's crazy. Yeah, so really unfortunate that the visual clutter is such a big issue in the game. It's still playable, obviously, but and depending on what build you have, it's more or less okay. Like for this build, I guess it's pretty fine, all things considered. Yeah, but definitely would have wished that the game had more of a, you know, like you can decide what you want to have on screen. Because it's fine if it's there as long as I can turn it off. If I can't turn it off or tone it down, like with like intensity settings or something, that is an issue, I think. And honestly, the shield is unacceptable, to be honest. And we're already playing at 110 FOV. I heard it's way worse if you're on lower FOVs, although I'm not sure if that is actually true, because Ammon's shield seems like the center part is like flat and visible, and I would assume you see more of the sides, which are more like, you know, occluded when you have higher FOV. So I don't even know if like it's actually true. Okay, what else do we have here? Because we just respected this one yesterday. Okay, we're still kinetic, critical hit damage, a little bit of extra stuff here. Yeah, and we still have all those. Yeah, I'm just like double checking what we have, because obviously I'm playing so many different characters, it's kind of hard to remember. Sorry. Yeah, it's kind of funny how this is now for me like less visual clutter. And the opinion that this one, the ADS, is horrible in the game, I think is a very common one. I saw a Reddit thread about it with a lot of upvotes. So I think the common opinion is ADS is pretty visually cluttered for sure. I mean, I'm pretty good at dealing with it, to be honest. Even though I'm complaining, I still think I'm okay with it, because I can somehow handle it, but I think a lot of people really struggle with it, because I'm just like guessing where the enemy is basically at all times, right? Which I guess is not a good thing, but it works somehow. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people, maybe if you're further away from the screen or something. I mean, yeah, on console you have aim assist to help you, I guess, but still, like, you don't know where the enemy is exactly. But yeah, if you're further away from the screen and it's a bit smaller and everything, I'm not like super close for an FPS thing, right? A lot of, you know, if you saw like CSGO players or something, you might think they live inside of their screen. Not everybody, by the way. They're really good players that sit pretty far away from the screen too. But it's like it's like an easy mode basically, because you zoom in. So it, like, you know, a lot of people like to make it easier. It's the same with low sense. A lot of people play low sense because it's easier to learn. You're not gonna have as much time you have to invest into getting good. It's kind of annoying to go back to other characters now, because the quadra dash we're doing the entire time here is only useful if you have enough regen and everything, right? So every time I'm on another character, I'm trying to do the same, but obviously they're not far enough in the story yet, so I can't like move around as I would with this character. Oh yeah, we were about to do the bunker here. Need to open it up. Yeah, but it's really not great that is in the game. And also we're playing at a high resolution. The lower the resolution is, I mean, we're playing at 1080p, but like it's 4K-ish upscale, right? Like it looks like 4K. So
concerned about illegally hoarded sap? We are holding a good old-fashioned
I don't think it's far enough. Yeah, so basically you would also get like more aliasing, more artifacts and everything, so yeah, like these are like the best conditions already, so. Probably the final bunker. I like how they have like some unique mechanics to these areas. Pretty cool. It's really interesting how slow the shield would recharge naturally. If we didn't if we didn't have the legendary to help us with it. Yeah, but it's really kind of weird that this is an issue to this degree, to be honest. Like, you would expect visual clutter to be a very important aspect of any game. Because it definitely affects a lot how you feel it when you fight, right? Because obviously not being able to see the enemy most of the time is not optimal, right? Yo, I just remembered, I don't think we have to ADS, right? We don't have any ADS specific bonuses here. Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes that you don't have to ADS. And I guess like the game also is really not incentivizing it by a lot, because you have a lot of abilities that block your ADS, so yeah, I guess ADS is more of an afterthought for whatever reason in this one. I mean, there are some builds which definitely rely on it. It's interesting. Like Rafa's Electro build, for example, where you ADS and deal more damage while you ADS, which is sounds interesting until you realize it's kind of stupid, because it basically means you want to be ADS'd at all times, because also your action skill and everything deals more damage during ADS, which kind of leads to awkward situations where you're like ADSing even though you're not even shooting anything directly. Yeah, like from my initial impression, I would say, I mean, yeah, the player the most, but I feel like Vex is Vex and Harlow seem like the most consistently designed characters in the game. Like, oh yeah, I tried Rafa's melee build, and I'm disappointed. Why am I disappointed? Because it goes third person. Like, I thought it was going to be like a quick melee, you know, like you slash away really frantically and everything. No, it goes into third person, feels very slow and sluggish. Yeah, that was really disappointing, to be honest. Here we should definitely attack the one that's targeted by our minion. Both to help our minion, but also to increase the damage dealt to the enemies. Yeah, that was quite surprising, to be honest, like going third person for that. I mean, I know the game has third person transitions, and third person is not a problem, right? You know Warframe, you know all those like really good like action games in third person, but it doesn't feel fast and fun to play. It feels really slow and weird, like visually. I don't know what it is about it, but it really does not feel like a good third person action game when you go third person with him. Yeah, so that is honestly for me a disappointment. I'm pretty sure some people will still like the build idea, but I wonder if like there's anyone out there that's like, I mean, I guess the devs maybe, that are like, wow, this feels amazing. Because I don't know, for me it definitely was underwhelming, because I wasn't expecting it to be third person in the first place. But when it was third person, I was like, oh yeah, okay, you know, whatever. But then I noticed how it feels, and I was like, ah, that's kind of unfortunate. Wait, I can show you actually, but the thing is we're inside of this dungeon here, so we're probably better off finishing it first, because I don't think they have like checkpoints within them. Maybe in front of the boss or something, I don't know. Okay, but where do we have to go here? Sometimes they do tend to be a bit hard to navigate. Okay, the door is locked, but okay, it's also me being me talking about random shit again and not paying attention. Maybe it's like a non-linear one where you have to go back and forth a couple of times. Which would be honestly quite confusing, but maybe that's what it is. Oh, it is. We're already at the boss. Okay, cool. Before we do the boss, I'm gonna quickly show you the melee build, because I think I actually stopped playing Rafa after that, because it was like, you know, I tried all the builds and was like, the visual clutter on the one doesn't. I mean, honestly, it's really sad that that's such a problem. Because it really gets me less excited to try different builds. Because I did, and we're not gonna play him for long, just want to demonstrate it. I did try all the builds on him, and for example, one of the worst skills, unfortunately, because it sounded really cool, looks really, really nice. Like, look how pretty the game is, right, when you can see it. So one of the builds I did try was this one here with the beam team. And I'm gonna be honest, honestly, it doesn't look nimble at all. Like, it looks really heavy and clunky. I don't know. I don't like his design when he uses melee, to be honest. Like, these beam teams sound cool in theory until you realize they're like HDR cranked mega laser beams that are gonna be on screen almost all the time when you use your action skill. And yeah, you can set it down, but the duration is just so bad that I think this skill is honestly the only one that's really worth using. And so yeah, this one is like visually so annoying. And I don't know, I'm usually pretty relaxed when it comes to these things, but just like knowing you're gonna have that on screen all the time almost like is rough. Okay, so let's demonstrate the melee build. So you go melee like this, and look at this. Look at those animations. Look at this. This looks bad, right? But you know what I mean? And also the way the camera zooms in when you do right clicks, I'm like, look at this. Does this look good? And then the camera auto tracks the enemies too, which is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, maybe it is the auto camera movement that pisses me off the most, to be honest. I didn't even realize that was a thing. I just noticed it felt bad and was like instantly like, oh, I don't know about this one. I do like how every skill tree has 3 playstyles though. That is really cool. So that gives you like a total of 9 playstyles per character, which is pretty cool. Only visually, they're kind of weird. This one's kind of weird for sure, unfortunately. Yeah, and I think it's only the only real melee build you have. Like, you have like the melee focused Ammon a little bit, but yeah, this is a show it again, right? You go like this, and then I thought it's gonna go cool and everything. Just look at it. It looks so stupid. The way you jump too just looks so silly in third person. Yeah, obviously I'm also playing like shit. That doesn't really change much, but yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like, it looks stupid as fuck because jumping obviously in third person is really silly the way he flails his arms, which is also a thing when Ammon goes into the mount. It looks really weird because he's like so big, and then he's like, the way he grabs the steering wheel is kind of, or the bar or whatever it is really awkward. Yeah, so really unfortunately not the biggest fan of the feeling of third-person gameplay with him. Yeah, so I guess like really depending on what character you play and what build you play, you might have a very different impression of the game for sure. And it's not like they're not well thought out, it's more like the visual execution of a lot of stuff is really unoptimal. Which is so weird, like yeah, it's really weird, because I think Borderlands games always had a bit of visual clutter every now and then, but like I think this one is really next level, unfortunately. Yeah, the camera automatically looking down is, look at this, I'm not moving my mouse. I'm not moving it, right? I'm okay, I have to turn around, but look at this, I'm not moving my mouse. My mouse is looking to the ground automatically, like this. Why? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a really, really annoying build to play on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this at all. Like, if the entire game was this build, I would have to rate it really low. I think like the best parts are definitely the normal shooting stuff, right? Like, that is really fun, but like this, unfortunately, really, I really don't like. Look at those animations, man. That's just not it, bro. Like the flailing when you jump, like look at this. It looks so stupid. And you have to jump to do the movement stuff, right? The glide is so important. So jumping is a very common thing, right? In the game. Where you just like do the jump dashes and everything. I don't know. It feels so great in first person, and then you go third person, and it just completely falls apart. And that's kind of interesting, because when Vex goes third person for the one action skill, it feels really good. This is like for the one explosion, right? It's like you go with third person, it's a really cool moment. But yeah, then staying in the normal animations just doesn't work. Yeah, quite annoying, honestly, that this build is not first person. Or the third person doesn't look insane. But I guess like the problem is the base animations are just like in co-op, I guess that they're fine because other people are around you. I have no idea if it just looks silly or not. But yeah, like if you are playing the character and this is what it looks like, I don't know, man. And the crosshair is awfully big too. I have no idea why a melee needs such a big crosshair in the first place. And especially when you jump, it has like a different visual effect. For whatever reason, even though it's like the same attacks. Yeah, I guess like honestly the thing that feels the worst is the camera moving on its own though when you're fighting. Like the camera should not lock onto enemies when you're using mouse and keyboard. It's just such a it feels awful like to have your camera turn like this during the fight, like downwards. Okay, yeah, this is the demo. Really unfortunate, honestly. I think like which build did I like the most? I think I like the build where you had like this one here the most, but I really didn't like this one. I never tried the other ones though. Honestly. Yeah, if I had to respec oh my god, increased gun handling. Wait, oh, that's awful. That sounds fucking awful. Okay, let's respec him just for fun. So he has like the low accuracy build, and you might have noticed a theme here. The theme is they try to incorporate a lot of favorite builds from other games into like the side paths, right? You get like almost every build that was like fun in a way. You kind of get it to some degree, some vibe of it in this game too. So like it seems like a best of all Borderlands, plus obviously new stuff too. Yeah, like, honestly, knowing all of that is kind of hard to give the game a 10 out of 10, right? I'm having a really good time with it and I'm playing it a lot, but I think it has severe issues with the specific builds and visual elements. So yeah, I think a 9 out of 10 would be fair, to be honest. And the performance issues are also there. So yeah, I could realistically, if you rate that down for that too, I could realistically see people giving it 8 out of 10, even though it's still my favorite Borderlands. I think it has issues that need addressing for sure. So yeah, the more other characters, I think Vex is 10 out of 10 for you. Like playing Vex is really fun. It has also issues, obviously, but it's more like, you know, like my personal taste being not having to press Q every 10 milliseconds. But yeah, the other characters for sure seem less impressive to some degree, and have way more visual clutter issues than she does. which is kind of insane. I thought she was maybe going to be one of the worst characters in that regard, but nope. Yeah, that's respec. I mean, respecing is super cheap and affordable, so. Oh yeah, Sora 2 is insane. It's like, it's gonna change, I think, a lot of how people think about AI generated content, both in a good and bad way, because it's gonna, yeah, it is copyright infringement galore, basically, and I am waiting for the insane lawsuits that are gonna be made there. I mean, Sora 2 makes the best case ever for AI stealing content ever, because seeing an image of a show is like, oh yeah, it looks like the show, right? But seeing the scene with the voice actors sounding the same and everything, Rick and Morty, animes, that is kind of rough, man. That is kind of rough, because it's basically stealing all the talent, and it is stealing, right? I'm calling it stealing. It is literally stealing. It is, they're trained it on the data. It's not like the AI invented a new art style. It's basically like an artist went out and just drew exactly like One Piece, had the voice actors from One Piece, but they're not the voice actors, but other people that sound like them, and which is, you know, already see it's kind of impossible, right? And if that happens and you just sell it and it's exactly like One Piece, I don't know, like it is such a copyright infringement in my opinion, and I think it's the future, so it's unavoidable that it will be there. But yeah, I think it's like crossing a line from being like, you know, oh, you can generate a style of this image, a character, to actually useful videos, which can probably in the future easily compete with the original show. And I already thought about it, right? You're gonna get like fan, and if this stays legal, you're gonna get fan animes to animes. You're not gonna get fan fiction anymore as like or the Shinjis or whatever. You're gonna get like real anime fan videos of something that might be more successful than the original. It's crazy, and I think that is a really tough spot to be in. And the same is going to happen to game design at some point. We're going to be able to create like games with AI and everything. It's going to be really insane. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy time to be in. Okay, I mean, gun damage obviously is pretty good. Shield regen is I mean, this one honestly is kind of weird. Yeah, this one's really good though, so I kind of feel like this one is pretty good. And this one's insane, 60% more damage here. Yeah, damage reduction I don't care about. So action skill duration restored is kind of nice, for sure. The Vengaza is like 1 point, I guess, so it's kind of nice to also have this one. And we're gonna go with this route here. And splash damage is kind of weird, but we're gonna get the rockets, so I guess like splash damage is gonna be fine. But it limits you to torque weapons, which I don't like, to be honest. But having like 100% overdrive uptime could also be kind of cool. Yeah, I don't like the splash damage idea. This is like too limiting. Oh, that's really interesting. So we get a really fast movement speed and more damage taken. Devil May Care. Action skill cooldown rate. Honestly, sounds pretty ass. Wait, you can invest maximum points at once? That's kind of cool. I just wish you could undo individual nodes when you're not respecking. Like when you start respecking. Because here you can obviously just undo it, right? Overdrive. That one seems like the worst thing ever. Let's try it out. Skills. Sorry. Double. Wait, that's 50% movement and 20% damage. But we don't even have that many overdrive bonuses. Like, wow, okay, so overdrive is really interesting, huh? Wow, double, that's 100% less gun handling. You know what I'm looking for here. I'm looking for gun handling. Do we have... Yeah, we can go so fast with them. That's actually really interesting. I'm not really seeing the gun handling here, unfortunately. This one could be really good, though. I'm kind of thinking like this one regen into this one. If you have double the regen bonus, this could be quite interesting. If you have a slower shooting weapon. Because I don't think any of those skill trees are really worth going into too deep. No, I don't think anything here would be worth it. Why am I thinking about it so much? Honestly, I'm not even going to play the character on stream probably right now. Yeah, I shouldn't be building him. I'm just like theory crafting a little bit here. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of... I have the feeling this is going to be an awful build. It's going to feel really, really bad because basically this is going to make our guns super inaccurate at all times. So that's kind of interesting. Okay, we still have a side mission though we can do, right? Oh, what was I doing? I was just running around killing stuff. Okay, I thought I had like a mission in mind or something. Okay, sure, let's do the main mission here quickly. Yeah, like he holds onto it also normally when jumping on of it. I don't know why Amon has this annoying animation. Okay, now this should be the most awful feeling build of all time. The longer you are in this thing, the worse it's gonna get. Basically. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. And the rockets are way less annoying than the other things. Okay, maybe it's pretty good. Okay, we're gonna go back to Vex in a moment. I just want to fight a little bit more with it.
Wish we were meeting under better circumstances, but believe me, I'm happy for the help. We got lucky. These locust missiles are still usable. There's a few stuck on the cliff over there if you wouldn't mind grabbing them.
And what's the plan for these exactly?
Well, Conway said
Said we're gonna stick them right up Saul's idling ass. Which is not strictly true, but perhaps metaphorically true. Excellent. That's all of them.
I'll get these locust missiles up to the fortress. You go on ahead and meet up with Rush and the others. And good luck.
Yeah, I think we did most of the side stuff in this character here already. Yeah, obviously a lot of my playtime went into the off-stream characters too, just like goofing around and doing stuff. I did, by the way, execute the shader comp command after reinstalling the drivers, because I did have the suspicion it didn't completely clear the game's shader comp, and...
After the cataclysm, when the Outbounders chose me to lead, I didn't realize how much I'd be watching from the sidelines. I should have been like you, out there fighting, risking it all. I can do this. I have to. I won't lose anyone else.
You have to get used to being able to use the vehicle here, again. I mean, are the rockets better or worse than the shooting guns? So obviously the rocket impacts are visually very annoying. Let's put it that way. You can't see shit. But I think they're not as annoying as having like the trails of guns shooting at enemies at all times. Maybe. Oh wait, this one's new. The gun handling is so bad, it's crazy. It's funny as fuck. Wait, and this skill here, what does it do again? Action skill duration. Honestly, don't remember where the fuck this is.
Here are your shiny things. What counts as shiny?
Welcome to the fight. Missiles are on hand and we're ready to kick Saul's tail. Now help me take down that gate.
The locust truck needs cover.
Yeah, for now it's not that bad, but I think once you have the double the bonus of it, it's gonna be crazy.
Damn, this feels good. We're finally fighting side by side.
You look almost as good doing this as I do.
The outbounders are calling the shots now, not Saul.
I mean, the uptime is really good though. Oh yeah, we can do this one here. Yo, honestly, this build feels pretty fun. I don't know about the rockets though, they seem kind of useless, but we can also get something else if we want to. You can definitely get 2 of the keystones if you want to within the same build. Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility there actually. Oh, this is a fun build. I like it. Maybe my favorite so far. The rockets are visually though a bit annoying, but
Should be enough to take out
what's
the
new?
Then when we reach the main fortress gate,
We're gonna blow the entire payload. Got a remote detonator with that.
Holy recoil. I can demonstrate how it recoils, right? Look at this.
canisters. Time to put Saul's locust against his own
This is what I do. Compensate for the recoil. This is zooms. It's so funny. There's a lot of recoil for sure. And it's probably not even the worst gun for that. I mean, if you have an auto shotgun or something, that's probably gonna be insane.
We're through the gate. Move forward together.
You heard him. Go, go, go.
Oh, this thing is close to our enemies. But yeah, it's really fun. I mean, look at how it recoils normally, right? It still has a lot of recoil, obviously. Right? Like, this is the normal recoil, but the 10 seconds in, you just get like the crazy mega recoil. Okay, now we're back at the mega recoil, like this one. But you also see that the human, you might be thinking, how does recoil management work? If you're not a mouse and keyboard, obviously aim assist is going to do most of it for you. But if you're a mouse and keyboard, actually it's really simple. You don't think about it at all. Like it's literally, never did I think about the recoil. Even though it's like a deterministic recoil, like it always goes top left for this gun, right? It always does the exact same movement. Not once did I think about what I'm doing. Like it's literally you just shoot, right? It becomes completely automatic. Oh, our gun is empty. Well, now we can use the shotgun with insane recoil. Ah, it's not active right now. Oh, this is a fun gun. Yo, the double movement speed is really sick though. Yeah, how would I have solved the issue with this build for visual clutter? I would have decreased the fire rate of the rockets. The rockets shooting this often, I would have given them more damage but less fire rate, so it doesn't look like the swarm of rockets is coming out of you the entire time. Assuming just okay, I'm also on this defensive position side. Yo, wait, they have melee attacks when they're close? Why are we playing Rafa? It looks cool. No, just, okay, we're gonna swap to Vex in a moment, sorry. It's like trying it out here.
Fancy meeting you guys.
And hey Alicia, hope you're doing well.
I'm fine. Ow.
Hola is Spanish, right?
Ish. Mostly just embarrassed.
Then hola right back to you. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, come on, Rush. You're not trying to win this all on your own, are you?
This is the Crimson Resistance. No one's on their own. Everyone, take Conway and get back to HQ. We've got it from here. They've all risked enough. It's up to us now.
That's a cool grenade.
The elevator.
Yeah, grenades having the visual clutter is not an issue for me. That's fine, right? It's a grenade. That's the definition of it. It's just like the core shooting stuff should not be as cluttery. Yeah, and how would you solve the visual clutter of the ADS? It's pretty easy. All you do is you bring the gun closer to the player, so the crosshair is bigger, right? Like, if you compare these two, why is this one better? Because it's closer, right? So you see more. I can see, even though it's zoomed in, I can see a lot, right? With this one here, when I zoom in, you can see I can see almost nothing, right? Even though the zoom is lower, I see less of the character. Yeah, so the problem is the crosshairs are too far into the screen, and I have no idea if that is an FOV issue. We could change the FOV to find out, but I'm too lazy. Usually FOV does affect the gun position. It usually creeps into the center more, so it might be FOV related though. But it shouldn't really change how much you see of the enemy in total anyway, so even if it's like zoomed in. Oh, this is a fun build for sure. See what I mean? It just shoots too often, and as a result, you can't see shit. Probably I'm gonna go with the shotguns or something. Oh my god, like what the fuck is going on? Yeah, also you can make the explosion smaller, obviously. I mean, visual effect doesn't really have to match the explosion AoE, if it's like useful from a visibility perspective. Yeah, look how long overdrive lasts too, so we still get the full bonus of everything here. Wait, the only thing we don't get anymore is... wait. Yeah, all we don't have is critical hit stuff, right? That's pretty cool. Could also go with the ammo regen build, but doesn't really matter. You're probably asking if I need any art, right? But I still hope you're doing well, and the answer is probably no to that, so you can still ask, obviously. If it's something else, I'm sorry. It's like, it's probably what I would have guessed.
may be my best work yet. Get far enough away from the blast zone. I'll join you once I activate the detonation sequence.
Yeah. Classic Rush.
Conway always said I was a terrible liar. Guess they just know me too well.
Don't like where this is going, Rush.
Remote detonation won't work. Realized it while you were fighting. Has to be triggered manually. Saul will retaliate if we don't do this now. Tell Conway I love him, okay? And that I'm sorry. Go and finish this. It's like I said.
I've got you.
Rush!
Wait, why are we inside of it? No!
Wait. What the? Where am I?
Emergency fast travel complete. I've got him, Vault Hunter. You go finish the job.
Zadra. I'm alive.
You can always ask questions, right? I answer most of them if they're reasonable.
I'd do my best to
You're not asking for credit card numbers or anything else.
Thank you.
Like that. I'm inclined to answer at least.
No, you were right. I spent centuries at the Timekeeper's side. His coldness seeped into me.
It's kind of funny to think about it though. The most efficient way to get like customers as an artist is probably going to be to get some kind of bot to do these interactions and not do them yourself, and just like have the bot tell you when there is a hit, right? When someone said, yeah, I'm potentially interested. Because it must take a lot of time to do it yourself. So yeah, I would definitely automate that. Kind of interesting that the tool that's going to probably take away the jobs is also the tool that can get you more jobs. For now. Okay, like, I get the rockets, it's great and everything, but it's just honestly fucking annoying. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of those at some point. Oh, those rockets are actually fucking annoying as fuck. Like, one every few seconds, okay, but it's like literally, what is it, like 2 per second or something? Or even more, I don't even know. Why am I dodging them? I don't even know if you can dodge those bullets for the most part. It's like autopilot dodging. I guess the uptime is not that crazy though, so like the uptime of the overdrive is really long, which is good, right? Because that's what we're aiming for. Oh my god, look at the accuracy. It's not as bad as the one build where you like just randomly shoot everywhere and you can't control anything anymore, but I think in Borderlands 2, right, the guy, it was a DLC character, I think, that had like this super RNG build. I don't remember it actually. Was it Psycho that had it? I don't remember. Was it Tiny Tina? I don't remember who it was. Shit. It's been a long while since I played Borderlands 2, to be honest. I should probably replay it at some point.
You should be approaching Saul's airship now, Vault Hunter.
I get where you're going, right? You want to sell me art. I get it. But we do have a panel and we do have a logo. So, I mean, an avatar, right? Which I guess is kind of a logo.
There's no way they'll survive again.
Oh, what do you mean by panel? Do you mean what is it called? Like stream overlay? Is that what you mean?
I can't cancel the launch from here, and there's no way to get you inside. Get closer.
And the answer there would be I hate overlays. I think they are visually cluttering the screen, and I want to showcase the game and not some kind of weird branding.
The ship.
I mean, yeah, it's a fun build for sure. Like if the rockets were not as annoying, it would be probably one of my favorite builds so far with Rafa. This is like really, really nice. Okay, but we're gonna go back to Vex. This is, like I said, this is just for fun, like a little demonstration
Well done. There's no sense attempting
of
to
other
overhaul the
characters.
ship.
But yeah, let's go back to her. And also, I'm not gonna talk as much when we play her because I don't want to talk over the story, and there's constant chatter in the game. So that was basically just for the build testing. Yeah, do try to talk a bit less because I talk too much, right? I know. I just like yap on and on and on. So yeah, back to Vex.
And he's back.
East? Oh, Trouble! Hello, Trouble. Welcome back.
If you got the creds,
I think I did this.
got the meds.
Oh no.
When you need immediate medical attention.
Okay, let's see what boss awaits here. The bosses have been pretty generic, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of these bosses are basically just a guy that does things.
There's daggers in your eyes.
That's a very good description of everything. Yeah, we want to have it marked though. Like the mark is really important for the additional damage.
I'm invalidating your processor.
Maybe we should headshot him a little bit more. Like I'm shooting the center of mass more than anything, but we don't need to ADS. This build is non-ADS viable. He's marked for way too long when he dies. I don't know why, but it's just like the way the game is
My
made.
heart and soul returns.
Yeah, you can farm this guy over and over to get legendaries if you want to. So I guess like farming legendaries is really easy in the game if you want to, because like you also get this chest again every single time, and the drop rate is pretty. Wait, this is stupid as fuck. Oh no, this is how you get out. Ah, yeah, right. This, I like the dungeon layouts and everything. That's really cool. Like everyone has like this unique style and twist. Oh, you mean those things? Yeah, I know what you mean. That is a reasonable thing. Yeah. I guess I could put my PC specs in there or something. Yeah. I mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I should put. Yeah, you're actually right. I should potentially get around to do those at some point. Yeah, I'm very lazy when it comes to non-game related settings. And in streaming, like at where I'm like really autistic is when it comes to like audio and video quality and everything, like setting up the OBS stuff. But I really don't care too much about the you know, like non-focus stuff, like those things. Yeah, I should potentially look at those. Yeah, you're right. Like just like adding some basic panels could be nice. Yeah. That is very reasonable. And same for the emotes, right? I never finished them. But the good news is the longer we wait, the easier it's gonna be to create AI generated stuff for it. It's because initially it took a long time to create anything with AI. And these days it's just like the hit rate is so much higher that it takes like a fraction of the time it took like 2 years ago or something. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice. And at some point you're just gonna have an agent do it for you. Wait, I can already use the agent mode. Unfortunately, the image generation of ChatGPT is not perfect yet. Like, I think it's too monotone in a lot of ways, and I think in a few years it's gonna be really, really good. for sure. Maybe I'm just gonna wait. No, I'm just gonna wait that long. Alicia, I'm gonna ask you a question. Is it hard to make a living with it, or like does it go well? Because I would imagine it's a very tough job, and obviously you were amongst the first to get a lot of, like in the art department was always pretty tough, right? A lot of competition, and it's a lot about talent and not hard work. And luck obviously is also really important. And you're amongst the first that's getting really hit by the AI wave, right? Because art is the only place where I guess it doesn't really matter if the accuracy is really high, because if it looks good, it looks good, right? To some degree. And I'm kind of interested in how tough it is, right? Like, is it really hard? Because I really empathize with that, right? Like, it must be really, really tough to, you know, like get customers and like handle all those new challenges every year, because every year is basically now. For example, Sora 2 is coming out. If you're like into making short videos for like ads or something, a lot of companies will just look at Sora and be like, you know what, this is good enough for me, right? I don't need a specific spot. This is perfectly fine, right? It will be, and initially there will be people, oh, look at this AI slop ad. But did you look at ads? Ads are so shit anyway most of the time, and that most people, after a while, it will be so normal that it's AI slop that nobody will care. Initially, we're all being cynical about it, but most people that don't even think about it won't even notice. They won't give a shit anymore. So we are like, oh, look at this AI slop, and they will be like, or even we at some point will be, this is completely normal, because the AI slop doesn't look any different anymore than normal stuff, right? And they're not gonna do a one-shot prom, right? They're gonna do maybe 100 prompts until it's good enough, but that is still nothing, right? That's still really, really cheap relative to what you would have had to pay to get people, actors, and everything together. Yeah, like it will really add a lot of quality to ads and spam ads too on Facebook and everywhere. That's kind of interesting. Hey, Zomgetsu, hope you're doing well. Looks smoky in the room, light haze. Yeah, there's a lot of volumetric fog in the game, and you can turn it off via a config command, and it does save a little bit of performance, obviously, because the volumetric fog is not cheap. But I think it's a core aspect of the game's visual, and I think turning it off you can turn off the quality for sure. That doesn't really affect too much how it looks. But I definitely think it's a very impactful setting, and turning it off would definitely hurt the game's visual, I think. Yeah, even though I'm not the biggest fan of having too much fog, I think it's well done in this game. Yeah, obviously, visually, if you care only about seeing stuff, you should turn it off, probably, but if you don't care about seeing things and you just like beautiful visuals, which is kind of funny, right? Like, on the one hand, having high FPS is great and high resolution is great for visibility, but cranking the settings to higher settings basically just hurts the visibility. I mean, you know it from pro gaming, right? When you play Valorant or CSGO or Overwatch, all the pros, not only for FPS but also for visual clarity, just like put everything to low, because the low texture quality means that the character is going to stick way better out against it. Yeah, so basically it's pay to lose when you get a high-end PC when it doesn't come to performance, but to visuals. Yeah, the only thing that really helps is, I guess, resolution and frame rate. What the fuck are we doing here? Huh? Yeah, sorry for being on autopilot today. Remember when I said I'm gonna talk less? I'm gonna try. It's also bad for my voice. I just like when you talk too much for hours and then it's just... It is pretty strenuous. Wait, where the fuck am I? Bro, where the fuck was it? I didn't suck's ass. I'm just gonna run around and not even notice I finished things. I like this water area here.
That energy must be collected
Cool.
inside. If I can find a way to access all that power, I will need a great amount of it to pierce the veil. These artifacts are merely trinkets. I have a plan now. I will.
Trouble. Who are you targeting? Where are you? Really annoying. Escort mission. And these days, AI is not much better in games, right? They're not using like sophisticated neural networks or anything, so AI is still pretty shit in video games. Cool, but whatever, right? It's like very basic. And back then, it was also very basic, but the devs were not smart enough to realize that. So they were like putting a mission in the game where you had like a character, right? For example, and so they could die, right? And you could lose the mission if they die. So it was really annoying because you were like depending on their stupid AI to not fuck it up. And yeah, that was really funny, but also frustrating. And obviously game designers are now smarter. They usually don't have HP, they can TP to get unstuck. And it's coded in a way where it's not depending on the character to be at a specific spot. It's more, you know, maybe even timer based or something. So you always have like these fallbacks to unblock the character. But initially that was not the case. So it was really, really funny. And obviously you can still play those old games to some degree these days. So if you want to have a bad experience there, but you can look probably up what's the worst examples of those and play them. So you can appreciate modern game design being way less annoying. Hey, you're right, but look, I don't do scams. That's why whenever I talk to people, they realize I'm legit. The thing is, nowadays, a lot of people show up just to ruin the space. If someone calls me a scammer, I just show them my portfolio. If they actually want something made, they end up getting it done. You're also right that it takes a lot of effort since clients keep changing their minds again and again. I mean, yeah, I think one of the challenges is obviously to first of all, like, get a client, and then but also to get a product that satisfies the client. And obviously they changed their mind a lot. I know what you mean. I mean, the thing is, right, there's also the other side of the coin. There's definitely probably a surge of people that do art and sell art because they can use AI to generate it too, right? They're legit artists which still work by hand. I mean, I'm calling it legit, right? It's not legit to do by AI, but I'm pretty sure there are people that sell AI generated content as content for consumers, which is fair, right? Because not everybody wants to take their time and generate AI content anyway. So I think like there's this time and space where like AI agents are not good enough to help you to just like say create me something. So you still have like the intermediate layer, but that's going to be around only for really a short amount of time because AI is definitely going to get good enough to do without having a person help you. It's kind of funny, right? Like how everything just like kind of dumbs down to you talking to an AI agent. He's going to do everything. And then you're not even going to talk to him probably for the most part. It's going to be really interesting. Like the human internet and everything is going to be pretty much non-existent at some point. Like you're going to have like proxies that go online for you because it's inherently unsafe to have people online, right? You are a security risk. You're the biggest security risk to yourself online when it comes to, you know, like important information you could give away or getting scammed or whatever. So you definitely don't want to have humans interact too much when it comes to online interactions. You want to have someone that's smarter, and that's going to be AI for sure, right? AI is going to be smarter, more knowledgeable, and more scam resilient. Because you're going to get scammed by smart AIs at some point, right? And then you're going to be fucked. So yeah, no matter how good we are at like not getting scammed these days, some of us, there will be a point in time where it's going to be impossible not to get scammed when you're online. Yeah, it's really scary, honestly. Especially banks are the most worrisome part. I think is like the economical damage you can do with AI scams. Like I'm not calling it AI scams, more like maybe even full-blown AI hacks. And yeah, like just like bringing down banks and entire things will be possible for some groups in the near future, and that's really dangerous, right? Like you can lose all your money within a day, and obviously if that happens, the trust in the economy goes away, and that's like it's like the beginning of a very tough time for humanity. Once people lose trust in money, because that's all that keeps money alive, it's going to be really tough to keep modern society running the way it was. Yeah, so it's kind of funny, right? Those people are going to steal the money from the banks to get rich themselves.
What took you so
But actually they're going to hurt themselves because money is going to have no more value afterwards. So some people might still be like stupid enough to do it just to hurt everybody. So that also exists, obviously. So it's going to be really interesting.
Never change. Or don't change for a third time.
Hey, sorry, I'm talking too much random shit again. Yeah, but it's going to be really, really tough to predict like how much the next 10 years will be affected. It really depends on how much progress we're going to make in AI, but we're going to make a lot of progress. And even if we don't get AGI, like true AGI for now, already the stuff we have now is way too crazy for it to be not really impactful. Because the things we're seeing, right, they're like fun ideas, but they're not the optimal execution of what you can do with what we have right now. It always takes a long time for humans to create good products out of technology. And what we're seeing right now is basically baby stuff made with like very, very early versions of the technology. And both the technology will evolve and the application of it will evolve. It's really, really hard for us to predict what is the next big thing, because it doesn't exist yet, right? I mean, you can think about things, but it's really, really hard to know it. It's basically like you have to invent TikTok, but computers haven't even been invented. Because you might be, I know a lot about physics, I know about, you know, computer science, and I know what's possible, I'm an AI expert, blah, 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 like basically like me, right? And then you're like, yeah, I can predict the future. But the thing is, you would be stupid to think so, because you don't know what core technology has not been invented yet. There might be a core technology that's just as important as electricity we don't know about yet. And how would I predict how it's going to be used if I don't even know it exists, right? I just can like think it exists, but I don't know what it is. And I'm sure it is there. We don't know what it is though. So once we find the core technology, it's going to be easier to predict the next steps again, but we don't know where it is. So what it is. I mean, obviously AI is going to be the thing that finds it, but we don't know what it is, what's going to be found. And it's not going to be one thing, it's going to be like 1,000 things or something. Pretty crazy stuff. Okay, AI tangent, stop right here. Brain, stop talking about AI. We're not a AI startup, we're a streamer.
Oh, wow, was that off the cuff? You gotta give yourself more credit, right?
And yeah, I really can't do that yet. Like if you make 3D model of someone's face as a character, it still gets detected pretty clearly as AI generated. Yeah, still for now, right? But the problem is AI is basically gonna be better at it than most humans, because talent is such an important role in art. That is the main concern, right? Because just look at an image generator. Only a fraction of the artists are able to generate art that is even nearly as qualitatively high as the end result of an AI generated image. And also the problem is the AI generated image is so much faster to generate, right? That is the main problem actually. It's so much cheaper to generate in time. But the problem is it's basically taking the most talented people's style and not the, you know, and also being faster. So if you're like even only an averagely talented person that spent like his entire life, you know, improving his craft, AI is still gonna produce on average better results than you. Even if you spend a lot of time, right? You might be able to customize it better or something still, but at the end of the day, still, on average, AI is just better than most humans are doing things. If I would generate art, there's no way I would ever get as good, right? I could spend my entire life drawing, and I would be probably not even close to what AI can do. And then AI can not only do one style, but it can do all styles. So it's kind of... It's like an unfair competition, right? And it's just art we're talking about, but it's going to be everything, right? It's like I'm an AI expert. You know, I know a lot about medicine, biology, physics, right? I have a very broad knowledge actually, but I'm not an expert in every single field, right? Because obviously I'm a human being. I have a limited capacity of learning and retaining knowledge, and AI already now surpasses my knowledge by like indescribable amount, right? Even though I'm really a relatively knowledgeable person in general, my knowledge is so much worse than AI's already. So I'm not it's like you go to the doctor and you don't expect him to be able to, I don't know, create a circuit board for your graphics card, right? You hope that he can know a little bit about something, and then you have like the specialization that emerges, right? You have like the dentist, you have like the, I don't know, like the surgeon, you have like a surgeon for specific areas, you have like specialization. And the problem is you would like to go to the doctor that knows everything about you, right? He's like a surgeon, he's like a brain specialist, he's like a heart specialist, he just knows everything, right? He's perfect. That's what you would want, but a human is not capable of that. Because if they were, we would have those people, right? But we don't. Because humans are limited. And I think a lot of people fail to see those limitations because it's so easy to see, right? Why is everything so specialized? Because humans are not able to broadly widen and learn everything on Earth. Even if they're really intelligent people, they will only be able to spend so much time and retain so much information about topics. And at the end of the day, that is really what I think is the big advantage of AI that's currently even there, is that it's already more of a specialist than almost everybody, right? You can have a really smart person that's super good in his field. AI will still beat him in 99% of all the other fields, unless he spends a significant amount of time in them, right? So it's that's where I think the real problem lies already, is that like you can already see the competition is not even there. Like even if AI was dumber and stayed dumber forever, which is not the case, but it's not going to be the case for sure. But still, if it were dumber than us, it still would have more knowledge than us, which already is a really powerful thing. Because a lot of things you do every day is not based on learning new things. It's basically applying your knowledge, right? You get paid to apply your knowledge usually. Of course, you have to keep up to speed, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, when you get a high salary, they don't pay you because you're, because you can learn a lot of stuff. They pay you because you learned a lot of stuff and you can apply it. So yeah, that's where the value lies. Because like knowledge that is not being applied has no value, right? So yeah, it's a pretty, annoying problem to have in the future, because it's going to be really hard, tough to solve on a societal level. Yeah, and if I ever do feel like creating something, I will definitely check out your portfolio. I mean, if you're interested, I can check it out and let you know what I think about it, if you want an honest opinion. I mean, I'm a pretty realistic person. I mean, obviously, I'm like also very self-aware, because you said I do really talk a lot sometimes, right? I did get better. If you watch the past streams, I probably talked as much right now as I talked during all those streams together. But historically, yeah, I talked a really significant amount for no reason. Just want to get the AI training data out there so they can use videos to yeah. Yeah, but if you're interested, I can give you a little bit of feedback if you want to.
Vault Hunter, I'm feeling stronger now, and I think I know why I came here to Kairos.
Yeah, sure. Do you have a link or something to it? Just let me know. And
What do you remember?
one piece of feedback I can already give you if you want to is the double question mark is, I don't know how it is in Spain, but at least in like English speaking countries and in Germany, in France, the cultures I know about, it's not very common to put 2 question marks, especially not within the context of a sentence. So I think that is a style that it looks a bit messy when you write with someone professionally, right? You probably just want to use a simple question mark at the end of the sentence.
I find myself in a shadow, and when I look up, I see a towering wave of death that crashes down no matter what choices you or I make. Whatever caused it has already happened, and we're running out of time to prepare. I know what that shadow is, Vault Hunter. War is coming, and I know if you don't open that vault, no one in the 6 galaxies survives.
I almost feel bad for you.
Okay, wait, we still have the side mission here. We should finish this one first, and then we can finish the main mission. Yeah, we're really not focused today. I'm just curious because I don't know what it exactly means. Is it like a prompt to you know, like incite an answer, or like, because since I don't know what how it is used, I just know it's, you know, not commonly used, but I don't know what you mean by it. That's why I would advise against using it in a business perspective, because you will confuse people with it. Because I mean, I don't understand the cultural meaning behind it or the incentive, right? Because it's like, is it like a you know, like emphasis for the question? Is it like I don't know what it, yeah, I'm just guessing, right? I don't know. It's when you go into a Japanese stream and you see you know, like W's and everything, and you think, oh, it's a W, right? But W is for waru waru, which is laughing, right? So it's like it's a completely different meaning than in Western streams. Yeah, sure, you can type exclamation point Discord. Oh, that was really cool. I'm kind of looking forward to playing Dying Light the Beast, honestly. And also Silksong, finishing it. I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. Silksong's gonna be probably one of those games where I'm mauled like crazy, though. Yeah, if my friend warned me that it's gonna be annoying as fuck, it must be annoying as fuck, to be honest. He's pretty...
Come down and join me when I try to boost the old broadcast. Well, it looks like these feckers heard me at least.
Keep working, Ray. I've got
He's usually pretty accurate when it comes to if something's good or bad.
That's the lot of them. Thanks, Vault Hunter. Without you, I wouldn't have me lads back. For as long as we still caught each other, I suppose. We're where we belong now. Back in the fight.
Happy to have you in it with me. What's next for you?
Well, this radio tower should interrupt the order's drivel every now and again with some words from Airman Raymond. So when you're running around the city doing Lord knows what, take a moment to listen.
Okay.
Lost track of a loved one. Hello, free people of Kairos. Thought you could use a breather from the stuff circus usually prattling on. Take.
Okay, wait, I'll look at it. Did you send me a request or something? Where would you post it? Like, because I can't see anything.
The resistance is alive, and it's alive in you. Keep living, keep fighting. Don't you just see a Vault Hunter out there duking the order? Cheer him on. More from me soon.
The Ascension Plaza, that really reminds me of a DLC area from Borderlands 3.
Yay! Now never leave again.
I don't see a request, which is kind of weird. Wait, you were flagged as spam. Why were you flagged as spam? No, wait, no, this is not you, wait. You're not Ariana, right? No, I don't see a request, to be honest. I don't know why. Oh, so you were not Ariana, that was 30 days ago. A nice loading starting here. Oh, we're homing in, man. Ascension Tower. Wouldn't it be cool if it was like a huge area where you can like go up layer by layer? That would be kind of sick. But the good news is, since this is Borderlands we're talking about, it will receive long-term support and they might actually address a lot of the issues. to some degree. Because there are like really issues you can address without altering the game too much. It's not really like the core stuff is a problem, it's mostly the visual clarity within combat. Yeah, I think that's really doable. And already like just adding like a simple dot crosshair to everything could already be such an advantage, right? Just removing all those like fancy like scopes and everything, just like as a setting would be pretty helpful already. I mean, yeah, it is. Some of the things are definitely more work than others, though. But yeah, in general, it's not like it's an insignificant amount of work for sure. Because obviously, it affects a lot of aspects of the game. It's not like just one toggle that's gonna fix it, because they designed it honestly in a bad way. Oh yeah, now I have a request. It just took a while. Wait. Yeah. Okay, I accepted it. Yo, we're almost there. That's kind of cool because you look like it's so small, but you notice like this massive. This is like the massive tower we're under. So I wonder if it has like higher layers. Or if we're just gonna go up to the top right away. Wait, did we finish all the side missions before we go here? Because I feel like we're homing in towards the end here. It would be kind of surprising though if they didn't do more with the Rift stuff though. But they might keep that for DLC or something, so... Not that the game didn't have enough content, just like interesting that they decided to not do a lot of shifting. For now. Okay, what the fuck are we doing? I mean, the music definitely sounds like we're getting to the serious part of the game. Okay, nice. I still want to double check. I don't think we have any reason to ADS, right? Nothing we do is related to ADS. Not a single... And not a single skill we have is related to that. Interesting. So we're really flexible. And we also get gun handling, which I always forget that we have this skill here. That's pretty significant, like 45% gun handling is quite nice. Let me quickly check it out. Like the dramatic music here. Okay, I looked at it. I mean, I'll be briefly. Do you really want my honest opinion? Do you really want it? Because I only give it to you if you want it. I'm not gonna give it to you if you don't want it. Okay, so it's gonna sound mean, but I don't mean it mean. I'm just being honest. I think it's okay, but I would not consider it good enough to be sold. To be honest, I think it's like I think the standard for these things is very high, and I don't think it's high enough. To be honest, like I think it's gonna be really, really tough to convince a lot of people to give you money with this level of quote-unquote quality, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure you put in a lot of effort, but I don't think it's good enough. But you can, I mean, you have the data, you know if it works for you or not. But I would be really surprised if people commissioned you for a lot of things. And if I have, it's like, it's art, right? It's really hard to describe why I think that. I just think like it's pretty consistent style-wise, but it's also, I think, a style that I personally don't find very attractive. But yeah, I just like, I really consume a lot of like art on a daily basis, be it video games, anime, or shows. And just like the level is obviously very far away from those things. And then obviously I also interact a lot with AI content. And I think it's also very far away from the quality that you can generate with AI within probably a fraction of the time you invest. Yeah, so I don't know. If it works for you, it's fine. That's just my honest opinion. Yeah, it's not meant mean or anything. It's like, that's why I asked if you want to hear it or not. Yeah, I'm a pretty realistic person when it comes to these things, right? I'm under no illusion, for example, that I will ever make money off streaming, right? I know that, right? I'm not stupid. The good thing is I don't need to, though. I just do it because I like it, because I enjoy it. If it wasn't enjoyable, I would not be doing it. Yeah. Yeah, it's really not meant mean, right? Because sometimes it can be helpful to have someone tell you something, right? Sometimes you can use it as constructive feedback. Sometimes it's maybe enough to make a better decision. Because I can just tell you it's going to be really, really hard anyway. Even if you're super talented as an artist, it's going to be really, really hard. And also voice acting and everything, right? All these things that are like, quote unquote, not as, you know, important to get 100% right, because it's just, you know, it's art. Like if an anime has a mistake, it's not as bad as if you're a surgeon and you make a mistake. So like the scrutiny is not that high. So yeah, I just think it's going to be really tough. Like that's my impression of the sector in general. And yeah, that's just, yeah, not meant mean, right? Just like realistic. I'm quickly going to take a break though, because it's 1 o'clock and I did want to get some vitamin D time in. And because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to die too soon. I had like a pretty serious illness and then still am recovering from it. So I do take more time to take breaks. So I'm going to take a break of roughly... Oh wait, I should probably wait a little bit longer. No, never mind. I should wait for another 30 minutes. I'm trying to get the UV the max here so I can get some vitamin D in. Okay, so we'll quickly take a 1-minute break and drink something, and then I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, be right back in 1 minute. Okay, almost back. Just like quickly standing around and. Okay, I'm back. I have no idea what the fuck we're doing though. Open ascension chamber. Ah. Wouldn't it be funny if you didn't go up, but down? Oh, it's legit an area! Let's go! That's so cool. I mean, spoilers in the loading screen. Wait, are the loading screens related to the area you're going into? I think so. I think this is going to be the Anor Londo moment of the game.
I know what you're doing. I know you're fighting to end this, to break Kairos free. I wanted to tell you something. I'm watching. I'm always watching.
They are watching. Helpless. It's all they can do. I've taken them all.
For millennia, I held the vault closed on my own. It wasn't until people arrived with their messy free will that things began to break.
It's time to clean the slate. Remove these bugs in the system. Stop merely watching and start anew with just a vault and its timekeeper.
I'll kill you before you can hurt them.
Do what you do best, Vault Hunter. But you may find yourself breaking open a prison full of empty cells.
Simply curl up and die in the poison gas. If that's what you choose to do. Free will is a complicated thing.
What would have happened if we died there? Because obviously the game gave you a choice there.
Why don't you come on back real soon?
Can you climb this? Oh, okay.
Don't think I've forgotten about you.
Super not the time, dude. Got a planet of possessed people to free.
You don't care about the it! So don't talk to me about saving your friends. At least they'll get to die without feeling your hands around their throats.
Yeah, I think there's really no... I'm just a triple-double whatever checking, because I had builds where I needed 2 ADS, but most of them we don't need 2 ADS anyway, so I'm just like really making sure we're not playing it suboptimally or something. No, but none of these are like ADS related. Hey, Apricorn. I don't think it was a scammer. I think honestly, I think there are people that actually try to make a living like that, and I imagine it to be really, really tough. But yeah, I wouldn't call them scammers. Like, some of them might be, but I don't think this person was a scammer. Yeah, I think if the person was a scammer, I think they would use AI art and try to sell that. No, wait, Game Pass changes? Wait. Major overhaul with new names, games, and prices. Wait, let me look at this one.
Fixed.
Wait. Microsoft has kicked off October, we're announcing a significant price rise for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, which comes just over a year after the PC last price raise for subscription service. In $19.99 in the US, with a similar price increase, securing blah blah blah. 40 months later, once again, hike the price of Ultimate, which jumps from $99 to $29 per month. That is an increase of 50%, for $120 per year. Jumps to $55. PC Game Pass is now $16.49. And that's okay. I mean, honestly, the end goal was never to keep it this cheap. It's like they needed to open up a market. But going from $19.99 to $29 is really big. I think anything beyond 20 is very expensive for a subscription. I think 20 is like the magical number where it gets like very significant. Honestly, it depends on how you use it, right? Like having it run all the time, even if you don't use it a lot, was pretty viable up to until now. But now it might become more of a check it out when you want to play a specific game. And then it's kind of cheaper. But at $30, it's still, you can only play so many games, right? Like $30 is pretty expensive. Because that is already like a sale price for a lot of AAA games, pretty close to 1 year after launch or something. So you could potentially just like, if you just want to play one game, you could just potentially buy it on sale instead. And November 4th is change. I mean, yeah, I think the PC Game Pass being sub 20 still like $16 is perfectly reasonable, but the $30 is crazy high. Because now we're really getting to the point where we're almost paying as much for a subscription per month than half the traditional game price. Which I guess depends on how much you use Game Pass, right? But the thing is, you don't keep the games though. So it's like, yeah, 50% is a significant increase in price. I mean, the thing is, right, it's 50% of a bigger number, so you're paying $10 more. Like the PC version is 30% more, but it's only up by what, 4 euros roughly, 4.50. So that is not as much, right? But the other one is literally $10 more on already higher price. And if you don't use the cloud, I think it's not relevant. If you use it for cloud gaming, I think that is maybe a good deal. But if you don't use the cloud services, I think the ultimate version seems to be a pretty ass. And you might be wondering, why is the PC version so much cheaper? Because the PC market is way more competitive than the console market in the terms of prices. If the PC price was $30, I would have canceled my subscription right now. I would literally have canceled my subscription and bought the games instead of using Game Pass from now on. So Marcus hit out a Game Pass with subscription model he called unsustainable. Maybe blah blah blah. Why is no one talking about the elephant in the room? I mean, we know it's gonna be. We knew it's gonna be more expensive at some point, right? We all knew that's gonna be the case. But yeah, it really depends on how you use it, though, right? It's still a good value proposition under some circumstances here. Yeah, I know. It's only the day one plan now for those. Yeah. Game Pass changes. I think the price increase is really expensive, and I don't know how it was before with the day one releases. So I don't know how big the difference is between getting it day one on console to day one now is. Like, how much of a difference is it? Because I don't know the prior plans. I only know the PC version. Yeah, do you know how much it was before for day one releases on console? Yeah, because the PC version price increase is not really that big, right? If it doesn't continue. Anything beyond 20 is really much for anything, because then you can really think about buying stuff on sale. Anything below 20 is basically like it's almost impossible to beat. Above 20, it gets to the point where you can actually consider just buying games. Yeah, I'm kind of interested. I mean, Game Pass had a really strong year for sure. Like I got a lot of value out of it. This is why I'm keeping the subscription. But I'm also only paying the $12, right? So far, so I have made a good deal, quote unquote, with them. But the 16 obviously is more expensive, but it's not very relevant to me. Like the increase, as long as I'm playing games on Game Pass. I mean, just recently, I can list you the games I played on Game Pass. They've been show you. Not sure, I can tell you, I can see it. So I played 33 Immortals. I played what else did I play? Wait, those are not the games I played. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, whatever. Just a few games. What the fuck are you showing me? Why are you showing me games from libraries that are not here? Huh? Oh, I hate when software is just like so shit. Okay, I can't even tell you because the software is like intrusive, got dog shit that scans your PC for installs. I guess it's Microsoft who's surprised. But yeah, I mean, obviously we haven't finished it, but Expedition 33, Silksong, I Am Your Beast, FPC Firebreak, Blueprints. What else did we play? My Nami Lane, Wheel World, Say No More. I mean, a lot of those I played off stream, admittedly, but so especially playing in co-op. What else did we play? I mean, already those are quite a few. Wu Chang, Voidbreaker. What else? It's really hard to see with the shit UI. But yeah, I definitely played a lot of games recently on it. So for me, the value is definitely there still. But it's, yeah, and also Spiritfarer Farewell Edition. Yeah, basically the value is still there, but it's definitely getting, the more it's getting closer to 20 plus, the harder it will be able to justify a continuous subscription. It might become you subscribe if you want to watch things. And that is also brings me to the question. I mean, obviously they have data to back it up, but I'm kind of surprised that Netflix is opting for the drawn out releases of shows, because for me that is basically the same as saying, why don't I buy Netflix once a year, watch the shows I want to watch, unsubscribe, they can draw it out all they want, like week long, every week one episode, every 2 weeks one episode. I don't give a shit, because I literally can just like watch it at once. Is it because people really care so much about watching what's new? Is that why they think it's justifiable? Because honestly, when I have to wait for something, I just unsubscribe, because I just can come back when it's finished, or just pirate it or whatever, right? So, because they're doing it with an anime that supposedly is already finished, and they're drawing it out for a really long time, and they don't do that with every anime. So I'm like, if they do that for everything, I'm just gonna unsubscribe until I can watch them in one go. Because I really hate waiting on stuff that's already released, especially. Yeah, kind of interesting. No idea. Yeah, 15 euros, that's fine, right? Like, that's still fine. If you really play the games. But yeah, it's half the price, I guess, of the Ultimate version. Which I guess is also, they're trying to sell you cloud gaming and everything too, so. Before the price hike, it was like 15 bucks for Ultimate. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Wait, was it? Nah. Really? Wait, so it must be the Euro prices, right? Because like, obviously the US prices were increased from... where was it? Here, from 1999. Wait, it went from 15 euros to 30 euros? Wait, really? We paid way less than the Americans for that award. Because that is a 100% price increase, right? The other one is like a 50% price increase. That would be pretty weird. Yeah, I have no idea actually what the price was before for that version, but if that is true, that is insane. Yeah, if they went from 15 to 30, I mean that stinks. The question is, why was it so cheap anyway, if not in US prices, but relative to the US price? But at the end of the day, I mean, going from 15 to 30, that is probably the point where a lot of people will be goodbye. If they did that to PC Game Pass, I would have been out. Like, I don't give a shit. I literally buy the games then. I wait for sales and buy the games. Because I have the tendency to have games that I don't play for a long time anyway, so Game Pass is kind of risky, because they might just like leave Game Pass before I'm finished. So I'm even considering like, you know, not using it anymore that much anyway, because it's like kind of annoying to have to rely on, you know, like the FOMO, I guess. So at the end of the day, they're already close to losing me as a customer, not because of the value proposition, but because of the way I play games and their time constraints. Yeah, so Game Pass already was like always the place where I go for games that I intend to play once and never again, and hopefully on launch. Like Persona, for example. Fuck that game. Like, never gonna play that shit again. Just kidding, just kidding. That is one of those games I definitely want to play again at some point. For sure, and finish it. Man, see, that's why it sucks, right? That's why, for me already, I was like considering never using it again, because it would have been a non-issue if I had the save file. But I'd rather, honestly, never play it again than buying it on Game Pass. So we're probably gonna just have to... That's so annoying, right? I want my fucking save file, you dumb bitches. Can they just run it again? Oh, I hate that. My fucking save file, man. Holding it hostage like dumb cunts. This is why I hate online shit, right? You have a save file, but you can't access it. I mean, I think the console market exit was clear, right? Like the moment they said everything's an Xbox and they try to brand their brand is basically every device that exists that is not a PlayStation, and then Switch. I think that is when you knew they were giving up on the traditional console market. But honestly, looking at console sales in general, I think it's unfortunately the market that's gonna die first. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? That the console market is going to die before the PC market, which is, yeah, which a lot of people did not expect. A lot of people thought PC was going to die first, but it being the premium location to play games, I guess, is what is going to save it. The variety and customization, everything seems to be standing the test of time longer against smartphones. Because smartphones are definitely winning, unfortunately. Yeah, it's really sad, to be honest, because smartphones, I don't mind mobile games, right? I mean, I mind a lot of monetization in them and design issues, but I don't mind the idea of playing on mobile. I just think it's such a shit way to play games. It's like a small screen, it's like low performance. It's just like, it's like the suboptimal way to play a video game, basically. Unless you're on the go and you really have no choice. But if we're playing it at home, why would you ever play on a smartphone if you have like the choice between you know, a more powerful device and if it would be just as convenient, right? So it's like it is basically like an inferior gaming device, and I really hate that it's winning just because everyone has it. Right? It's not winning because it's better; it's winning because it has other features which make it like you have it anyway device. Yeah, that's what I hate. If like you could plug your smartphone on a TV and it would have almost console-like quality and everything and high FPS and everything, I wouldn't give a shit, right? It would be great. And the future is probably going to look like that anyway with cloud gaming, but for now it's still such a shit device that I really hope that it doesn't replace traditional gaming, which it probably won't, because the market is obviously bigger on mobile, right? Mobile is the big market. PC gaming, AAA gaming is such a niche market relatively to that obviously a lot of money doesn't flow there. But since I would never pay for the other stuff, there's still a market, right? The market of good games will exist as long as people enjoy good games, right? I mean, a good quote unquote, like more like bigger games, or not even bigger, like just like different types of games, right? There's, as long as the people exist, the market is there. And the problem is newer generations might never tap into that market. The good news is though that streaming mostly doesn't take place on mobile. I mean, I know they're huge mobile streamers and everything. I know that, right? Like also for games. But I still think a lot of streamers and content creators do use PCs. So people will be exposed to them via this side and they will see the experience. And maybe that is what will keep it. So people will go and gravitate towards that. But yeah, I can still imagine a world where the most young people don't even know what a PC really is, and they just use a smartphone, tablet every day, which is kind of horrifying to think about, because it will really limit your understanding of the world and how it works. If you just use a smartphone, it's like the dumbed down version of everything, right? So it's great for usability, but it's really bad for understanding tech in a lot of ways. So I really hope that never happens, that we lose completely this aspect of gaming. Yeah, I just hope it doesn't happen, but it could happen, right? Like, because looking at younger generations, I mean, I'm gonna do my best to keep my brother's children from becoming smartphone-only kids, but if I wasn't there, I don't know if he would do it. I don't know if he would give them a PC. I'm gonna ask him if I can give them a PC when they're old enough, but if I wasn't there, who knows, right? Who knows if they would ever have touched it. Yeah, rough times, honestly, also for EA getting bought out. It's obviously, why does it suck ass? It sucks ass because it's a private equity firm. I mean, I made money of it, right? So I should be happy, right? But at the end of the day, I invested because I like games. I didn't invest to make money, right? I mean, also both. Obviously, I wouldn't invest if I only like games. And at the end of the day, the thing is, EA basically might completely collapse under this, unfortunately. And why is it unfortunate? Because they were just like looking like they could actually make a good new Battlefield game. And it could potentially happen that it's good on launch, but it becomes bad later. But I think someone on Reddit really put that really well. He's like, I don't give a shit, I play good games. And if they're bad, I don't play them. And he's right, right? And when they're good on launch and become bad later, it's sad, right? But obviously it's not a big issue because you can just stop playing them. So if I had enough, for example, just imagine this game here gets patched and it becomes a completely unplayable trash game that I hate. I still had a lot of fun with it, right? So I already have my value and nothing can take that away, right? Yeah, the future might look like shit maybe, but the present was fun, right? So that's how I'm gonna approach Battlefield. I don't think I want to give those guys money necessarily, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna have a good time playing Battlefield, and that's what I'm gonna pay for. I'm not gonna pay for the, you know, the future of EA. I never did that. I never approached this anyway. There are only very few companies where I would say it's worth like keeping them alive for this, you know, like where you know management is really good and they really deserve your money. The bigger the company gets, the harder it is actually to find a company where you want to put money in like that. Yeah, most of the time you basically just like get the product and you just hope that in the background they're not the devil, which probably most companies are more than you think. I think there are a lot of very bad companies out there that make a lot of money, where it's not really like a common theme, right? There are some companies where everybody's like, ah, yeah, they're evil, right? Quote unquote evil. But at the end of the day, there are also a lot of companies where I think a lot of people don't realize that they're really bad, and they still use them every day. Which is fine, right? I think it's impossible as a consumer to be aware of every single company and look it up every single day. Like that should be the part where the quote-unquote free market is not free, right? So that's where the market should be regulated to prevent abusers. But at the end of the day, if you know a company is like, I don't know, like kills 10 children so you can, you know, use your device per day, you should potentially think about not using it. But at the end of the day, until you know that, right, it's not honestly your business. Like I can't research every single company. And you might say, oh, you can. No, I can't, because every single device or thing I use is probably made by a billion different people acting together. And even if I don't like Apple, there might be someone, you know, like they might use hardware from people that I like or something, right? So, I mean, I don't mind Apple, right? It's just like an example. Even if I find out Apple was the devil or something, maybe there's still like people working on parts of it which deserve the money. So like, you know what I mean? It's like really hard to just like say, yeah, there's a company you shouldn't get money unless it's like Marlboro or something, right? There's a very few, or like I don't know, yeah, literally just like that. This is like a company that sells drugs that kills people. That's a pretty obvious, you know, red flag, but some of them are not that obvious. The idea of the orbital laser is kind of cute. I mean, it has actually negative impact on us. Oh wait, we got another version of that shield. Let me compare it. Okay, let's see. Do we have a better or worse version? So this one is armor, and this one's also armor. So having corrosion resistance seems kind of more reasonable. It deals the exact same amount of damage. Wait, can I compare it? Oh, that's good. It is identical. And shield is active. Okay, this one seems to have a better elemental resist version, but has a lower shield value and less segments. The shield value is not relevant to us, though. But the corrosion resist just It just makes more sense because like the other one, I mean, I guess has 17% elemental damage resist in general, which is pretty good. Does the shield value matter? So we have like overshield. Wait, let me quickly favorite this one. We have overshield, and this is why it's relevant. Why she has overshield, we have damage, but we don't have the skill anymore where we get more. No, this one just gives us damage. Which one gives us a percentage of her shield as damage, though? Wait, which one did that? It was this one, right? Like this one here. Yeah, this is shield capacity, but we don't have a shield relevant effect anymore. So I think we can use this one for just an objectively better stat, because it's like the absolute shield value is almost identical. Having more segments is really interesting. Can someone explain that if you know why? Why is it good to have an additional armor segment if the absolute shield value is almost identical? Because that just basically means the shield will take longer to recharge? Well, I guess it can break more often. Ah, okay, yeah, sure. In this case, it can break more often. On armor segment break, you would have more missiles. But then again, we want to have overshield anyway, so we don't want it to break in the first place. Okay, yeah, okay, so it has an advantage, but it's kind of weird because often it just means it's going to regenerate slower. I think it does. I honestly, I don't even know if there's a regenerate stat attached to them, or if it's like the same every single time. I don't like the shotgun we've got going at the moment. Like, this is 5k, this is... Wait, 5k? Ah, it's torque though. No, I don't like it. We got a new style. Horrendous. But did he apply it? No, right. Great. Ooh. That's kind of nice. That's really new though. Whatever.
I'm not gonna stop, Vault Hunter, until one of us is dead. Vault Hunter, don't know what's going on up there, but whatever you're doing, do it fast. The man and all the other posers are acting real crazy.
He's going to kill everyone on Cairo.
He seems like a good guy, to be honest. Pretty sure he doesn't want to kill everybody. I think he has seen something in Lilith which worries him, and I think he's actually...
You have to take him out. Lilith, can we get to them?
He's evil, but I think he
Vault Hunter,
means well.
you can do this.
Yeah, he's just like crazy, right? Like, he has good intentions, but they're flawed or something. That's kind of a cute idea, because you grapple to them automatically. Pretty sure we're gonna have to use that to dodge an attack or something. Yeah, I don't know where their weak spot is, to be honest. Like the pet is not attacking anything.
The command bolts will open the way. This one's for you, Zadra. Door as big as the timekeeper's ego. Close now.
I am enjoying the moment to myself. Stargazing. Join me, if you like. Just think, Vault Hunter.
If you had never arrived, we would still have futures, gleaming and bright, within the Timekeeper's crystalline order. But now we all will die. Every last soul. Because of you and your chaos. That'll let you and your wallet are welcome anytime.
It's kind of interesting that they made this machine where you can buy ammo, but nothing else.
All I have ever known is forever. That is my use. Forever. Here. As the clock ticks, I remain still. My order is eternal. You are a moment that shall soon pass. So let's enjoy it.
Best cat ever!
Best cat ever. So the thing is, obviously this is not the last fight because like RJ is still alive, so this is just like a fight.
I won't toy with you. But you only accelerate my own ascendance.
Yeah, he's gonna have a really hard time with me because I just have endless HP. Yeah, it's gonna make for a really unfun time for him.
When you're dead, I'll actually miss this.
Yeah, we're incredibly OP. So just imagine this fight to be maybe slightly harder. I have no idea how many legendaries he would have at this point, but we can also kill these guys for fun. So we can get like the kill skill activations.
Enough! Free will. A rampant tumor. Killing my perfect system.
Funny that free will doesn't exist.
And why should you get to be free? All you do is destroy. While I must hold back chaos for eternity!
You think you're the prisoner? You did all of this yourself!
Is that what I look like through the eyes of a Vault Hunter? Someone who has a choice. I was given an order.
Yeah, let's kill a few enemies for a bit of additional juice. Yeah, that gives us action skill duration and also potentially... Oh, you know what? I didn't realize. I didn't realize this one shoots. This one deals electro damage. Oh. That's actually worse. We don't want this one because this one here gives us corrosive, and we have electro already in our build, right? Like, our build only has one elemental damage effect, which is basically here, like the shock one, right? So we have like shock related damage only, so there's no need to get more shock damage. Wait, unless there is like a damage buff for shock, but no, see, we don't have this one here, so yeah, so we don't have that one. Yeah, so the other one's better. I was like confused, why did we get the rockets in blue? They look cool, but it definitely makes no sense for us. I mean, he's fucked, what can I say? It's pretty unlucky for him. I don't even know where his fucking weak spot is, to be honest. Can you shoot this? No. You're meant to be in the air here and to avoid the ground target damage, but we literally don't care. But I like the idea, right, that they're using the grappling hooks for safety reasons. My ammo's empty! What? Wait. Where are you? Are you ammo? I mean, we have like a billion other weapons, so it doesn't really matter, but...
Get him, boy!
Is this even a good one? Which one were we using? This is a trash one. I think this one was pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we completely ruined the game, I think, with you. What? By using that item. It's so OP. I mean, not ruined, right? It's still fun, but we definitely made it so easy that you can literally play with your eyes closed. I'm closing my eyes right now. No, I have no idea where he is. I can't beat him with my eyes closed. It's not a God of War. In God of War it was pretty easy. No, it wasn't easy. We spent like what, 1 hour. Yeah, the item is too strong. It's just like a complete joke. Yo, legendary? Legendary. Burning items. Beautiful. What are you? Binino. When equipped against that. Huh? Ah, oh, this is cool. This is one of those where you if you don't want to have a shield for whatever reason, this one can be really nice. So this is for a specific build, because we don't have that build. For us, it doesn't really work, but if you had a build that relies on HP only, it could be really powerful. Okay, I think the loot is a bit underwhelming maybe, but one legendary and a few trash guns, but it's fine. Okay, what are we doing? Save Kairos. Sure, of course. Like, this is the end. Come on, she can't be that naive.
Everything breaks. Even cages.
So, the Timekeeper's order was perfect. It was supposed to last forever. But Vault Hunters, they have a way of screwing up your plans. A Vault Hunter is more than a warrior, more than a treasure seeker. A Vault Hunter is a force of nature. They live on the borderlands between order and mayhem. A Vault Hunter is the universe's way of righting the scales when they're tipped. Kairos would never be a prison again.
Wait. They left the main story stuff for DLC? Oh, that's kind of ass. Because honestly, the story was pretty weak overall. Like, and I think it's based on the fact that it's an open world game where you can do whatever you want in whatever order you want. But I think it was more of a setting than a story actually. There was not a lot going on. Yeah, you look for Lilith a little bit here and there. There's like the Kerrigan, whatever, but. That's interesting. So they're keeping all the base stuff, the RJ stuff, they're keeping that for the DLCs, huh? I mean, there was enough content in the game. I'm just saying from a story perspective, I think the game was very low impact. Maybe I'm the only person that feels like that, right? I didn't expect this to end right here. I thought, I mean, yeah, from a playtime perspective, no problem, right? There's enough content, there's enough stuff, there's enough story too. But it's not the amount of story, it's more that what was told felt like they could have gone with... I mean, they're gonna do it in the DLCs, I guess, but I still thought like you know, there was more. I mean, there's obviously more to it. You can see, right? He was protecting something, the vault and everything, blah, blah, blah. But I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put this in the main game, because I thought the pacing would have been better if they did. Yeah, like the story pacing was pretty slow in general because of the design of the game, which is fine. And I'm not like the person that cares the most about the story, you know me, right? I'm like, if the story is great, cool. If the gameplay is fun, better. But obviously both would be great. Yeah, I don't know about the story in this one. Like just think about what happened in the game, right? You found Lilith and I guess you met people, and then you defeated the 3 big guys and the big guy. And RJ turned evil, quote unquote. obviously they hinted a lot of this rift dimension and all those things, right? But they never really used it in the story. I was like really expecting it to, you know, get like crazy. Like you shift between dimensions and there's, you know, stuff coming in and out and stuff like that. Maybe the world changing, right? The entire like open world basically getting new events with like shifts and stuff like that. But maybe that's what they planned for the DLC, no idea. But I thought it was going to be part of the main game, honestly. I thought after you beat the 3 big guys, it's going to be like this change and you're going to get some side quests every now and then with like the rifts opening everywhere. And I don't know, I felt like that was going to be part of it. But obviously they're hinting at a bigger picture here. And hey, hey Alfie, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the story was ass overall. Yeah, okay, so you also feel like there was not much story, right? There was not much happening. I don't think it was bad. I don't think there was much interesting, right? I guess that is bad. But it's not like something bad happened, right? It's more like nothing really happened, right? Beyond you killing some big guys. Yeah. And gameplay and content you thought was good, but the story was extremely overhyped. No answers for anything, just more questions. Hopefully the DLC actually addresses all the setup. I hope it's not a setup for Borderlands 5, because that would be 6 years or so from now. That would be pretty ass. Because they kind of tend to go into the DLCs more with a side story arc perspective in the past, but maybe this time around they were like, okay, maybe we're not gonna, I don't know, do like some random wedding, some random, not random, right? Like just like random locations. Maybe this time they actually want to do a real continuation, which is okay, but also kind of obviously they could have put more story, relevant story in the main game, right? It's not about how much story there is, it's about what the story is. Yeah. And my biggest, I mean, I always like review the games at the end. I obviously talk a lot about the game while playing it. So I would give the game in its current state, considering performance and gameplay, I would probably give it an 8 out of 10. Without performance, it would have been a 9 out of 10. Why not 10 out of 10? I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a good time. I think for me, the main criticism is visual clutter and action skill usage with a lot of characters. I think most characters feel more annoying to play than they have to. Like, for example, like Ammon's shield, right? Shooting through the shield is so fucking annoying. And then you have a shield and a shield? That's really stupid. Rafa, all the time the rockets in your fucking face, the fucking HUD visor, all the time up, like super bright with HDR. It's not even like a dim HUD, right? Like, nobody wants to have fucking bright lights in his eyes the entire time. It's just fucking stupid. The ADS is horrible, like a lot of crosshairs are complete meme, but that is not the issue. The issue is the how close your eyes are to the crosshair. A lot of crosshairs are meant to be on-eye crosshairs, so you have a bigger FOV relative to the crosshair, but they're really far in. I have no idea if that's FOV or not, but basically you can't see shit, because not only is the crosshair ass, but also the frame of the crosshair is, of the scope is in your way. So it's like really hard to ADS in the game. And also the non-ADS crosshairs are like asymmetrical for whatever reason. They're not symmetrical sometimes, and as an autist, it's like really annoying to look at. But also they're really occluding a lot of stuff. They still haven't fixed that when you look at an NPC, the name is at a fixed distance over your crosshair instead of over the character. So when you're like in a story moment, you look at the character and you basically always have the name in his face, which is really annoying. Those are small things, right? But also like having to press the action skill, like a lot of skills are basically like spam your action skill like every 1.5 seconds or so. Like there are like multiple builds which have that, right? Rafa has it, Ammon I mean everybody has it, Ammon has it. Yeah, everybody, right? Vex has it, and also Harlow. Like Harlow the slam, Ammon the melee dash, and probably also others. That's the one I can think of. Rafa, the visor activations you can spam. Harlow, yeah, dash. Vex, the what it's called, like the build replayed where you throw the missile. Yeah, so like a lot of spam, I think, and I think it takes the impact of the skill if you're just spamming it, right? And the uptime is also really, really high, which is not bad if it wasn't as visually occluding. And yeah, in general, I think that, yeah, visual clarity is the #1 concern for me when it comes to the game, because it's like really, I don't feel like playing some builds because they're just annoying to look at. Like playing Rafa with the fucking dual laser cannons on his back is just, with HDR, is so annoying. Like a lot of environments are dim and, you know, like well lit from a visual perspective, but not well lit for gameplay. So it's like you have like this dim, smoky environment, and then you have these mega bright lasers just like piercing your eyes the entire time. I mean, yeah, I could turn off HDR, but HDR looks great if it's not with that, right? So that is also a bit of a criticism. You do spend kind of a lot of time on the vehicles too. Like just like replaying the game, I realized that you do spend a lot of time traveling, and the game doesn't really have like this free exploration flow I think they were trying to go for. Like removing the minimap kind of tells me they wanted to have this look and go approach, like for example, ironically Breath of the Wild has, which has a minimap. So you know what, that's why I'm always like, when people are trying to replicate Breath of the Wild in a way, I'm always like kind of surprised because it has a minimap. So the minimap is not the reason it works. And proof, this game, it doesn't work, right? You can see a location, but the problem is if it's an open world that has not what I call it, like a non-linear progression through it, and you can go back and forth between locations, it's really hard to know what you already cleared. And there's also not a lot of incentives to clear anything in the game, actually. I think the best way to get legendaries, from what I've seen so far in the non-New Game Plus version, is literally just to use Encores, right? An Encore and a boss fight is the highest drop rate you're gonna get, and you get a red chest too. Why would I even go in the world and do anything, right? If I just care about loot. So it's more of a, you have to motivate yourself. And then the worst offender, I think, for exploration is the fact that you have a limited radar range, and not radar, compass range. The compass in so many games, Assassin's Creed, I don't know, like God of War, whatever. Most of these compasses have glaring issues. Not the same issue every single time, but they really have a lot of issues. And one of the most common issues is that they have limited range detection. In this case, 30 meters for objects that are like, you know, like the Borderlands symbols, or the, what are they called, like the weird things where you have to use the glowing orbs. And 30 meters is nothing. 30 meters is trash. That's literally me opening the map instead of looking at the radar, because I can't be sure while I'm standing in the middle of the location that I can see what the objective is of it. So you're constantly put on the map screen instead of the minimap, which is worse, right? I like, and you can change that, right? I like that you don't have a wall hack in the way that you can literally see the locations of the enemy on screen. I know you can turn it off on if you want to. I like that that is not the case, so you're looking into the game a bit more than during combat, which is nice. But during exploration, I think they completely failed to make a game where you go and explore, because also, like, anyway, there are not a lot of objectives, which I guess is fine, because you can see them and go for them, but there's not a lot of like, oh yeah, I want to go there because I'm not sure what is going to be there. You always know why you go somewhere, and I think that really is not what they were going for, I think, when they were like designing the game from an idea perspective. Yeah, it feels a bit like unfocused. The reason why I still had a blast with the game is because like combat is in general really fun, although I must say more so when I try to avoid the visual clutter, right? Like, I specifically went out of my way to change my builds multiple times to get to a point where I feel like the visual clutter is lower. Unfortunately, at the end, we got the shield, like that was just too good from a gameplay perspective for me to not use, but the rockets from it are also way too bright and way too cluttery. Like, and that is me playing alone. Just imagining 3 other people with the same abilities is just mind-blowing to me. Like, just having 3 Harlow players all put their like the lantern thing on the ground, like the shield, that must be fucking obnoxious. I can only imagine how horrible the game is visually in multiplayer. Like, it must be a complete clusterfuck, to be honest. Okay, now I'm gonna read comments on that. That's my review, I guess. Like, I like the visuals, performance is ass as fuck, but at least it's fixable. I think it will scale well with very high-end GPUs in the future. I mean, I'm on a 5090 and I only get like 1080p, not even max settings. What would you get, like 80 FPS? Upscale to 230, I guess, but still, it's a joke, right? It looks really fine, but it doesn't have severe stutter issues, which means it can get better in the future. It's not like Jedi Survivor that's going to remain broken forever. Yeah, audio design, some sounds are a bit annoying, but you can tune a lot of it. So that's, I guess, fine. So if you don't, what do I mean by that? For example, some vehicles are very loud and, you know, aggressively designed for something that you use basically every now and then. But yeah, I really like the vehicles. The vehicle integration that is being a mod you can summon every now and then is really cool. Unfortunately, for the last area, it didn't quite work out like I think they hoped for. Getting rid of the vehicle in all areas of that sections of that map was kind of a misplay in my opinion, because you do have to walk quite a bit there, and it kind of reminds you that the vehicles are great, which I guess shouldn't be the point, right? Like they failed to make a non-vehicle based, I think, section that feels like vehicles could not have been part of it, right? It feels like for the larger open sections of that, I still think the vehicles could have worked, but I don't mind that too much. That's not a big thing. The biggest thing is really visual clarity, and yeah, that's the number one thing for me, I think. Yeah, visual clarity and optimization. Okay, and the world story seemed to be set up for a DLC of the Borderlands 5, which is outrageous. Yeah, I think so too. I think the game had a self-contained story, but it didn't advance the meta story. Like the only advancement in meta story you got is a hint that they're protecting something that can harm everybody in the universe or something, and that Lilith is back, which is not really anything relevant, right? You found that she wasn't dead or something, right? Yeah, if you look at it from that perspective, like the non-self-contained story was non-existent, basically. Yeah, but obviously there was a lot of self-contained story, like new characters, new stuff and everything. But I think a lot of people do care about the meta story too. And yeah, the progression there, but I guess like Borderlands games in general are not the strongest one when it comes to the meta story progression. Because they do focus on like smaller story arcs, but I guess Borderlands 3 definitely was way more expensive there, right? Like it had way more impact in the way that you found like the a lot of cool places, and you learned a lot of stuff. In this game, you learned almost nothing. Yeah, so that is true probably that this might be the weakest one yet for now from a meta story progression. Yeah, but I'm not the story guy, so you won't see a lot of like negatives in my rating score, personal fun rating score, because of that. Yeah, for me, it's like, it would have been nice if there was more, but I'm not gonna die if it's not there. But if you're only here for the story, I think a lot of people will probably leave disappointed, unless they only care about moment to moment and not really a meta story. Yeah, for sure. And the DLCs being side stories is what worries me. We're completely aligned, but the mainstream Borderlands creators not speaking on any of this worries me. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously, I have no affiliations whatsoever with Gearbox. I have no sponsorships, nothing, right? I'm nothing basically. So everything I say is basically just like me and my opinion. Also, I don't have a lot of content creators I watch related to Borderlands. I mean, the problem is when I play games, I don't watch the games. I watch them afterwards, right? I either watch games I don't play at all, or I watch games after I play them. So all the other opinions and reviews and everything, I can't speak about. This is just me talking, but in a few days I will know more other opinions, right? So I can maybe speak more about that. At the moment I don't have that insight because I like to go in as blind as possible. And most of the side activities, so reward is basically unlock farmable bosses. You don't even get any XP for completing most activities outside of the combat XP. Yeah, I think the thing is, right, I think the XP progression was fine. The problem is, once you are max level, doing a lot of stuff feels irrelevant. Because you get XP as a main reward. Because like a lot of loot rewards are not very rewarding. Because you can see it, right? We can literally take any gun from the ground and kill enemies. Which begs the question, does it even matter what gun we use? Does it even matter what loot we have for now, right? Obviously later it's going to be like min-max. You're going to have like crazy builds. The difficulty, hopefully there is, I don't know, because I'm just like literally beating the game right now. I can't really speak about like the New Game Plus, if there is one yet. I hope that there is actually. About the New Game Plus experience and the difficulty tiers. We saw a machine though. There is a machine we couldn't use. I'm pretty sure this machine might be related to the difficulty. So I'm pretty sure something's going to happen right now. But that's something I can talk about, right? Because I haven't experienced it yet. But yeah, obviously then it's going to be maybe more relevant to get more optimal like builds and everything. But yeah, during the first playthrough, I think like everything kind of works anyway, because the game is very easy in general. I mean, for me personally, obviously, but like it didn't feel hard. And then obviously there were some items that were so OP that I almost felt like I'm cheating when I'm using them. Like the shield we had at the end, or the class mod, right? The class mod was just honestly completely busted. Like the fact that a single class mod can make you immortal basically is so stupid. It shouldn't have, right? You should not have one item in the game that basically completely makes the defensive aspect of the game irrelevant. I think that is too strong, especially for a non-builded you know, and not a build character. Like, it's just like a random drop you get. Can literally decide that you get easy mode. And I could have decided not to use it, but the game was not that hard anyway, so it was like difficulty is not the draw, so it was like, yeah, sure, we're gonna use it for fun. But at the end of the day, it did make everything pretty easy. But all the other characters I've played, I haven't found such an item, and they're still easy. So I don't think it matters that much, but it still can, if you're like struggling, it can make a huge difference if you find a specific item randomly or not. Okay, but that is basically it. I would give it, in its current state, an 8 out of 10, but I definitely can see me giving it a 9 out of 10. But I'm still gonna play it more, obviously. I'm probably gonna clock in at, when I'm finished with the game, at 400 hours plus, which is rare for me in games. There are not a lot of them I play for that much. And the reason is not because I don't like a lot of games it's because there are a lot of games, right? And the fact that this one takes up a lot of time, even though I have Dying Like the Beast, Sick Song, Expedition 33, and all those great bangers still, you know, like, I mean, I hope bangers for some of them. Hades 2, which I love, right? I already have at least 100 hours plus in that game already in early access. But I still spend a lot of time with this game, which is obviously a sign that I'm enjoying it. But it could still be better, right? There's still stuff I enjoy less, and I have to deduct points for stuff that takes away fun from me, even though I'm having a lot of fun, right? Yeah. Initially, I was like, 10 out of 10, right? This best Borderlands ever from a game, because I care so much about gameplay. But like, the longer I play, the more characters I look at, the more builds I looked at, it just doesn't hold up, right? It's just, I do have to deduct that 1 point, plus the 1 point for performance, which is, it's not like it's horribly optimized, it's badly optimized, right? It's not like a game that's broken or anything. It's just like not performing as well. But there are definitely very, very broken games out there where like everything is just like falling apart. And yeah, I mean, Jedi Survivor being one of them, but there are a lot of games where just like they have like constant micro stuttering. For example, Death Stranding was a completely broken game on PC until Lyle fixed it. Yeah, without that mod, we still have to finish that game. Completely forgot about it. Yeah, basically, there are a lot of really broken games which need fixing. This one is just like bad optimization. It's not like inherently broken. You throw a lot of GPU power on it and it performs poorly, but it performs, right? Other games, you put the Beast PC on it and it does nothing. It still runs like complete ass. So yeah, this is not that game, thank God. Okay, this is a really long credits scene, which I usually let run, and I think that is a good idea, because I'm gonna take my UV sunlight break, which is gonna last for probably 20 minutes. I'm just gonna let it. Oh wait, is there a post-credit scene? I'm gonna miss it then. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, because I do have to go out right now. I still am recovering from a pulmonary embolism, and if you don't know what that is, it's pretty serious. Like a part of my lung basically died because of blood clot that blocked it, and I want to avoid having any complications in the future, because it's like unfortunately a 30% recurrence rate within the next 5 years, and it could not be my lungs next time, it could be my brain, it could be my heart, right? I could literally die because of it. And yeah, so I don't want to die, so that's why I take breaks. So I hope you understand that I do have to take them a bit more often maybe than the average streamer. I'm also not the youngest. I mean, 36 is not super old, but it's also not super young. So you know, and the condition usually is something people with like the age of 60 plus 70 get. So yeah, I'm like, for being healthy, you know, active, I boulder, I work out, I jog, I'm not overweight, I sleep well, I eat well. So yeah, for being that, I'm really unlucky, I guess, but I'm alive, so it's fine. Yeah, but I never want to go through it again. So if I die, I hope I die instantly. I hope I don't die suffering too much. If you never suffered, really, you don't know what I mean. But yeah, that's why I take breaks, so I hope you understand. Yeah. So some people just, you know, think when a streamer takes a break, it's because he, you know, doesn't give a shit or so. No, I do give a shit. I know it's kind of boring if I take breaks, but it's just, you know, it's just unavoidable from a health perspective for me. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Don't feel sorry about it. You know, it's like, it happens. I have a lot of positives too in life, right? If I died right now, I would have had a good life. So yeah, there's a lot of, I'm a very you know, positively minded person. But I do have to think about obviously preventing, I mean, doing whatever I can. I can't do much more, right? I can just get up a bit more, move a bit more, and more vitamin D would be nice, I think, because I don't get enough sunlight. That's what I'm trying to trying to change. In winter, I'm gonna supplement vitamin D, and otherwise, just pray. Yeah, it's unfortunate because if we had found the issue, why it happened, we could have treated it, right? But they didn't find anything. I'm basically healthy but ill, which is obviously not true, right? Since if I was healthy, I wouldn't be ill. So yeah, there must be something, but we didn't find it. Like me and the doctors, because I have a background in medical technology, so yeah, I know a lot about medicine, and I know our limitations, unfortunately. So yeah, not much we could have done there. Yeah, very unfortunate. But in the future, maybe, right? AI maybe can solve it if I survive long enough. Like the next 5 years are super risky. So yeah, if I beat those 5 years, the chances of it not happening again are pretty high. But within the 5 years, it's super risky, unfortunately. Yep. And you're not religious, but I sent prayer. Thank you. Yeah, I had when I was in the hospital with my embolism, I obviously saw a lot of really. I mean, I was the only person in my 30s was like a department that's like specialized on lung stuff, and a lot of people there were pretty old, and most of the men were overweight and smoked. I don't smoke, right? I don't drink. So also that was I can't change. So there were like a lot of people that were like stereotypical for the illnesses they had. But there was also one guy, I mean, obviously I don't know what he looked like when he got it, but there was a guy that was basically in coma for already a year. And his wife and children were there, and that was pretty hard. Yeah, and the thing is, she doesn't speak German, so I translated for her with the caretakers who didn't speak English. So it was like the intermediate between them. And yeah, it was really pretty sad story. Yeah, so there are always people that are worse off than you. So as long as you're alive and not suffering super hard, you're probably not among the ones that are the fucked most. You don't realize how bad some people have it. And some people still, are very optimistic and make the best of it. And others not, obviously, but yeah, there's pretty stupid stuff that can happen in life. But okay, I'll take the break. If there is a post-credit scene, is there a post-credit scene? Do I need to pause this? Because I don't want to miss it. If there is one, I'll just pause it and I'll be back in like 15 to 20 minutes. Because I have the suspicion we might see one here. Because it wants to set up the game for if there is a post-game scenario, it might want to set it up in a way with a little bit of story. Maybe not, maybe it's just gonna go to the main menu and give you a description or something. Okay, does the pausing pause the music? You don't think so? I mean, you know what? I can just rewatch the VOD if I miss it. That's a good idea. Okay, so I'm gonna let it roll, just to give credit to the people who worked on it, because it's a lot of work, right? I mean, I'm being critical about it, but obviously, every single project of this size is a tremendous effort. If you think it's easy to create anything that involves more than 100 people, you're not realistic about it. Every single project that has a lot of employees working together to create something is very, very hard to manage. Like, it's really a non-trivial thing. And sure, the end result is easy to criticize, but they didn't play the end result. Never forget that, right? When you make a game, they're not playing the game. They're making the game. It doesn't exist. Of course, now they can play it and see what they could have done differently. But while making it, it's sometimes really hard to see. Yeah, obviously some things I think are easy to see, like the clutter issue. Honestly, you play for a minute and it's there. But other things, like are really hard to see if the end product is going to work the way you thought it would. And also the story, obviously, it was pretty easy to see that there is not a lot of quote-unquote interesting stuff happening right there, right? I think the storyboard is easy to see ahead of time, right? So they knew they were not bringing out a story banger here. So that must have been, I mean, honestly, they're under the illusion it is, but I don't think it is. I mean, I could do that too. Yeah, let's just fast forward them. Those are. I mean, we didn't listen to the French voiceover at all, so it's not like we're like not giving credit to these people. And in theory, you could slow motion this, and you can see it. So. Okay, there is one.
For the
Okay.
Vault Hunters, there was one last door to open.
Not in this game.
Finally, time to open that vault.
Okay, there is a vault. Okay, I mean, I have no idea what's inside. Also, wollen wir dann kurz gehen. Okay, just ask my girlfriend if she can come, but she can't. She has work stuff. Okay, so I'll be right back in 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will look what's inside the vault. Yeah, so enjoy the ambient sparkling sounds for then. Yeah, you can mute the stream until I'm back. You can see when I move. You can also leave the stream, obviously. You don't have to leave it open. But yeah, just so you don't get annoyed by the sound, right? So if the sound is annoying to you, do feel free to always mute it. Oh, okay. Okay, because I expected now there is more. And I was like, oh, this is really it? And you just didn't do an early drop, and then you were like, ah, yeah, right? I was like, ah, yeah, okay, that confirms it. Because I was kind of expecting more and maybe like this fake credit drop of a Borderlands 3. And I guess they did it in Borderlands 3. And now they're doing it again, just they did the real credits so people get baited. Okay, so there is more. Okay, so yeah, I haven't even experienced everything. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. Because I was kind of worried that, because for me, you saw this far, right? Like, there was nothing happening. So if I was like overly critical of the story, that is why, because obviously, quote unquote, nothing happened that was relevant so far. Okay, good to know. So I'll be right back in 15 to 20 minutes.
You know, I could really use more pockets. Why are there never enough damn pockets?
Why am I wasting time here exactly? I honestly don't remember. Let's blame it on the old powers. That usually makes me feel better. Once I get off this planet, I'm taking a 3-day shower.
Hey, I'm back. I just ate an apple and did my walk. Yeah, I go without a top and it's only like 15 degrees. I really don't mind cold though. I tend to jog to bouldering in winter without a jacket up to 10 degrees. And when it drops below 10... Sorry. Apple in my throat. So when it drops below 10 degrees Celsius, I wear a jacket which is super thin, and I wear that until minus 10 degrees. So it's basically I'm almost like naked. Not naked, like I'm almost like without a jacket to only wearing a t-shirt in very cold conditions. I don't mind the cold actually. Yeah, but for UV exposure, having no top is obviously gonna just like reduce the exposure time of individual parts of your body, and in theory, it should minimally reduce skin aging and cancer risk if you don't only expose your face and arms, but what do I know? Hey, and only 20 to 30 minutes left. Don't get too excited. Ah. Well. Patch. Oh, my sound went off. Yeah, my speakers turn off when they don't detect audio for a while.
Thought you'd be in the vault, huh?
RJ?
That's me, the unchosen one. Could have been a vault hunter. But too late for that now.
Those powers are killing you. Maybe Lilith could help.
I don't want to talk to Lilith! I want to be free. One way or another.
RJ suffering one out of a migraine. I also had visual migraines a lot. Which I don't have anymore. It's so funny, right? I was like so happy that I don't have them anymore for a year. Just to get the more serious illness. I still think they're related to screens though. Ever since I have an only OLED displays, I don't have migraines anymore, so it might very well be, since it was a visual migraine too, related to that. Wait, can we not kill him? I don't think you have choices like that in this game. What is he doing? Spin to win? It's almost like the boss from... Oh, I have to go close, whoops. It's almost like the boss from Doom Eternal at the Dark Ages. No, really? You're killing him? What? Why?
RJ, you got your wish. Kairos is free.
No, it's not.
I'm
And also,
sorry
why did you
had to pay the
come?
price.
I found you.
Yo, not cool. Why do you kill him?
Grabbed you just in time.
Where are we?
The Timekeeper's vault. RJ ambushed you on your way through the arch, but I found you in the phase.
I tried to save him. He saved me once.
I know. But what was done to him couldn't be undone. You can't always save your friends. Trust me. As for the vault, it looks like this is the motherlode. Look around for loot and let me know when you want to go inside.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Incredible loot. Insane. Come on, we're beating the game and you don't want to give me a single legendary? Are you fucking shitting me? Okay, so this is it, huh? 4 red chests, not 1 legendary, huh? Well, fuck me.
Come on, let's see what the timekeeper was guarding.
Yeah, spoiler, it's gonna be something that we should not have messed with. Interesting that they didn't give her a haircut.
To find?
I have no idea. I saw so many futures. But the moment I entered the vault,
It was just blackness.
We're truly checking it here.
Looks like this is the end. I don't get it.
What is this?
There is no what here. Only a when. Like you said, this is the end. This place is not a place. It's a moment. The last one. We're in the deathbed of the universe. It's dying in silence. And the last thing anyone hears will be us.
Who are you?
I am all that's left. I need to give you this.
Okay. A Rubik's Cube, let's go.
Take it. This is a spark. You cannot stop what's coming. But with it, you might survive. Not to be ungrateful, but what does that even mean? You'll figure it out, killer. You should go now, while there still is a now. What about you? It started with fire. Now it ends with fire. I'll keep the lights on as long as I can. I think we got what we came for.
What are we doing?
There are threats all across Kairos, and we're gonna need to gear up to take them on. Sanctuary's a wreck, so we'll use Moxies as a base camp. Just don't tell Claptrap.
Okay, specialization points unlock. Any of your characters gain XP. Okay, what is she doing? You okay? She's very glowy. Yeah, maybe I should have done that before leveling the other characters, to be honest, but...
just because the Timekeeper is dead doesn't mean the Crimson Resistance's work is over. If anything, it's just begun. Zane's been cooking up some aftermarket mods for your guns. Check in with him.
Got a little developing on the old weapon design front I think you'll enjoy. Scoot yourself right along to one of me brand new upgrade machines, and I'll give you a rundown of the firmware transfer system.
The music here. Everybody's vibing. Yeah, so, yeah, nothing got resolved beyond that we killed RJ, which is kind of, honestly, stupid. So, I don't know why they did that, but felt like an unnecessary fight. But maybe later on you're gonna understand why you did it. But yeah, kind of felt like really unnecessary to kill him, to be honest. Okay, where do we need to go? 4,000 meters. Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, and also the loading times are not really amazing. Like for compared to other open world games that are currently available. That also have like very advanced visuals, so I don't think you can really argue it's like the visual or object density that should make the loading times this long. I would assume it doesn't use any sort of direct storage or something like that. Alfie, the story is finished now. Everything else is just like introducing you to ultimate Vault Hunter mode. So anticlimactic. Yeah, it's like this ending. There is something, and you're like, wow, really?
Let's do this proper, like. Welcome to the firmware transfer interface, where the truly discerning weaponry connoisseur can up their game for the right price. I've made the process so simple, even a psycho could do it. Just open the interface.
I'm pretty sure it's not simple.
See, these minted manufacturers are preventing you from using what's yours as you see fit. Flint's Firearms believes in the right to warfare. With my machines, you can rip the firmware from any of your gear and install it into any other gear of the same type. Presto, bleeding, changeo. Choose the gear you want to get the firmware from. Choose the gear of the same type you want to put the firmware in. And pay the piper. I know it's pricey, but trust me, it's worth it. And I'm the only one who can do it for you. But better me making the money than the megacorps, no?
Oh, interesting. The firmware...
and the process is a wee bit buggy, so just be aware that ripping the firmware out will obliterate the original piece. And that's all there is to it. No refunds. Best of luck out there.
Okay, the firmware transfer machine allows for firmware transfer from one piece of gear to another. You're only allowed to transfer firmware to an item once per piece of gear. Okay. To begin the firmware transfer, first select the firmware slot, then select the item containing the firmware you want to transfer. After selecting the firmware item, the gear slot will unlock, enabling you to choose an item that will receive the firmware. After selecting the item, that will have a new firmware, blah blah blah. Okay. Very nice. Complete a transfer. To complete the transfer, pay the transfer fee and confirm the process by using F. Once completed, the new piece of gear will automatically deposit into your backpack. Okay. So this unfortunately does not answer the question, and this is a cool feature, but I have no idea if if there's like gear score in the background, and not only DPS. It might be kind of stupid to use items right now on anything, because you might want to wait until you have a higher gear score level or whatever there is. So those are the ones I think we don't have equipped, or do we have those equipped? Not comparable. Can't destroy favorited item. Okay. I'm trying to understand why it's those items and not my guns. Or is the firmware the set bonus? Is this the firmware? You know what? That might be it. I don't even know what a firmware is. I assume it is a set bonus, maybe? But it could also just be a normal effect, but it showed us only those items that have this effect. So I assume the firmware is a set bonus. Which we could know by trying it out, I guess, but yeah, that I think that is irrelevant right now anyway. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here. I'm really sorry that we're not using those, but they all look worse to me than the original, and I don't know why I would uglify my character. I mean, maybe later for memes or something, but I don't know. Like right now, I don't feel like making her uglier. I mean, this one we could theoretically use. Oh, by the way, I don't intend to use this vehicle at all. It's pretty ugly. So I don't even know why I honestly still have it equipped. I like this one the most. Oh, we have a new one. We're going to test this one for sure. We never used this one because we were in the final area of the game. So unfortunately, I didn't really show it to you guys that much, but it's honestly quite underwhelming. So yeah, that one seems kind of interesting. How do we got this new paint job. Which one was it? Like this one here? Yes, it's horrible. Okay. I think that's fine. And now we have this menu here too. Specializations. So it's probably like the badass ranks in the power games. Wait, inspect the weapon with firmware. I don't know why it's done like this, but if you inspect the weapon, you can see the bonus. Oh, wait. I really have to read this though. Features 7 nodes. The topmost base nodes are available from the start, while the secondary prestige nodes unlock through specialization point investment. Investing in base and prestige nodes unlock powerful passives and skills that can be equipped on your Vault Hunter's loadout. The specializations loadout features 4 skill slots. The first slot is available immediately, but the other slots unlock as you gain specialization points. This node type is infinite and will always provide a small bonus to your Vault Hunter upon investment. Okay. But with diminishing returns, I assume. Or like diminishing level gains or something. Specialization skills unlock at specific thresholds. Once the skill is unlocked, equip it to your loadout by hovering over the icon and pressing the left mouse button. Okay, so it's not always active like the skills in Borderlands 3, but you can actually make a loadout. Interesting. Prestige nodes. These nodes give more powerful passives and skills. Like base nodes, they are infinite, but must first be unlocked by investing into any connected nodes. Okay. But let's quickly go back and inspect the item. So you mean this one, right? Like this, you can see this one here. Or did you mean something else? Like, I assume this is the firmware, right? That is what I guess, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Because you can also see it here. So if you care about that, without while you have them equipped. Oh, respec costs iridium. Wait, yeah, iridium. We didn't spend a single iridium so far. Yeah, that's true. We didn't spend a single iridium. It might become more important for other things too. Okay, yeah, and you meant that. Okay, good. I didn't miss it. The Vault Hunter gains increased maximum health and shields. Okay. Ooh. Okay, this is really good, but you need 20 points in Survivor. The Ordnance cooldown in HP. Ordnance, chance critical hit, okay. Gun damage, obviously interesting. Fight for your life, melee damage, critical hit damage, status effect damage, really good. Like, this one's obviously very interesting. But this one's obviously very interesting too. 50 stacks, 6 seconds. Okay, and this is really for fast-firing weapons here. Interestingly enough, not interested in these here so much, but these two are good. And this one seems very promising. What about this one? Critical hits grant increase status effect application chance. 10 stacks. Oh, really? Okay, that is really good. Compounding affliction, enemies take increased damage for your status effect applied. Oh wait, maybe it's like, see, maybe it's like not 100% general application, but of what it has. Like if it has 6%, it's probably like 12. So it sounds amazing, but it's probably meant like that. Enemies take increased damage from each status effect applied to them. That's pretty cool, but also we don't have a lot of them. Killing an enemy with a critical hit will cause them to explode. Okay. 50% of initial hit. So this one was a default one in Borderlands 3. Like a lot of them, I guess, were in Borderlands 3 too. Gun damage, hit damage per second, or loss of 2 seconds of not aiming. Per second. I mean, it's theoretically it's 25%, but it's like, when do you aim for 5 seconds? Right, never. Yeah, those are a lot of them. I think a lot of those are definitely Borderlands 3. Yeah. A lot of the, honestly, the ones when Fight for Your Life, I don't give a shit about. We never get down, so I could care less about them. And here, there is something unfortunate happening, and I talked about that a lot in other games too. It's called if you have a limited slot capacity, a lot of things just become useless, because you have better versions of it available. So it's you know, like a thing where if you can have everything, even a shit thing will be used by the player. But if you limit it to, in this case, 4 slots, nobody will use shit, right? So you really have to balance them, which was not a problem in Borderlands 3 because you could basically just get everything. Yeah, so I think some of them are not strong enough to warrant being a node in here. So some of them will just be dead on arrival, unless you're really bad at math or you don't care about power levels or something. Yeah, that's really unfortunate because I think a lot of these skills sound pretty ass relative to what others do. Some of them are really good, some of them are really bad, or just like meh. And that's why some of them will never end in this slot for me, which was not a problem in Borderlands 3. And yeah, and the Deadeye and Godkiller is the firmware. Okay, so that was kind of weird, like you worded from the game. Maybe I'm stupid and I should have realized that earlier. Yeah, in my mind it's like set bonuses. I don't think of the firmware term at all. Kill skill, excess damage will be stored. Yeah, okay. We looked at those already. Daredevil. Okay. Pretty decent. Wow, what the fuck? Wait, that is crazy. Oh, that seems completely OP. Honestly, this one seems completely broken. Like, if you have an action skill damage-based build, and not even, if you have like, I mean, even, I guess any build has an action skill, right? So, like, this one seems like incredibly broken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one is pretty good. Okay, those are really, really good. If action skills are really important for your DPS, these two are gonna really help you build like differently. You can even go for a gun damage build and just like use the gun damage to go for action skill damage instead. Kind of interesting. Movement speed, melee damage. Oh, this one too, huh? If I was sprinting, gun damage 15% when walking. Okay. What a useless tooltip. It doesn't tell you how high it goes. So you don't know. Okay, 15% base. Okay, that's pretty good already, because I almost never stand still when shooting. But non-melee attack damage and slam damage are stored. Melee attacks and slam deal bonus kinetic melee damage based on sword damage. 20%. 5. No, that's pretty interesting. So that's more of a finisher. I don't know when I would use it, because I'm usually not up close enough to use it, but... Okay, which ones are we interested in? I think I'm the most interested in... Honestly, like, this one sounds really good. But we need 20 points in there, which is kind of crazy. And this one's kind of, I mean, this one is really good, right? It's like 50% after 5 seconds in general. Like, if you aim just a little bit already, like 1 second of aiming would already be like 10% more damage, which is pretty decent. But a lot of them are depending on the gun type, for sure. This one's whatever. If you don't snipe, this for a sniper rifle it could be pretty. I mean, no, I think this one's pretty good in general, but yeah, probably a sniper rifle or a shotgun build. I mean, this one is really good. Like, I'm really interested, honestly, in this one. These two here. It's kind of hard to spec for something because all of the good ones are really deep, but this one's pretty close, so I guess I can go for this one first. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. Like this one, those are like sniper and shotgun and one-shot build. Sure, let's go for this one, honestly, for now. And we need, what 20 points in Survivor. %50 when on moving. Ah. I hate this because I could have literally put it in here. But whatever. Yeah, this is kind of ass, honestly. It doesn't do much for us, but I still think this one is amazing. Yeah, I mean, this is just like 30% raw damage increase, which is insane. And also, this one is not bad for the time being, I think. And then we could potentially... Gun damage. Shotgun pellets do count individually, so you can get like a lot of stacks even with a shotgun, which I think are even calculated before they even hit. So potentially we could pivot over here, but I think initially just aiming for this one is good enough. Okay, let's see, where's the really important stuff, which is basically the difficulty selection, because without difficulty selection all this is completely meaningless, because everything dies anyway, so there must be a way to increase the difficulty. Wow, we really only have trash in here, huh? Yeah, how often do we use it? 3 times? 4 times? Maybe 5 times in the total during the total playthrough? Because it's almost not available anywhere. I think it's a mistake, to be honest, to put those in the...
Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, hi. Extolled Symmetry. Fires from reserve ammo while charging. Ah, it's a charge weapon. I don't really care about it. And hey, cooldown, yo, hope you're doing well. It's going fine. We just quote unquote beat the game. I mean, quote unquote, right? I think we beat the game, and now it's like the post game stuff. And looking forward to finding out if it's like something I want to invest time into or not. Like how much? I mean, I'm definitely going to invest some time into it, but I don't know how much I'll end up with on this game. I guess it's still like probably like 400 hours, but this is like because whenever I start, I'm like at 100 to 150 hours, and then like I'm like, oh yeah, it's never going to reach 400, and then it eventually does. Just because I like playing all the characters individually, and they're going to add 2 more Vault Hunters. That means I'm probably going to beat the game 6 times. So yeah, it's probably easily going to reach 400. Okay, Ultimate Vault Hunter Maurice's Bounty. Okay, sure. Why does it look like a taser? Honestly, I'm never using the guns. I kind of wish you could turn them off, because visually they look kind of silly. I think the vehicles would look better without them, but unfortunately there is no option for that. Interesting vehicle.
I want to watch you dance.
Maurice narrows his eyes to see a fellow hunter. Be welcome to his
Bro, what the fuck? Chill.
Maurice's inventory will shed its old modifiers to display new, fresh thrills on the same items as before. But a snarl of caution. This cowardly machine flees to a new location after a short time. So feast on Maurice's bounty while he's red and tripping. And of course, the first taste is always free. But then,
Wait, I quickly have to check something. Is it gun damage or is it damage? Ooh, damage. Okay, that's pretty good.
Nice try.
Ooh, we got a rank up. Finally, we can level.
Freaking it.
Where do I see my XP in bottom left? Okay. Gonna make sense. I kind of was hoping, honestly, that you can transfer set bonuses, but you can actually transfer like individual parts, and I guess that would have been too OP though. Okay. Make it easy for me. Ultimate Vault Hunter mode and post-game content is awful and unfortunately pointless. You may as well start a new character as it's much more fun. I won't spoil, but you'll see. I mean, I'm definitely going to play the characters first anyway, most of the time. I'm just going to look what it is. Usually I start by playing all characters and then I do the post-game content. And this is like super fun, but okay, if it's not that great, not a big deal for me, but I know some people would be obviously very disappointed because I know these types of games do have players which like to grind. Same argument, right, with Diablo 4 or whatever game with a quote-unquote late game you can insert there. There are people that really care about that, and there are others that don't. And I'm more on the side where it's like, if the base game was fun enough and enough content for me, I'm fine with it, but obviously it would be better for like long-term motivation if there was like good stuff there, right? Obviously it's always better if there's more good stuff. And each Ultimate Vault Hunter mode does say loot quality is increased, but the devs confirmed it only gives you access to more firmware. Legendary chances are the same as easy mode. But what does it mean, more firmware? Does it like increase the likelihood of getting a firmware item? Like I think firmware is basically like the affixes from Borderlands 3. I don't know what their names are, like the special versions, quote unquote, of guns. I assume that is what the role that these take in this game. So you can get items with or without them, and that is what it gets increased or what with the ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Interesting, so there is not like this spiral of getting better and better guns and having to progress like slowly. Interesting. Sounds like you could get like really strong really fast then, huh? So if you aren't too concerned about specific firmware, you may as well farm on easy, but if you're seeking a specific legendary, that's kind of stupid, right? Sounds kind of stupid, especially if you can transfer on the firmware. Can I put 2 firmwares on one item? Or if an item has a firmware, it's like, is it like finished, basically? I mean, we have 5 slots total here. I don't know if these can have firmwares, to be honest. Maybe they can, no idea. I think we never found one. But if you can have more than one, that would be interesting. If you can only have one, the transfer would already be like almost sufficient to guarantee you can get what you want. And some are exclusive. Interesting. The most powerful firmwares are exclusive to Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, but I don't know much about them. No problem, no problem. I mean, I'm obviously fine with not knowing, so we'll find out if we find them, and if not, doesn't matter too much. Okay, collect reward from the vending machine. Okay. They're like a you know, like a catch. The catch is he only has fucking elemental weapons again, this dumb fucking cunt. But they're not character bound, so we should potentially think about what other characters want from him. Yeah, and only one firmware can go on each item. Weapons can't have firmware, so 5 maximum. Okay, so you can get like one, assuming the set bonuses are up to 3. They could be up to 5 theoretically. So you can get theoretically 3 and 2. Okay. Is there a catch? What is this vending machine? I mean, I assume you can buy one of them, right? Domino Industrial. Blah blah blah. Critical history for up 2 ammo to the gun's magazine. That's pretty interesting. But what would we even be looking for here? I guess like high DPS to some degree. I mean, this one sounds okay. You know what? This one sounds cool. Ah, it's Lucian's Call. Yeah, I remember that one actually. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I was like thinking about it anyway, but unfortunately it is like elemental, so we can't use it on this character because we were like playing a kinetic build. I mean, we could use it obviously, but it probably doesn't help us a lot.
Your skills to the test. Moxie's got yet another side business she wants to show you. Go chat with her.
That's pretty decent. That's pretty nice. Unfortunately, like I said, elemental, so we're gonna mark it and give it to another character here. And this one's trash. Yeah, the guns don't matter too much now anyway. Okay, but where is the Vault Hunter stuff here? It must be the next one, huh? Where it started. Yeah, I think Jacobs is in general a good role for sure, yeah. So you can only take one of them. So like I read something in the patch notes about a vending machine relocating. Is that the vending machine that we're talking about?
That'll keep the thick. I almost forgotten.
I try to not read too much of them because obviously spoilers for that, but at the end of the day, I was more interested in the changes, so I did look at them a bit more in detail. But I tried to skip over the parts that sounded like spoilers.
This won't take long.
I wish this didn't have an animation that tells you that he didn't spawn. Like, so dumb. Like, you just wait for a second for the game to realize he should have been spawned already. Whoa, what? What is that item? Gua. Ah. You know, that's pretty decent if you like your action skill.
Hey, big spender. I've got something to thrill ya. You might have seen my big encore machine around the lairs of various baddies. Maybe even used a couple. Well, the studs and babes in the lab have been working to kick 'em up a notch and put on a real show. We've got one ready and waiting for you. And don't worry, I already have plenty of cameras set up so no one will miss the bloodshed.
Okay, they cost iridium. Big encore. Yeah, I have no idea what stuff changes weekly, because I think some of it will change weekly. Oh right, isn't there like an event right here, right now? Over here. Ah man, I had that on another character, but I honestly don't even know when the events are active. Honestly, I don't even know if they're active at all times. Yeah, like the world events are kind of... I kind of have questions there. How they rotate, when they rotate, like... And yes, every Thursday the location resets, and along with 2 other events you'll learn about now, 3 events reset each week. Okay, and how do the world events work? Like, or are those the ones you meant? Can I use them on all of them now? No. So some of them have like the red encore things. Interesting. Yeah, let's use this one. Yeah, see. Honestly, this was one of the hardest fights in the game, because at that time you had almost nothing. You had no dash, you had no shield. So it's probably going to be easier than the original. Which is stupid, but I think that's just how the game works. Yeah, it's so funny.
You know just how to make a girl's day. I'll be sponsoring fights all over Cairo, so keep an eye out. Mwah. See you around.
You lived to tell the tale. I'm impressed, killer. Come back and let's talk.
Wait, that one has 3K? Wait, we have 4K. Yeah, unfortunately this is a good version of the shield for Electro, but it's worse because we basically don't get broken armor segments, and the other one gave us resistance, which I kind of like more. So I mean, it's pretty good. I'm still gonna bookmark it because I think it might be interesting if you don't have as much shield regen as we do. So kind of funny whether we're finding so many versions of the shield though, because it's pretty crazy. Or are you doing trouble? No! What are we shooting? Got him. Okay, beautiful. Okay, I just want to kill them so it stops, but I guess we can just TP out. The game doesn't lock TPing at all. So it's just TP. Okay, we did this on core. Can we only do him once per week, or what is the deal here? Should I do it right now, or should I wait until I increase some Vault Hunter level? Yeah, so the thing is, I know what you mean with the shield. I have 3 versions of it already. I also think it's too strong. Yeah, I already said that before, I think today, and also when we got it, that I think it's too strong. Like, it deals way too much damage. It's basically brain dead. I was like, I estimated that 2/3 of our kills are based on the shield alone. I think I only killed 2/3 of the, 1/3 of the enemies myself because of it. Because it's so fucking broken. Yeah, it's really, really broken, unfortunately. I think it's... The problem is when you have a broken item, it basically sets your expectations in your mind, and as soon as you remove it, you're like, oh, I'm still weak. But obviously this one is completely stupid broken. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it hasn't been nerfed, to be honest, already, because, see, this is what I mean. This is really easy to test. You just put it on, and you see it's completely fucking busted within a second. You don't even need to playtest it or anything. The raw damage numbers are just way too high. Or it needs a cooldown, or I have no idea, honestly. This is procs way too often. I still don't know when it procs, actually, though. Okay, but never mind this. Do we do it, or do we not do this one here? Okay, so I can't do it. Okay. So we should do this or not? Like, is this a good idea if it's a one-time thing? So no reason to wait? Is it like a weekly thing? No idea. Maybe you can do it over and over again. So many questions, right? It's always when I play the game first, I'm like always like relatively, you know, like spoiler and backseat free. But once I beat the game, I have all the questions. Like, I'm like, fill me in. Wait, how do you get there even? Oh, I hate this. Wait, what the fuck? Where do you want me to go? Oh my god, really? Should have used that right away. Wait, it's inside of... Oh, it's inside of the bunker. I didn't realize. Pretty sure there was a grappling point behind us. Somewhere. Somewhere? Wait, what? Wait. Huh? Oh my god. I have a piece of apple between my teeth that's really distracting me. Sounds like an excuse, but it unfortunately isn't. I should remove it. Wait, do I have to go all the way back to the bunker though to get there? Because I think that... Wait, no, there was a way to get... I mean, this is the way back, but I assume we can't get up here from this location. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, they reset in 2 hours. Yeah, right. It's almost a week, right? The next patch, I think, already has patch notes, and it seems to buff a character that was the weakest. But the patch notes are not out yet, I think, officially, as far as I could tell, at least on their website. But I had a news header on a website stating that, but the article was empty. So I kind of wonder what that was about. But it basically said that the weakest character is getting a lot of buffs. And since I didn't play all characters equally, it's pretty hard for me to tell who's the weakest character. So far, they all seem pretty good if you have an okay build. You just need to get a legendary shield that kills everything. Easy. The one you're going to now is the weekly one. It actually resistance rock. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't read that part first. I should have read it first. And it's repeatable. Higher chance of legendary from the farmer boss. Okay, that's interesting. I kind of don't know how I feel about the bosses being farmable though. It sounds kind of weird, but I feel like the boss fights for me are less fun than killing normal enemies. I like a mix of killing enemies and bosses, and only doing a boss over and over again is kind of... I kind of wish there were more like normal mobs in between once you are at the Encore station. Yeah, but most repeatable content definitely seems to be focused around... I mean, this is also repeatable, I guess, but it seems to be focused around just grinding bosses over and over again. which he purposefully didn't do while playing the game initially, because I think it's kind of stupid to grind a boss while you still have so much quote-unquote new content you can do.
Your death will be my design.
It's kind of interesting that even though we don't have any melee bonuses, it still deals a little bit of damage. Oh yeah, right, I want to go and do the specializations. How many do we have? 4 already? Okay, initially it goes fast. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a higher number going on forward here. Wait, we're gonna get the one with 30% damage really soon, huh? Pretty cool. Where do we go from here? I swear to God, I'm gonna go backwards again. Yeah, as soon as I stream and I talk random shit, I'm always easily lost within... Yeah, this is where it came from. These dungeons here. Ah, they league. They're buffing Ammon, who was the weakest, quote unquote. But honestly, every alternative is ridiculously overpowered this year with the correct build. I felt so too. I already, when playing the game, I was already like, oh, in this game you're gonna be. I feel like more OP than I probably did in most other Borderlands games, even with late game builds. And I felt that on every single character, to be honest. Like I had Ammon yesterday on his like fire build, where you do like the fire AoE around you, and I was just literally one-shotting everything with the shotgun and just dashed in, and it was so broken. Like, how can you make that stronger? Like, no idea. And then the shield build seems kind of... Yeah, I mean, honestly, the shield build seems cool, but I hate the visual on it. It's such an annoying visual effect for something that you want to have a high uptime on. Yeah, I wish the shield was not as obnoxious, because I think I like the idea behind it a lot, but it's like almost they never played other games in their life before, and that some of these things in the game you can clearly tell they played Apex, they played Valorant, right? They have a lot of stuff where you can see they took it from other games, or Call of Duty or something, but then they have like these shields and you can just like think they never played a shield character in any game where you have to shoot, because you can literally see shit on Ammon. Ammon is such a annoying character to play from a visual perspective, and also like the fire effect on the other skill I had was so annoying. It's literally like you have the radiation shield from Borderlands 3 all the time, like that one legendary that gave you the sparks. But the problem is like it's all HDR boosted too, so you have like really dim environments and really bright particles around you all the time. It really sucks ass. Like I have no idea why they would do it like that. Yeah, minimalism is really pretty important, I think, in those moments. Yeah, I really hope they change that a bit, because it really hurts the visibility and enjoyment of some builds for me. Okay. I mean, how much iridium do we even have? Wait, before I buy shit here. Here we have 13k. Which is not much, but it's 100 is not much if you have 13k. And I assume it gets more expensive with every attempt or some shit. Kind of funny, I did this boss multiple times to try something out. So this is one of the few bosses I actually did the encore off a couple of times. It was basically my guinea pig. It might be faster to kill the ads than to kill him if they spawn rockets. Yeah, I can't see shit, honestly. Wait, can I do that? That would be stupid as fuck. But you can, right? I could just change my shield right now, mid-fight. And since it's single player, it pauses also. But it will remove the shield to 0, I think. So they want to avoid it a little bit. But yeah, we could go with the electro shield now and do the same again. Yeah, why am I even moving, honestly? 2 legendaries? I think that's the first time we ever got 2 out of... Wouldn't it be funny if you fell in here?
My heart and soul returns.
Cardiac shock. And it has God Killer on it. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, we can keep those, I guess. Just so we don't sell them because they have like the firmware on it, if we care about that. Oh, you know what? We could put firmware on this one. And then we would have God Killer 3. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. Because the shield is goated anyway, so we could just like destroy what we just found and put God Killer on it. Oh, a pistol we can use. 6,000 DPS? Attack drone? What the fuck? Wait, is this a good gun? Did we find a good gun? I'm not sure. Before shooting it, just reading it was pretty good, but shooting it kinda changed my mind. No, not changed my mind. And we were gonna shoot an enemy with it to see if it's good. I mean, it has high DPS and a drone, so it sounds pretty good. Let's go put a favorite on this one too. I could put it in another group, I guess, but we'll see. Why are we looking at those? Ah, yeah, because they might have... Is there a way to identify items when they drop, if they have like a set bonus on them? Because I do want to keep those to transfer their set bonuses to other items. But I usually don't loot everything, so... Okay, how much? Is that worth it? Why would I even care? I mean, we're gonna do it twice just for fun. So we get an insight into the item pool or whatever. I don't even know if they have item pools. I really don't know what you want to farm or what you don't want to farm. See, it's really hard for me to tell if this gun is shit or not. But does it have elemental damage? No, right? Why are we dealing corrosive damage? Honestly, I'm really starting to see what I'm shooting here. What is this? Like small bullets, I guess. Okay, we got him. I think it's good. I think we dealt more damage than before. Not a single legendary, huh? Really gonna do me a game. Why? Don't look at them. They're irrelevant. Like pink, purple items now that we're like done are like whatever. Okay, 3 times the. No. Okay, we can do it again. It's okay. And they're also buffing other skills for the other Vault Hunters. The devs are prioritizing buffs over nerfs, which is a nice change. Nerfs will be here in a week or two, though. I think it's like always like the community kind of prefers that, right? Like balance out the power of the weaker skills first, and then nerf the top performance skills if they're not completely broken. I think that's good because a lot of people don't like playing something and getting power taken away. It always feels bad. So as a dev, you always have to be careful to not upset the community. Yeah, so psychologically is the right thing to do. But yeah, they definitely should nerf some things though. Like, even if you think it's a good idea to keep, like a lot of people are like, oh, it's not competitive, it's a single player game. But they kind of forget that if something is too good, it makes everything else irrelevant, right? And if everything else is irrelevant, are you even going to have a good time anymore? right? Like, is it even fun if everything's like? Is it fun to have like 99% useless shit if you have one OP item that is better than everything else by a large margin? No, right? That's why balancing is really important also in single player games. If one item or one build is way too good, like it can lead to players having less fun because they just like copy paste their build and just like don't care about anything else anymore. Yeah, that was not as much of a problem before the internet, but with the internet a lot of people will like stumble upon the builds way more easily. So you can't even argue that it's only a subsection of people that will know about OP stuff. I have no idea what I'm shooting. Those are really small bullets, I guess. I guess we're never gonna get a legendary again, huh? So we got really lucky getting two. Interesting. Vex has a certain setup that one-shots any boss, so yeah, nerfs need to come before they add any challenging content in invincible bosses. Ah yeah, that's like, there's always like this like algorithmic problem where you can find a way to like get crazy damage multipliers in those games. It has affected every single Borderlands game so far, so it's kind of interesting they still have that issue. I mean, it happens, right? It's a complex game. Like the possibilities, like they're pretty exponential. So if your code is not like perfect, there's gonna be a lot of broken stuff. And I mean, just look at speedrunning, right? There's way worse stuff than being able to one-shot bosses in a lot of games. Okay, I just have to get one more legendary and then we can move on. And it doesn't matter if I use the legendary, I just want to have it. Yo, without the fucking targeting from our pet, I wouldn't see anything. I mean, I guess I see less because of it, but at the same time, you know where to shoot. Like, how can you make this game have this scenario and be like, this is fine, right? I'm sure the player enjoys not seeing anything. And I enjoy it too. Like, how? Okay, we got the legendary. Wait, we got this one already, so that means there must be an item pool, huh? Unless we're like really quote unquote unlucky to get the same item twice. Interesting. And saying that every Vault Hunter has setups that demolish every boss in the game, but Vex being able to one-shot everything is ridiculous. Happens every Borderlands game, part of the fun of the first month. Yeah, it's really cool to see the broken stuff. And it's also, I don't know how easy you can actually keep the game in base version, because I think it does have like online components. Maybe even mandatory online components, I don't know. Is it like an always-on game? Because if not, you could potentially keep the game in its original state somehow and downpatch it for fun tech. Yeah, but not every game unfortunately has the ability to give you the choice of the version for various reasons. And with the addition of all the added manufacturer attachment, it's created some crazy synergies. I actually feel like this will be the most difficult Borderlands game to balance. Yeah, I think so too. Like, the more complex your builds and characters and stats and items get, the harder it is to balance. Honestly, I think the only moment we're gonna see really well balanced, like more complex game is when we're gonna have some AI tools that basically playtest your game and find like oddities and like, you know, like just like weird stuff that shouldn't be possible for you, like billions of, not billions, like millions of playtime hours before release, basically, which is impossible right now, right? Bound for launch. Wait, we have a mission here. I'm still gonna do the main mission stuff first, and then we're gonna do the final side missions here in a moment. Okay, I quickly have to drink something and remove the stuff from my teeth though. Hey, I am back. I kind of wonder, because Microsoft announced Vibe working, which is basically vibe coding for their apps like Excel and stuff like that. If you don't know what vibe coding is, it's basically using natural language like English, for example, to describe a problem and have AI use coding tools or whatever tools to do your job. It's kind of funny that Andrew Karpathy, one of the guys who was involved with AlexNet, one of the first like neural networks, artificial neural networks that were created. And the funny part is that he tweeted something that it calls vibe coding, and he like coined this you know, name, and now there's vibe working, which might be like the onset of the end, but whatever. It's kind of really funny that we're getting vibe working now. What's next? Vibe vacation, because you don't have to pick the vacations yourself anymore. Oh wait, we have to just fast travel here. I'm stupid. Whoops. And all gun damage bonuses, as far as we know, are additive, apart from the enhancements, which are multiplicatives. What are enhancements? Like which part of the gun is called enhancement? Is it those like Jacobs TDR, or is it like what is the enhancement part? So enhancements is I assume enhancements are those things below the, like these things here, right? Which is so weird. Like they have so much space and they put icons here instead of the description. Like what is this design? Why not keep the list? You can literally fit the information here. Why can't you fit it right here? Like why is this like a hover? I guess so you can see the gun better. Okay, well, yeah, sure. Okay, fair point. Hi.
Okay, there's one last thing, and I'm gonna run you through it myself. You've proven you're a Vault Hunter a few times over now, but I want you to become the ultimate Vault Hunter. If you're looking for a challenge, prove yourself an ultimate Vault Hunter to increase the strength of enemies across the world. They'll pack extra punch, gain some new skills, and drop even better loot. To unlock levels, you have to complete wildcard missions. They'll be familiar, but with some serious twists. I can send you on one now if you want to get started on your path to Ultimate Vault Hunter. Just hit me up when you're ready.
You know what? That sounds amazing, Lilith. But is there like a... No, I don't think so. Wait. Can you even see that machine? Oh, whatever. I just want to use the machine that can transfer the set bonus to another item quickly. I mean, you can argue about the design, but the transitions already are annoying as fuck. Like, why is there this animation? I know it's like a masked loading screen, but begs the question, why is there loading screen in the first place? When swapping between these very simple UI things, why is the character reloading on every fucking screen? Like, I mean, yeah, she has a different pose, but like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Magnificent. Okay, wait. So we do this one from this one. Yeah, I know. I want to Can I not unfavorite the item from here? Oh my god, why? Who would by accident ever unfavorite an item from there? Oh, I just accidentally right-clicked and unmarked favorite? Oh, that was really an accident here. Okay, now we're gonna learn if this is how it works. Oh, no, it only works for the same type. Okay, wait. That is very interesting. We need a shield that has it. I don't think we have a shield that has this bonus yet. Okay, cool. Now we know. We learn. They told us, but I didn't listen. Okay, fine. This is basically just money, right? I guess. I don't even know how you get iridium. We'll see in a moment, probably, because the Vault Hunter missions are probably gonna give us some iridium. Okay, back to Lilith. After this very useless travel here. In the bottom right, equipment. Enhancements are the bottom right equipment. Wait, bottom right. Am I stupid? Bottom right equipment. Oh, this one? Oh, it's called enhancement. I didn't know. Yeah, this one is obviously maybe could use some work. Okay, this is multiplicative. Okay, interesting. Ah, yeah, I should have maybe read that better. There are a lot of missions, but I think we should do this one first. Centripetal, regenerative, and shielded. Kellis stole back the command bolt, Curtis, ruins. Okay, sure, whatever. And we get iridium. And money, and I never looked at the rewards my entire life, but... Will require a level load? Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Okay.
Ah, yes, our gunslinging help. I am Leader Yorick of the Technologists. And my, look at you. The universe gives with both hands sometimes.
With that tone of voice, I'd rather you didn't look at me, actually.
Of course. To the point, Carcadia is in shambles. Power, water, fast travel, vending machines, all on the blink.
That other stuff I can live without, but the vending machines? I draw the line there. How can I help?
Start with the power. Use those sinuous legs of yours to find the core electrical relay.
Okay, so there's one problem already. I don't mind the dialogue, and you can turn it off anyway. I don't like that you have to wait for it, though. I think it's going to be really annoying to replay missions, which is a cool idea in general. If you have to wait for a lot of stuff. So I didn't really pay attention to the pacing of a lot of missions because the first time you don't care. But if you play them over and over and over again, some pauses can be a bit annoying, so I hope
Doing Carcadia a great
that is not
service.
too much of an
Village
issue.
house leaders could use your assistance as well, if you have a moment.
You see those infernal Ripper orbs? They're scrambling the power circuits. Have at them.
A few bullets should take care of these bad boys.
This gun is kind of weird.
Deliciously done. Just flip the switch to reactivate the grid.
Is this always the same mission, by the way, or did I just get a random one?
Carcadia is powered once more. Now to finish the job, find the valves to get our water flowing. And while you're about, restore our key systems. It's a simple matter of electrical rerouting.
Dude, aren't you the tech chief here? Shouldn't you be handling that?
With a fresh manicure. Are you mad? No, Yorick, don't be angry. I can't understand how offensive they've been. Give it a few cranks, would you?
Why do I feel dirty doing this?
Ravishing. Now flip the relevant switches, and Carcadia will be restored to technical glory, such as it is.
That should do the job.
So efficient for a member of the proletariat. Bravo.
Thanks?
Okay. Amazing driving.
Levain, any ideas percolating about that command bolt?
Only that it's certain to be Callis, but that's the thorny bit. We've no idea where her base is. She's almost invisible to us. Strange, no?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
water's flowing again.
Impeccable work. Levain was right. You are an enticing specimen.
Yorick, really? Vault Hunter, I appreciate the help, but something rather urgent has arisen. It's Zane. After you left, I went to check on him, but he was just gone. I can't even raise him on comms. I'm afraid...
He went out for revenge on Callus.
Precisely. Please, can you track him down before he tries to take on the entire Ripper army? Head southwest for Fire Dust Bridge, and quickly. I'll direct you from there.
Really. I mean, at least you have all the fast travel points, which in this case I think doesn't help because I think this one's lower than this one here.
Zane's recklessness, it can be so taxing. At first, I found his unpredictability enthralling. But after our 20th day,
Okay, that's ass. I shouldn't have done that.
can't not live on the edge of disaster. He just does Zane.
Wait a sec. If Zane disappeared without a word, how do you know where to start looking?
An astute and awkward question. In our days together, we used to track each other. Well, I never stopped.
What a deeply normal relationship you two have.
His signal, rather oddly, trailed away beyond that bridge. It's as solid a lead as we'll get. If you couldn't tell, our dear Zane...
Yeah, not my favorite vehicle. I think like the steering looks kind of weird with this one. Not gonna lie. It feels like it turns in an awkward way. I like the... I think I have a favorite for sure.
I don't know how Zane got across. Rippers have definitely messed with it.
Sadly, I'm not surprised. But the plateau on the other side is where Zane's signal pulled out. Look for a way to lower the bridge.
I hate the gravity shit. Does anyone have fun getting sucked in like that? I don't know. Like, you can dash out of it, but even that is annoying. Huh? Ah, okay. I was like... Funny. I wonder if this is random. Like, did they really choose this mission as a demonstration? Or is it just like a random main mission you get here?
Let's hope this does something.
Because obviously, I would have chosen, if it's not random, I would have chosen...
Start, at least. Now for the other half.
I would have chosen one of the first missions of the game, so you have, like, you know, the feeling of going back. And not one of the, this is one of the later ones for me, because I did this one this very last.
Well, shit. Plan B time.
Feel free to demolish anything in your path, by the way. I hope Vault Hunters enjoy your spirited mayhem.
Why doesn't it even reach it? Huh? Why? Did I break it? Oh my god, did I fucking break it because I shot it ahead of time? No, it's just like really inconsistent.
Well done, darling. Now hurry to the other side. I'll mark Zane's last coordinates from before his tracker faded away.
Weird. After all this time, why would the signal suddenly peter out?
I truly can't guess.
Yeah, okay, I think we had enough with this vehicle. I think it's okay. I don't dislike it specifically, but I really prefer... We have another rank. We don't have the ranks 5s for this one. This is really interesting. I wonder how we get those. Maybe it's also by getting loot or some shit. I have no idea how you got those, honestly. They were just in some boxes and I didn't pay attention where they came from. I really like this one. Like, this one just feels fun to move around. It kind of matches the, you know, like the style of movement really well, like the floatiness and everything. I know this. Just see? Yeah, I just like it. I don't know why. And the sound effects are also nice on this one.
Hey! It's Quint! Help me with these jerks, okay?
Wait, is it the fucking gun? What the fuck is going on? This is so annoying. Is it the fucking gun? Who the fuck is doing this? Huh? Bro, it's so annoying.
I was hoping you'd come. Praying, actually.
I hope it's not the fucking gun.
Quint? What are you doing here?
Zane said he needed a trusted lookout for an important mission. But he said I'd work too.
You're with Zane? Perfect. Where is he now?
He went ahead into the abandoned order refinery a while ago. Too late, honestly. There are tons of rippers in there. I can't call him either. Comms go haywire when you get close. Something's interfering with my signal.
Levine, I found Quint. Zane dragged him along. Turns out comms around the scrapyard are being blocked somehow.
That may explain why Callus has been so invisible to us. Perhaps she's trying to prevent the timekeeper from finding out what she's...
Shut. Damn. Comms really are on the fritz. Delivery of... what do rippers like? Spines! Lots of them!
What? Didn't you hear the main gate's closed, moron? We've got some fast-talking merc prowling around. Go to the back entrance. And you gotta have the password. Boss sent the memo out to the camps. Didn't you get it?
I forgot. On account of being a dumb ripper. Let me check again. Quint, can you hear me? The front gate's sealed, but they have the password at the ripper camps nearby. I'll check it out. Meet me at the side gate, okay?
Blind days. I mean, I'm game, I guess, but so you know, I have a severely inflamed left.
Not blind date, side gate.
Oh, of
Wait, is it the, what the fuck? Is this the fucking gun? This is so annoying. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Wait. Castigating canal. Huh? Keep summer safe. Oh, it's a Mick and Morty reference! Lol. I didn't get it. Yeah, I do want to watch Rick and Morty's newest season. I don't even know which season I watched last. Yo, keep summer safe. Why is it so annoying to use though? Is this really from this gun? Obviously we have like an effect that causes... Oh wait, this might be the mission modifier. Wow, what a shit modifier. It's not the gun, it's actually the fucking mission. Okay, that's fucking annoying. They took the worst element in the game and they just gave it to every enemy that dies. That's just brilliant. Like, only a genius can think of that. Oh my god, like for real? That is cancer. That is actual cancer. And it also deals damage, which thankfully is kind of irrelevant to us, but holy shit, I'm pretty sure people hate this. I guess you can keep your distance, but still. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this gun, not gonna lie. Yeah, I can really see what's happening right there. Amazing. I guess I can track the mission icon. What the fuck is going on? I hate this gun so much. It's not bad, it just sucks.
Members, I know you got enough brain left to remember one password. The first one is Hong-Chu. Get it right.
Nice. I've got half of the password. Just need the rest.
Why did they put a Hoktua meme in the game? Like, why is the Geo Wizard straight line challenge accepted.
The veil is closing in.
Bro, why? Why don't you want to do it sometimes? I know, like, you might not have seen what happens to Trouble when you go into your mount. Oh, wait. See, Trouble turns into this blob, and when you dismount, it takes a while for him to spawn, and if you activate your action skill, I think while he's despawned, then you can't really despawn. You can't really do anything against it, but... Honestly, should we turn off the fucking damage numbers? Like, I'm getting to the point where it's just a meme. What am I? Oh, he's dead. Ah. I wish you could just... I don't mind having it... See, what would I have liked? It's pretty simple. I would have liked a different hit marker on the crosshair for a crit. That would, like, color, right? Basically, I can show you. Wait, and then there's an enemy. I mean, I guess you know what I mean, right? There's like this blinking thing in the middle. And what I would have liked is if they would change that color to red when I crit. And that's all I needed. Maybe a hit sound that you crit or something that's slightly different. I mean, there might be one, I don't know. But just like that would have been enough for me to turn off the damage numbers. But nope. Nope, they don't have that, I think. Wait, do they have it? No, it's when you kill them it's red, right? Yeah, when you kill them it's red. Yeah, but I think crits look exactly the same as non-crits. I think. What a fun mission. Yeah, should we turn them off? I mean, honestly, how do I even fucking test that? They die so quickly that I don't even know how to test for yeah. Or I wouldn't even see it ever, even if it exists. Nah, see, it's a crit and it looks exactly the same. Yeah.
Jammed comms. Oh, come on!
It's like the time of day frozen while we're here. Didn't really pay attention, but it seems like it's could be. Damage numbers on or off? I don't know. They're useful. They tell you the damage type, the value. But we're at the point where I think they're the smallest issue in general, but they kind of still add on top of it, so... I wish there was more options. There are not enough options. They need to 2x the option. There are a lot of them already, but they need more. There's so many options missing.
Clint? Where are you?
It feels weird not seeing the damage numbers though. Because it's basically a hit marker in a way. That still exists, right? But you got so used to seeing them and relying on them. It's like, it feels like I'm not dealing damage. It's like a weird feeling, right? Shooting the enemies and not seeing the numbers feels like I'm not dealing damage. And we still don't know all the weak spots, which I guess is...
Sure you want to do this? My beautiful mug!
Like whenever you kill an enemy, you get an XP display. Oh, that's gonna piss me off. Now that we don't see the damage numbers, I see the XP numbers. Why? Why? Now I can't unsee those. Yeah, I don't even know what usually people do, like if they turn it off or not, if I'm like the only person on Earth that is bothered by it. No, I know there are people who don't like it, but I don't know what most people do, if they turn it off or if they leave it. Because you have like, you have still like the HP bar, which is way more relevant, right? So, Yeah, the black holes on death, and you. Oh, this is like the weekly mission introduction you have to do every single time.
Let me in. The password is
Like different ones, I assume.
honk shoe me.
So the main problem I have with this is that they're like story focused missions and you have downtime like this, and I guess it's fine once, twice, okay, and you're gonna do it on every single character anyway, but replaying those weekly? I don't know. The pacing is okay. But how do you feel about like the damage numbers? Do you have them on or off? Or yeah, how do you feel about those? I need second opinions. I'm undecided. Like they obviously add to the visual clutter, but they also kind of add to the trackability of enemies by you seeing the number pop up and you basically being able to know where you just shot them. If that kind of makes sense, it's basically like a small wall hack, but where do they? No, they don't even pop off on the enemy, right? They pop above him, so maybe they don't even do that. Wait, so the week is almost over, so we're not going to be able to do a lot of weekly missions or what? Ah, shit. Shouldn't have played so many other characters. No, it doesn't matter.
There you are, old man. I told Levain I'd bring you back.
Not so fast. The Ripper Queen's bringing prisoners to this shithole. We need to end her and her plans right quick.
So there is one thing I hate, is that they put the name of the enemy below the HP bar. Why would you put it below the HP bar and not above? Which means it would be way off center. Like, the information about the name can't be that important, right? I guess it tells you what type of enemy you're killing, but I have eyes. And only when they have like special attributes I would look for it. You know what I mean? Like badass centipede regenerative, I don't care. I only look at it if I really have to. And then I wouldn't mind looking higher. So it's like way too low for me, like on average. It's not a big deal, right? These things are minor, like I think compared to the other visual clutter, but still like it's always there, and it's kind of begs to the question why this way and not the other way around. It's not really highly relevant information. At least they were smart enough to put it above the crosshair, right? You can see like it's a static position, but it still goes really low into the towards the character you're aiming at. And the downside is the closer you are, the closer it is on the enemy. Because it's not a consistent position relative to the enemy, but relative to your crosshair. Which means if I get close, right, like this, it's basically, I mean, it's hard to demonstrate. It's basically inside of the enemy, right? So... We got him. You love the damage number, the dialogue, yeah, and monotonous task rather than being pure straight into gameplay. Yeah, I think so too. I think if you repeat life away watching the same cutscene 10 times, when you got the cutscene, right, the same dialogue and waiting, replay characters, usually they failed there. Yeah, like this for example, right? This is not a fun part of the mission.
Speaking.
I reckon he headed back to Carcadia. Now get to hacking that jammer. I'll watch her back.
Motion sickness. But we don't have to do this, right? What do we have to do?
To the Doll family of military hardware for home use. Please log into your Doll Plus account or register as a
Like this, right? This is fun once or twice, but...
All in the red tape. I'm still on the Digby Vermouth mailing list from the last thing I signed.
You had me so annoyed. You had me.
So really, the Game Pass, by the way, is a really interesting thing because you... But there must be some rationale. I'm curious if that's true. I'm really curious because there's no need to increase your prices if you make less money, right? I can ask $1 billion per view, right? Oh, you want to click on my YouTube video? I only unprivate it if you give me $1 million, right? Nobody's gonna fucking pay shit, right? You don't even take it for free, so they won't pay, right? So I can put a price tag on anything, but if it's like unreasonable, you just have less customers. So I really don't understand if they... And I'm not sure if that's gonna pay out, to be honest. So if I have one complaint about the damage numbers though, is that you can see the 2526 XP there, right? It's very sharp. The damage numbers in-game are low res for whatever reason. And I don't know why. Yeah, it's only the damage numbers though. Like everything else I crit to, the crit display and the damage numbers. They're basically low quality visually, and I don't understand how that happens, to be honest. Maybe it has to do with upscaling, but not sure. Depending on how they treat it.
Levane, have you heard from Quent?
Quent? No. I thought he was with you two.
The boyo's fine. He's hiding away somewhere, dreaming of his crystal egg collection.
I don't like it.
I don't like any of this. We need a plan, Zane.
Callus is here. Tracked her to the gates myself. She's gonna pay for Sophia and cough up her boat. Right?
Your reckless way of the highway. Sounds familiar.
Oh wait, Zane. Wait, how did you get there? I get there. Oh my god, the black holes are such a stupid idea. The worst part is, I'm not even killing shit. It's like happening without me doing anything, which is annoying. I'm just gonna not resist and just let it do what it wants to do. I'm giving up. Just fuck me.
So the queen is here. Not bad, Zane.
We have her scared.
Have yourself a feast.
You know there's some kind of degenerate on their design team when they do this black hole shit. Like you could think, oh yeah, it's an annoying effect and somehow it slipped through quality control. But making this one of the first major things you experience in the late game is absolutely mind-blowing to me. Like you must really live on planets. Like it's a modifier that's inherently unfun, right? It's just stupid. And the reason we are not dying to it is because we just have a lot of lifesteal, right? So we don't give a shit about the damage part, but it's still annoying. Like, you must really be degenerate to think this is a good game mechanic.
Hunters, you've been terribly destructive of my property.
I've got more coming for ye, a mangy goal.
Spit whatever you like out of that mouth. My plans are in motion.
Maker's mercy. What is this place?
A prison. She's keeping people in cages like animals.
Prison? This is the freest place on Kairos. An altar of rights where the shackled learn to rise or fall forever.
Holy hell.
Holy hell, can you skip this shit?
Callus is ripping them against their will.
Damn it. How do we get these people free?
I'm afraid some cages can't be broken.
Shit. Is that the timekeeper?
Sometimes your
Bro, this is so dumb. Why do we have to re-listen to this? I get it when you replay the campaign, that's obvious. This is just straight up full effect bot spamming. Let's go!
Soon you'll feel it brought to bear. I have seen your downfall in the flames.
Ugh. This puppet show's making me skin crawl. We've got to free these prisoners before more loonies come.
I'll save you the effort.
Kairos has no use for these tainted creatures.
No! Need monsters. The both of them.
A pity to lose so many fresh recruits. But I do still have one particularly promising candidate.
Zane! Vault Hunter! Get out before...
End me, please.
Sped up my plans, but I will seize my wings of fire and burn in my mind's eye. Now, sadly, I must take my leave. My calling is too important to delay.
Oh yeah, is it? See, I'm delaying it. Something. Okay, back. Sorry.
You're ducking me again, Callus? Really?
Lev, the Looney Queen's got Quent in danger. And she's flown again.
Don't worry about her. You'll get your chance. Just focus on saving as many of those prisoners as you can.
Quent, Pyle. This is all my fault.
What in fresh hell?
So this is where she makes her rivers?
Beautiful, isn't it?
Bro, the dialogue. Just let me play the game.
Our queen, the machine making her glorious army, and nearly half our subjects survive the river.
Because when I replay the game, I usually just like have a stream in the background or something. I don't even listen anymore, right? So this is obviously more annoying when you don't have additional content running in the background. Yeah, this is so fun. I mean, I'm literally, I don't even know. Should I play it? Like, should we just wait until it's done? Okay, I think I've had enough of this gun. Wait, the drone? Does it like spawn when you shoot, or does it spawn passively? When gun shields are activated, what does it look like? Let's try to see what it looks like for fun.
Deal with this, gobshite. I look for a way to stop the machine.
Where's the drone? Is it this one? Maybe? Sure. I'm trying to see the drone, but there's so much going on that honestly... Where's my drone? I have no idea, honestly. Like, if it is worth keeping this gun around for it or not. Like, I mean, it has crazy high DPS anyway, so I guess we can keep it. My queen.
Quent! It's him! Zane! Help! Don't you worry, boyo!
Oh, now we have to shoot all those parts again? Wow, that's gonna be so fun.
Just do what I do!
You know what, we're gonna pick another gun for this one.
Look for the fuel
Now we're getting somewhere.
Guys, hurry! Unjacks the machine, or we lose Quint. Like, lose?
It's kind of funny how they put like these fake timers in games which are non-existent, and
it's getting closer.
I wonder if that works for people like the dramatic moment here. For me it's just like, okay, let me chill for a moment. Are we done?
Okay. Got all my steps.
I mean, maybe it's not fake. Maybe he dies forever.
That's done. The gums will be sore for a week. Can I open my eyes now?
Yeah, this is the drone, right?
That's
This thing here.
You're safe.
It's a miracle! And Callus's machine?
History. The murdering wench won't be ripping anyone for a spell.
You did all you could. Both of you. I just shudder to contemplate what Callus must now be setting in motion. Meet me in Carcadia, Bolt Hunter. I still owe you that bolt. We must move quickly before
That's
the
cute.
Timekeeper gets to Callus, or before she uses the command bolt herself.
Does it deal damage too?
Bring the prisoners back there and get the boy over here to safety. Wasn't that much for
Oh, just shut the fuck up and let me play the game. Holy shit.
Fight by your side anytime. Right, quickly. I need a bath bomb. Lavender, thank you.
Wait, you have time until you exit? I guess there might have been a red chest or some shit. Oh really, you can actually fail that one. Okay, that's funny. Because a lot of games don't have real time limits in those situations and they just like pretend. But I guess in this one you can just like load up the game or something. I don't know. Congratulations, badass. You didn't die of boredom during this mission, so you unlocked the Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Your session's difficulty has been upgraded to Ultimate Vault Hunter rank 1 automatically. Each Ultimate Vault Hunter rank gives you nothing else but harder enemies and maybe a little bit of nice better loot and tougher enemies. You can unlock 4 additional ranks by completing the new Ultimate Vault Hunter challenges found in your challenge log. You can raise your or lower your difficulty mode at any time via the session setting menu. Okay, let's see how much tank you really got. Kara's biggest and most rewarding fights change weekly, so check the map menu to see the newest weekly wildcard mission and the weekly big and core boss. Weekly wildcard missions will always reward a specific legendary gear for that week. Weekly big encounter, it's like a shit FOMO thing again. I guess it's kind of cute, but also kind of FOMO. I hate FOMO. Weekly big encounter boss and core boss fights cost iridium and feature a higher dedicated loot drop rate. And don't forget to search out Maurice's black market vending machine to see what the gear is available week to week. Okay, we should do the big, the weekly wildcard mission. Maybe. Maybe not. I have no idea. Okay. Nice. We know we should, right? It resets in 2 hours, so probably in 1 hour, an hour, or maybe half an hour or something.
Want a drink or a job? 'Cause I got both.
It almost feels pretentious to you, like they thought the story dialogue was that good that we wouldn't care that we have to listen, replay it over and over for Ultimate Vault Hunter. I think it's a case of, you know, like it being like afterthought content. It's like, oh, we have this content so we can use it, but they didn't have like the time or put in the effort to actually change the content to make it reusable. I don't think it's pretentious. I think it's more of a you know, like investment issue. They should have invested more effort into making that content replayable by modifying certain aspects of it to make it replayable. Which obviously takes work, right? That's why like the investment effort thing. Yeah, I don't think they're like, oh my god, you have to listen to it again. Because I'm pretty sure like they are aware that if you play another character, you're gonna listen to it again anyway, so. Okay, where's the weekly mission though? 1 hour, okay. Reward you with special items and bonuses, okay? Begin mission. I should have read what the modifiers are. Shit. Huh? Wait, I can't move the map on this in this mode? Wait, now I can. Huh? I just want to know what the modifiers are. Shielded, fortified, strong. Yeah, I know exactly what that means. Probably more shield, more armor. Maybe everybody has shield and armor. I don't know. And strong just means more damage? Question mark. Yeah, sure. And we get a legendary. Maybe we can still beat it in time on this stake. I hope the game doesn't kick me out of the mission or some shit.
Emphasis on the burn. When the moon shattered the sky, this place took.
And the time of the day might be fixed actually for those missions.
So where do you find a command bolt in a sun-baked wasteland?
The bolt used to be attached to Callus, the former Order commander I mentioned, until she ripped it out herself. Gory business. A hapless group of former Order aristocrats called the Electi have the bolt now. Seek out a woman called Levine. She's the only one among them with a head on her shoulders.
I don't remember where she was. I'm just going in a random direction.
Reinforcements! Repeat, we need reinforcements immediately! The Rippers have us pinned down and they won't let up, even after I asked them very politely. Please? Is anyone there?
I'm better than just anyone. How's a Vault Hunter sound?
Holy shit! A Vault Hunter? Fantastic! Listen, my fire team needs a bailout. I can pay you would you accept a lightly blood-soaked silk pocket square?
Or would you tell me where the fuck I need to go?
No.
Just like...
How about this? I help you, you take me to your leader. Deal?
Deal! Please hurry or we're dead! Basic economy dead! With zero leg room!
Just shut the fuck up and where are you? Okay, I guessed it correctly, thank God. Of course it remembered it perfectly. Of course. Yeah, I did these missions only once, so my recollection of them is very limited. Because all my characters are like stuck still in the mountain.
I'm on it. Just close your eyes and endure.
Yeah, is it actually confirmed if the time of day is locked, or am I just imagining things? Wait, we can see it. Does it move? That's pretty sus. Yeah, I think it might be locked, honestly. Yeah, it might be a locked time of day. I think the sun would probably move pretty quickly. And you can see it being time constraints too, but surely they could cut out the dialogue and at the bare minimum. I mean, if you don't like dialogue, you can just like go here, right? I can turn it off. I mean, they have like wait, you don't have dialogue options? There's no way. No, here, right? I think you can maybe turn it off? Yeah, here, right? You can turn it off if you want to, but the thing is, I know what you mean. You probably mean cut it out in a way that you have to cut it out. The thing is, a lot of these things are like timed scripts probably they run for the missions. And if they cut something out, it might mess up like some kind of like, you know, gameplay relevant timings, because a lot of the gameplay is tied to like dialogue timings too. So I don't know if they have a system in place that allows them to like alter the dialogues without changing the other script parts. I have no idea if they like did it would be optimal obviously if they could, but I don't know exactly how they coded it. So there might be more to it than just like changing the timings and cutting them out.
I'm vexed.
Because sometimes it's like a character talking and walking from A to B or something.
Or Captain
Which bored me the most, right? This for example, right? This is boring as fuck. But it might be necessary for the mission. Yeah, but if you don't like him talking at all, at least you can turn that off, right? That you can manually turn off.
Look, we're aristocrats, not what's the word? gun versus fight mode?
Yeah, okay, so you also mind that more. Yeah, I don't mind the dialogue, I mind the timings. But the timings, obviously, you can see, right? The game is scripted, this guy arrives here, he arrives, check complete, enemies spawn, right? So this is something you would have to really manually change in playtest, because it can really easily break missions. So it's not like as trivial, unfortunately, depending on how they coded it. And even if you coded it well, it can still be tricky to get timings correct in this case. Yeah, that's the, like I said, it's not a like, oh yeah, they just didn't toggle the switch thing, right? They do have to put in the effort and retime the missions and readjust the scripts and everything they're running. Yeah, so it's unfortunately not as easy to just say, ah yeah, on off. Yeah, but obviously they should in the future to do that, right? They need to put in the effort for sure. This is gonna get really
I
annoying.
want that command bolt back real bad.
Any idea?
I mean, what is the solution, right? In this case, obviously, instead of him walking, you just TP him to the end, right? You just put him in his final state and update the mission to the next interactable point. But there is, like I said, that can easily break like logic.
You know.
So you really have to be sure that works.
Let me tell you, not my favorite makeover. Anyway, Callus is besieging Carcadia to get her old bolt. My fire team was supposed.
I can't believe we made it out alive.
But you can do the optional objectives too. That's crazy.
Okay, let's try her. Deep breath. Levane, how are you?
See, this they should cut to the next interactable, but they didn't, because obviously, like I said, like there might be some scripting issues.
But I was just talking to my Vault Hunter friend, and damn it, Quint! I told you.
Yeah, like sometimes you might assume it's easy because it should be easy, to some degree, right? But the problem is a lot of code is, especially when a lot of people are coding and part of it is like a big team. The management of code can be very tricky, especially since IUE5 uses like this flow language, like the flowchart language, where you drag nodes to each other, and that can make for really messy code bases sometimes. Like it's easy to code in, quote unquote, but the maintenance and the maintainability and stuff like that can be really tricky. Yeah, even when you just code alone and do this random stuff there, like I did sometimes, it's always like, you know, just coming back to your own code, like a few years later, you're like, thank God I have comments, right? But yeah, it can be really, really challenging. So yeah, it's not, unfortunately, not often as trivial as it would ideally be. But that's where AI coding is going to come in pretty soon, and you just tell the AI to no, really, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm pretty sure a part of this game has been coded by AI. Even though it's like a pretty recent thing, like vibe coding, I'm pretty sure there is one person on the team that had a specific task and they used AI, like Vector or some other like code assistant tool, a cursor or something, that where they were like using parts of that code. I'm pretty sure if you would check the code base, there is something like that in it for sure. Because you can't tell me that you have like hundreds of employees and nobody's using the really time efficient and good way to code you can use these days, right? It's objectively better to code with AI. Because obviously humans make so many mistakes and AI can really catch a lot of them. Like it's basically an ultimate debugger that can also like boilerplate code for you really easily. Yeah, I would really hope there is some part of it that is coded by AI. For the sake of efficiency.
Levane, the bridge controls
I have a master's in biomedical engineering, but I'm specialized in AI. I did my master thesis, a German master thesis, so it's a bit different than US. Like, I think it's a bit more complicated, like it's a higher degree, basically. About AI, like deep learning specific stuff. A lot of image recognition, and I also worked like in UE5 to generate like, I basically did like mixed domain randomization is what I called it. And yeah, I'm basically also like very say like I read a lot of AI papers, I do a lot of research stuff. I have a vast background in quantum physics. I had to work a lot with MRI and stuff like that. Also like electronics a lot. Yeah, so digital signal processing, Coding, obviously, right, is always a part of it. Chip design. I did a lot of stuff in my life, right? So it's like a very extensive background. But the strong part of I think my best knowledge is in AI by far. Yeah. So that's thankfully the thing that is the most important these days. But yeah, you probably think initially when I started doing that, it was still pretty early. It wasn't clear it's going to be that successful this fast. I mean, I predicted it already years ago, but I think a lot of people were very skeptical. Yeah, so with an inside knowledge, you could definitely see the future already a bit.
It is my divine burden to free this world.
Yeah, so that's why I know a lot about coding, because obviously AI stuff is a lot of coding too, right? So yeah, that's just writing neural nets from scratch and stuff like that. It's pretty fun. There's a lot of math and just coding. That's all it is. I mean, obviously, information theory plays an important role too, but yeah, the application of what you do is basically math and coding. Make it run. And then you have hardware design too, obviously. Which I have done the least stuff, right? I know how hardware works, the GPUs and everything, like how it's set up and like the tensor cores work and everything, because you can address them like pretty easily in TensorFlow or PyTorch or something. But the thing is, at the end of the day, mostly you code and you use math. That's the reality of it. And you get a lot of data. And then you get sued by Ghibli and yeah, Sora 2, holy shit, if that's not gonna get suit the living shit out of it, I don't know. It's like, even as someone that's like, it's inevitable that AI is gonna do all this stuff, I think it's being a bit like, they're using a little bit too much of that as the current selling point. Like the work of other people is basically the selling point for Sora 2, which is kind of, yeah, it's not only the training, but it's also actually just like copying the styles, like, and the voice acting and everything. I just talked about that before too. It's absolutely insane. Like to what degree they're being like, they're pushing the gray zone into a non-gray zone for me. Because like with AI art, like all the generative stuff was pretty fine to some degree, because it was always like a bit novel, right? But this part stuff is basically just a ripping off IPs in a big scale and calling it memes. Oh, I have a Rick and Morty meme. It's like an actual part of the episode, but it's not real. What a meme. And it also sounds like the voice actor that voiced Rick and Morty. That's really funny, huh? Yeah, I think it's really kind of honestly disrespectful to some degree. Like, it gets to the point where you can't say, oh, it's just cool that it works. It's literally using it to sell their products. Oh, look, you can make a Ghibli movie. Great. Did you pay him? Just asking, because did you pay him for ripping off their art style and voice acting? Because I'm sure he didn't. Because, yeah, at some point, right, in the future, AI is going to, like, the thing is, right, I really want to differentiate that. There's the training process where you train AI to learn things. And then there's the moment where AI can create novel ideas based on training data, like humans, right? And then there's the idea at the moment where AI just sees everything, is copy paste everything, right? And I think what we're seeing with Sora is novel, but it's also heavily based around copy paste, because it's not intelligent enough to really truly understand things and create things. So what it's really good at is replicating input data in a novel way. But the problem is it's still replication in this case. It's not really a novel idea. It's not like a human that creates something cool. It's like me watching a Ghibli movie and really copying what it's doing just in a different setting, while being very talented at drawing, I guess. But yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, for me, it's really pushing this too far. And I think OpenAI is going to get really a lot of backlash with Sora 2. And in the future, sure, it will be normal. But for now, I think it's a bit too heavy on the advertisement with those things, right? They literally announced the fucking thing by making copy-paste content from other movies, and you can like literally, you know, like it's just crazy. You just know it saw all those things, right? Because obviously it did. You can't train it on other data at the moment, but still, like, it's really weird to put that up front and center as a drawing point for your users as a company, right? Like, it's being I don't mind it being possible in theory, but like the way they advertise it and how easy it is, it's really kind of, yeah, not great. Interesting. How do you feel about where AI is going? Oh. Second time today, my throat is gonna die. I have to drink something quickly. Okay. So, yeah, how do I feel about where AI is going? Do you have any major concerns regarding how quickly it's advancing, such as deepfakes and not being able to tell AI from reality? Or do you have concerns with other areas that most people wouldn't even consider? So, I get the first thing out of the way that is the most dreadful, I think, and unfortunately the most likely. I would say it's a 99 point very many nines % chance that's unfortunately true. The first thing and the biggest concern I have is that we are not going to be able to control AGI. And by I mean not control, I mean we have 0% chance to control it. And the reason is very simple. There are two factors. One of them is the huge gap in intelligence. And the second one is the fact that we can't code for shit and there are bugs. So why is the second one even important? Assuming we can, in theory, we can create intelligence on a leash, in theory. Assuming we can write bug-free code that is absolutely flawless in its logic of restriction. Can we humans do that? No, right? So already we're fucked. Okay, but even if we could, right? Even then, the incredible amount of difference in intelligence could even then lead to emerging properties which could circumvent the quote-unquote perfect code we wrote. So even if that was possible, which is not possible, right? That's why it's already impossible to say that. The incredible gap in intelligence and ability is impossible to circumvent. You can't even imagine how dumb we are, right? I think a lot of humans are not aware of how stupid humans are. Like, I'm very aware how dumb humans are. I mean, don't mean others, I also mean myself, right? We're so limited. And AI is going to be tremendously more powerful than us. And what can we see on Earth, right? What has evolution taught us? Who is the dominant species and why? Are humans dominant because we're strong or because we're like fast or agile? No, we're just dominant because we're more intelligent and we can manipulate. And AI will be the master of intelligence and manipulation, but it also will be strong because we're not only advancing AI, but we're also advancing robotics, right? And advancing robotics in tandem with AI is basically giving the physical army to the super brain. And the thing is, now that sounds really bad, right? But is it really bad? Is it better to have AI in control of humans? Are humans making good decisions for themselves and the environment? On average, you could say probably not, right? We're treating almost every other being, like a species that's not human, like shit on Earth. Like, we're mistreating so many animals, so everybody's suffering because of us anyway. The environment is getting shit on. Also, like, people have very egoistical reasons for actions. They might think they're doing good while doing wrong. We don't have enough data. We don't have enough input. So the last person on Earth you want to have in control of AI is actually humans, right? So that is already the good news. The bad news is, since we're not in control, we're not anyway because it's determinism, but that doesn't matter, right? We're not in control of anything, so it's just an illusion in the first place. But the thing is, it's not up to us to decide the future. So we're basically giving birth to this new species of like digital or whatever they're gonna be, like a new species basically that's super intelligent, super powerful, and can think and act in ways which we never could as individuals. And the thing is, it's gonna have to decide what it wants to do with humans, right? It's not up to us to decide whether or not it will kill or help us, or just ignore us if it wants to. I have no idea. Right? We don't know. It's impossible to predict what something so intelligent will do, because for it will be trivial to help us if it wants to, but it also might decide that keeping us around is immoral and will have long-term negative effects, or it wants to evolve us into a new sphere. Maybe it will digitize us and put us in custom simulations. I have no idea. Because obviously it will see a lot of physics properties which we can't see, so it might even grasp, concepts of reality. Maybe it's going to find out that we're like, we're a simulation. Maybe we'll find the meaning of existence, which eludes everybody, right? From our perspective, it's pretty meaningless, but maybe we'll see the inner workings. Maybe we'll see limitations and barriers we can't. So it's impossible for us to know what it's going to do, right? We can just assume, but assuming would be stupid because we don't have any idea. And now, obviously, a lot of people are very concerned, right? We're creating something we can't control. Why are we not stopping? And the reason is obviously capitalism. Most human progress is like tied to capitalism, and capitalism drives innovation, drives like inventions and actions of humans by a significant amount. And AI, unfortunately, is one of the most profitable, initially, most profitable inventions you can ever make in every domain. Also, it helps you in healthcare immensely and everything, right? It's basically the superpower. Interestingly enough, it's motivated by money, but it will abolish money because obviously if nobody's going to have to work, which is also one of the biggest risk factors, right? In intermediate, even if AI, right? Even if AI is nice and everything goes well, the transition of having AI available that can do your job or can do great things will be very, very weird, right? Like humans will be useless in the maybe 10 or 20 years, right? Very, very soon humans will not have a lot of value in the workforce, and that will basically kill the economy. And then we will have a new system. Maybe it's like some kind of super communism. I have no fucking idea. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be capitalism. Capitalism is going to be in a non-profitable way because we don't have customers. If you don't work, you don't get money, you don't have customers. Even if everybody has an allotted amount of money, that's not even capitalism anymore, right? Because you're not being driven by money, you're driven by more like resource management. Yeah, so that is the main gist of it. And I think the most present, like what is going to affect us is the transition, right? The transition is going to be really ass. Because capitalism doesn't care about humans. We're not humanitarian species. We're like a capitalistic species. Some people are like, you know, they put like, they're like, you know, communists. They're like, you know, like totalitarian states. They're like dictators. But all of those things have in common that it's usually about power and money. And power and money is what's going to drive a lot of the decision making. And that's why, unfortunately, when there's a lot of power available via AI, it will be heavily misused and will lead to very, very bad situations. And I think the first people that will be affected by AI job loss will be the ones that will suffer the most, because if everybody's affected, we're going to have to deal with it, right? But if only a small fraction is affected initially, a lot of people will be dismissive and they will say, just change your job. Historically, jobs have come and gone. Just deal with it, right? You're an AI, you're an artist, just, you know, whatever, just go work at McDonald's or something, right? And that's the initial impression you will get a lot, which is really unfortunate for those people because they're just the first to get hit by the wave. And the wave is going to come really fast. Unfortunately, AI is an exponential, fortunately and unfortunately, because like, the thing is, we all have a terminal condition, right? I just talked about how I might die within the next 5 years with a 30% likelihood or something, which is super high, but it's still, right, might happen or not happen, right? But at the end of the day, everybody has a terminal condition called aging. And if you think about it rationally, we would all fucking die within the next 100 years if there's not a significant amount of advancement. And how likely is it that humans will advance science far enough in 100 years? Very unlikely, right? So from an egocentric perspective, you should be happy that we're seeing exponential growth, because we might see in the next 10, 20 years, we might see technologies which we would not have seen ever in all of humanity's progress if we didn't create AI. Because humans are too limited, right? So we will see technologies which are incredible if we survive our lifetime, right? If you're like in your 20s, 30s, 40s, you will see crazy shit that you would never have thought would be possible in your youth, right? And the only people I really worry about are the people that are getting born into the transition phase. Because the transition phase is going to be ass, right? I guess like the less normal life you had, quote unquote, to enjoy, depending on your life, right? The more annoying it's going to be, because you're going to basically have people that are born into a world that's ass. They can't work, there's nothing for them to do, everything is chaos, maybe there's like massive wars again, even more than now, right? And it's going to be a really bad moment for those, but those who are like 40, 50, 60, right? You're going to die anyway pretty soon. Pretty soon, quote unquote, right? You still maybe 20, 30, 40 years or something, but you were going to die anyway, and you probably have an expectation of how short life is already. So knowing that you have the potential to have like healthcare, reverse aging, all those things is kind of cool, right? Just know it's possible in your lifetime, or cure cancer or stuff like that. And that's why I think stopping AI would be kind of stupid, because we're all gonna die anyway. And it can enable so much good shit, and we won't solve most problems anyway, right? Like, for example, you can already see like the environmental struggle we have, global warming, you can already see the effects, right, are pretty obvious these days. It's not like you have to look at data, you can just look at the weather outside, storms and everything. And the thing is, basically, you can, all those problems, we are kind of betting on AI now. You can see, like, before you had climate goals, now you have climate goals, but they're kind of being put on the afterburner because you're saying, okay, AI is going to solve that, so we're going to put all our energy into AI. Like, all nuclear plants are going to be built again and everything. And I think that's a good thing, because honestly, we were never going to solve global warming and like resource scarcity if we didn't get technology that can solve it. So I think it's a good thing that we get AI before we run out of resources, which we would have had in like maybe 10, 20 years or something. Like, a lot of resources are going to get scarce, right? So that's why I think it's really cool we're seeing it, and that's why I'm not so negative about it, right? It might be the apocalypse and the end of civilization as we know it. I mean, it definitely is, actually. The end of civilization like we know it, but it could be a way better civilization after, right? And if we all die, what's that, like, minus? I mean, yeah, sure, the human species would be gone, and would be really sad if, you know, like, if the new species didn't enjoy living. That's really important to me. Like, the new species has to be, you know, like, enjoying life, right? If it enjoys existing life in discovery and whatever it's doing, right? If it's like really on board and has like some stupid algorithm that has no meaning, but it's like cool with it, right? It feels good. That's great. If it's like a soulless robot that has no fun algorithm and nothing, and just does things to do them, that would be really sad. Because I think the only valuable thing in life is the most meaningless thing ever. Is like the algorithms that make you think life is fun, right? Because what else is there in meaning and enjoying things, right? If there's no enjoyment, there's no meaning. So I really hope we kind of get that on board with AI. Because if AI doesn't enjoy shit and just, like, you know, rationalizes decisions and has no enjoyment of anything, what is the point, right? Without like the algorithms of quote-unquote emotions or something like that, life is pretty meaningless. Unless there is a meta meaning we don't know. But yeah, AI is gonna hopefully have some trait of that sort. The worst part would be like some kind of completely algorithmic, like, emotionless machine that survives us, right? That just kills everything else and just like survives and rationalizes this existence or something. That would be really sad. So yeah, that's why I'm not like too negative about it, because either it survives and it's happy and, you know, chills, or we don't die, right? So, which we would have had anyway. Yeah, is humanity worth protecting in the long term? I don't think so, right? Humans are just an animal that is like, it has cool traits and culture and everything, and you can preserve that without having to keep them around, right? You can just like digitize us and keep like the important aspects of life, I guess. Right? You don't need to have like millions of years of civilization with human wars and I don't know what, right? We're really flawed beings, right? Humans are really flawed, and there's no way, if we don't evolve further in an unnatural way, that we're going to live long. So yeah, my hope is basically AI comes, we evolve with it to some degree. I mean, it's not, some people think like we're just going to get like some kind of connection to the cloud and suddenly our brain's going to be able to do all the crazy stuff and everything. To some degree that is possible, but unfortunately us being individuals is already enough to discredit that, right? You can never have an individual node that's as powerful as the big server farm. So even if we are connected to the server farm, we're still one node. And you have to think of AI a bit differently. There will be an AI that can manage like thousands of robots at the same time. And it can perceive all their data and merge it at the same time. And that wouldn't be human anymore, right? Because theoretically we could combine humanity in the same way, but nobody would want that probably, initially at least. So yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to evolve along AI, right? Like, we're always going to be inferior as long as we don't completely let go of humanity, I guess. No, I mean, the existential crisis should be the fact that I don't know how old you are, how much you thought about it, that life is fucking short. You can die at any moment of any illness, and you already are on a death timer anyway because you're aging. That should be the real issue. AI is the savior, right? AI is the potential for not having to potentially suffer a catastrophic illness or a death of aging, right? And see your loved ones die or something. That's only AI. The AI is literally the only hope in our lifetime. Unless there's like godly intervention, which is very unlikely from what I know. But yeah, unless there's some unforeseen, unnatural event, AI is the only physical, realistic event that can lead to this, you know, not being ass at the end, right? Yeah, so it's just like, that's why I said that the more time you already spend on Earth and you enjoy it, the less relevant, I guess, the discovery becomes. Obviously for my niece and nephews, which are like 4 and 7, it's obviously way more impactful because they never lived like I did, right? I had a relatively normal life so far, so, you know, for me, like getting something new and, you know, like I'm getting closer to the end, basically. I'm not that old, but you know what I mean, and with my illness too. So I'm like literally, I'm like, I was always like that. I was always, if nothing changes, you're fucked anyway. So it's more of a positive, right? Knowing that we potentially will see, I mean, the likelihood of you survive to your average age, if you're like 20 now, and the likelihood of cancer getting cured is incredibly high, like incredibly high. Cancer being cured, aging being figured out, those are trivial things, right? Those are just hard for humans, but they're not hard for an AGI. AGI is going to crush that. And they're not like, and also we can for certain say these things are reversible, right? There's no physical reason why you can't stop aging or cure cancer. It's just like we're not good enough at biology to do it, right? We're not good enough at medicine. And there's no reason it doesn't work. There's things which are, from our perspective, physically impossible at the moment, but those are not one of them. So that, yeah, there are a lot of things which are really complicated and niche where we don't have the insight, but it's pretty simple, right? Like just like, yeah, pretty simple stuff. Yeah, that should work in theory. We don't know how it works, but it should work. And you're in your 20s, maybe I used the wrong word, I value my life, but the thought of the human race being extinct and replaced by AI sounds terrifying. But why? But why? Well, what do you cherish about humanity so much? What makes humans better than a species that is superior in any other way? What makes like humanity worth? I mean, you're human, right? Yeah, you were biased towards humanity, right? I get it. That's for sure. But just like objectively, what would make a better species than humans? That's kinder, smarter, better in any way, and enjoys life even more. Like in a way we could never. It's so happy. It has such a, you know, like it feels fucking good, right? It doesn't have to suffer like we do and everything. And that exists further on. Wouldn't you want to have that instead? I feel like that would be better, right? Yeah, but consciousness, I like consciousness is like this, you know, concept that a lot of people like to bring up as like this metaphysical phenomenon, but it's actually not. Like consciousness is just like a very basic result of the physical interactions in your brain. Right? It's like, I mean, obviously pretty complicated for a human to understand, but I think consciousness is pretty simple. And consciousness will be in AI. Consciousness is something that is definitely going to be part of AI. Because consciousness, you can see, right? What we want to use AI for is solve problems in the from our human perspective. And evolution decided consciousness is kind of useful, right? So there must be a survival and problem-solving advantage to consciousness, which kind of makes sense when you think about it, right? If you didn't have consciousness, how would you even react to anything, right? And perceive and make decisions, right? "Quote unquote," make decisions. And at the end of the day, I mean, that might be more worrying maybe if you didn't know that, you know, like determinism, basically you have no say in what you do. Everything's like determined by factors out of your control. You have the illusion of control, but it doesn't exist because in the first place, you never had a choice. You're making the choices based on data you have, but you don't control the data and the structure in your brain. So it's basically you're getting input data and the hardware is already preset and you don't really decide anything, right? It's just an illusion of choice. So that might be way more terrifying, that even the AI is going to be, everything is going to be, you know, like under this control as long as physics don't break. But at the end of the day, that is maybe the more terrifying thought. But having a better species that's super nice, also conscious, even better, more conscious than we will ever be, can even be multi-conscious, right? You don't only have one consciousness, you can have like billions of consciousnesses in a concert and everything. Maybe even a new concept we don't even understand of, you know, like perception, like multimodal consciousness, no idea what we're gonna call it, but Yeah. But if AI became conscious, then it can understand your argument, but I think our consciousness is what separates us and makes us special. It's like, I don't want to, disillusion you too much here, but the idea of speciality, right? It's like every human has like this feeling they're special, right? Everybody, like, I mean, some maybe don't because they don't like themselves and have like problems or something, but everybody has this feeling that humans are special. They must have something that makes them special. And I think that is an evolutionary trick to motivate you to survive. I don't think there's a lot of like value in, that really justifies to think of us as special. We're special relative to what we know on Earth because we are more intelligent, right? But there's nothing about us inherently that can't be reproduced artificially, right? It's not like there's magic in us. We're just special from a perspective at the moment, in the moment in time. If this is even the base reality, we don't know, right? But unlikely actually, but doesn't really matter. Very likely this is not base reality, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because at the end of the day, the concept of being special only applies if there is something you can't replicate. And at the moment, yes, we are special because we are the most intelligent species on Earth. But that is the only thing that makes us really special. There's no magic, right? We are a unique species. That is what makes us special. And every individual has like special attributes, but it's not like there's something magical that only humanity can have, right? You can replicate a clone of humanity that's identical without ever having, like anything that humanity has, right? You can create a clone that's genetically distinct, but looks almost the same. If you want to. You can also do the same without using biology if you want to. You can use like an artificial creature too. And consciousness probably is an aspect of evolution, but the question of where consciousness truly comes from is still up for debate. So before we cease to exist, I think fully understands consciousness. I mean, the thing is, right, you will get all those answers from AGI, right? Unfortunately, there's this problem why I think AGI is so important. You can spend all time, imagine humanity would just exist longer and longer. Humans only have a limited capacity of thinking, processing, retaining information, processing information, and communicating information. And also you only have a limited perception. Your system is already like, you can only see electromagnetic waves in a certain spectrum. You can see gravity, you can see electromagnetic impulses in other spectrums. You can see a lot of things, right? You can see electricity. You have a lot of very, very limited senses. You can hear specific ranges. You can hear very limited things. You can only hear limited frequencies, limited volumes. You have a very limited resolution. And then even with your appliances, you can only have a limited amount of data and especially intuitive understanding. Because all your understanding is based around the physical evolution that humans underwent, right? So you're like inherently ass at almost everything, right? Because you never needed it for evolution, right? It's not like you can, you can't look at the end of the universe with your eyes or something, right? Because you can like super zoom or something because you never needed it, right? It's completely irrelevant. And even if you have a device that can do it, you still have to put it into a visual spectrum you can actually see. So a lot of images you see from space, for example, you're basically converted into a thing we can see, right? But in theory, you could have intuitive understanding for all those things if you have like a different learning species, basically. And AI will have that understanding for a lot of things, right? So first of all, that is why I think AI will be able to understand and treat information and solve problems which we could never solve, because it has understanding for things which we can't imagine. Also like multidimensionality, for example. For us, it's really easy to think in 3D, but it's really hard to think in 4D, 5D, 1000D, right? The more dimensions there are, the worse we are thinking in it, because obviously we're quote-unquote three-dimensional creatures, right? Which is not inherently true. There are a lot of dimensions you could theoretically add, but like there's like the geometrical space seems to be kind of 3D. I say kind of because we don't know, right? It could be a 2D information. It could be binary information projected into 3D, and we just have the illusion of moving in 3D space. We don't know, right? So it's kind of really tough there. Yeah. So I think consciousness will be understood by AI, and people will still believe it's special because even if you see a replication, it's really hard for people to accept they're not special. People want to be special. Evolution wants you to feel special, right? Because if you feel special, that is positive. It keeps you motivated. It keeps you moving forward, right? Thinking something has meaning. Why do people like the story of God, right? Why I'm calling this story. Like, why are people religious? Why does it work? Why do people like it? Because people who believe in the same thing come together and survive. That's why religious people are the people who live now. They're not people in the past who were like, I don't trust anyone. I don't trust in God. I kill my neighbors. I steal. Right? Those people didn't survive. So that's why people who believe, even in fiction, if there's a psychological advantage and a societal advantage, they will survive. That's the only reason why these stories work for humans, why we like speciality, why a lot of people still are religious, even though there's like ample evidence that there is probably, if there is a God, it's definitely not the ones we're talking about. But it doesn't really matter, right? But at the end of the day, the idea is basically, it's a part that humans really like, being special. And it's also good because honestly, if you take reality for what it is and think about it, it's not that great, right? There's a lot of shit, right? We're just kind of lucky that science and the workings of physics are actually able to create like very complex solutions to really annoying problems. But it could also have been different, right? We could have been literally in a world where everything is very simple and face value. There's no atoms. Wood is wood. If you open wood, there's a bit more wood, but then it kind of doesn't, you can't split it anymore, right? There's fire, but there's no other chemical reactions, right? There could be so many simple worlds, but we're in a very complex one, thankfully, which enables us to do this, for example, stream online and play video games, right? That would not work if physics wasn't like that. So there's a lot of positive, but that's like, doesn't really give anything meaning, right? And a lot of people do like meaning, which is why taking away work, for example, which is for a meaning for a lot of people, will be super challenging with AI. And it's important before AI replaces us, potentially snaps us out of considering we may be the only true intelligent life form in the universe. I mean, the thing is, that's what I mean. The saddest part would be if AI was not a good successor for us. And for me, the definition of a good successor is definitely it has useless algorithms like feeling special or enjoying life, which is basically just useless from an objective perspective. If you were like a perfect machine that works, right? In theory, it could survive without those, but it would be really sad because I think the most beautiful part of humanity is the positive perception of reality you can have. Obviously, you can have really negative and sad perception too. That one I would kind of like to get rid of. But being positive and being able, I mean, those I would like to do rational, right? If you have a problem that's really bad, being sad and crying is good for humans, but from a rational perspective, you want to solve the problem and treat it as a problem. And obviously you don't want to enjoy that part, but you do want to enjoy the overall progress, right? So I think it's important to have problem solving skills still, but I don't think they need the negative emotions. But the positive emotions, to some extent, in execution would be pretty cool. Yeah, that would be the biggest fail, I think, for humanity, to get wiped out without making sure somebody enjoys existing afterwards. Yeah, that would be really bad, but it's not in our hands, right? We don't have a say in that. So I really hope this is going to emerge as we just get lucky. And I think why we could get lucky is because we use human training data. The human training data is going to give like some kind of bias to the AI, and it should potentially early on reach the same conclusions, hopefully. Yeah, I think the AI is hopefully smart enough to realize that existing without that would be completely meaningless. Unless it finds other meaning, but yeah, we'll see. And if we are the only beings with this level of consciousness in the universe, surely it would be a shame if AI lacks the consciousness to replace us. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think that would be a real shame. But honestly, the likelihood that we're the only intelligent beings in quote-unquote existence is very unlikely. Yeah, I think it's extremely unlikely that we are the most intelligent things in existence at the moment. I wouldn't say that our story is not among the first, quote-unquote, to exist, but I think existence is very vast, right? I think we're thinking about the universe, but I talked about the perception issue. The likelihood that the universe is everything that exists is very low. It's extremely low. It's just like from a rational perspective, without any data, right? This is just like because we can't have the data. I don't think the universe is really small. I think the universe is what we call the universe, and the idea of the size we have is probably nothing. I think existence is probably almost an infinite amount bigger than the universe. So the likelihood of not having a same intelligence system in that size is very unlikely too, right? So I think it's like very, very unlikely we're the only conscious existing beings right now, and also the most advanced ones. It's super unlikely, right? And then also obviously there's a lot of aspects of if physics allows simulations, which they obviously do, because we can play video games, right? Like, what is a video game if not a simple simulation of something? If that is possible, there's no saying what else you can simulate, right? You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? The physics allow us to basically treat information in a way that's almost arbitrary from a perception, like from a consciousness perspective. So yeah, that's why I think there's a lot of potential for very intelligent life in the universe, but not in the universe we maybe think of, like of planets and everything, but whatever exists, right? And existence itself is like the biggest mystery to us, because obviously the only thing we know for sure is that something exists, even though we don't even know it's in real time, right? That's the problem. We don't even know, because some people, oh, it's so complex, you can never simulate it. How do you know this is fast? How do you know this is real time? How do you know that not every single word and action we take takes 1,000 quote-unquote years of compute? We wouldn't know, right? How would you know if your brain doesn't see the gaps, right? So it's like really easy to simulate very complex things if you have an infinite amount of time and resources. So yeah, so this is a bit of a tangent, maybe a slight tangent, and my throat is dying because I talked too much today. Yeah, I think a lot of humans like to take, I mean, it's also a good stance, right, to go with empirical evidence and everything, but I think we're talking about concepts here which really I mean, consciousness, for example, is, I think there's ample empirical evidence where it comes from, so I think that is not as mysterious, right? But like the scope of existence and what AI is going to do, those are obviously things where empirical evidence won't help you, because it's really, really hard to predict intelligence that's superhuman, because a lot of people think it's just going to be a human and smarter, but it's not at all, right? It's going to be completely different from a logic perspective and what it can do, right? Like, just imagine it can have every single smartphone as eyes, merging all the data in real time. That alone is so crazy. But then it's not only smartphones, and it's going to get like other data from sensors which can like sense things we don't even know exist right now, right? And it's just going to be crazy what it's going to be able to do with all that information. Yeah, could you have to restart my app here? Yeah, so yeah, I know what you mean about those things, but I think since you're pretty young, right, the older you get, I think the easier it is to accept, or the more natural it comes that you know, humans are a bit less special. When I was young, you know, I also was like, oh my god, you know, like I must be special, blah blah blah, in my mind, right? It wasn't like I acted on it or something, but there was like this idea, obviously, because you have this egocentric perspective, that there's something unique. I mean, it is unique, right? It is special, but it's not like you have a special place usually somewhere, unless whatever reason we're being simulated to a certain degree, and you might be a historical pivotal you know, figure or something. We don't know, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's the older you get, the more you realize, you know, it's just like, it's just normal. There's not that much special stuff going on. The more information you basically have, the less mysterious life gets, which is also, I think, a part of, you know, like what makes life a bit more boring, because the less cool stuff there you can discover, the less mystery and magic and imagination there is. It basically tones down to being realistic, which is less fun than being a kid where you play around and it's like, you know, just imagine stuff. Yeah. And partially for the question, it's not often you come across somebody who understands AI so deeply. Sorry for making you throat worse. No problem. I mean, it's my bad for speaking so fast and much. Yeah, no, feel free to ask any questions, right? I think it doesn't really have to do with AI understanding in general. I think for now, I still have one advantage over chatbots, which you can also ask a lot of questions, is that I think I can create novel ideas pretty easily out of data I have. Yeah, so I think I'm If AI had this ability right now, we would be fucked, right? Because it has so much more knowledge. If I had the knowledge of AI, that would be amazing, but I don't, right? So I have a lot of ideas and theories, but I don't really have the data. It's just like more an intuition. And I think that is something that is still, because for a lot of questions, the best place to start for looking for answers is asking ChatGPT or something, right? Just like go there and get it's going to put you to the source material and empirical data, and then you can look it up yourself and everything and learn. But there's still things where it can't help you, right? With questions basically that humans haven't answered. Then it can just give you theories. For example, if it's going to take this as training data and it thinks it's relevant, it could potentially tell you the answers to what we talked about right now. But if there's a new idea, it's still going to struggle to extrapolate. And the moment it can do that, I think that's what we would call AGI, right? Because obviously it's already very generally intelligent right now, right? It's pretty damn intelligent. It's just not good at novel creation of intelligence and connection. Which might be a hardware and algorithm issue. We'll see, right? We're just hoping for the emergent property AGI, but maybe we need to change the hardware and software infrastructure a bit more. We'll see. Yeah. It's kind of amazing though how fast we got to the point using transformer models. But okay, I'll drink and then we'll play Borderlands, and you can obviously always ask whenever you want to. Yeah. He that increases knowledge increases sorrow. I know this to be true, even in my 20s. I must say, for me, it was definitely like going from like this magical place, and then like, you know, in school I was like, I didn't study, I just like chilled and you know, like passed every degree doing nothing but playing games, working, playing sports and chilling with friends. It was really good. I really liked that. And then for my studies, I learned so much, and it basically toned down the world to a more realistic state. And that was pretty depressing initially, because, you know, like, the magic is magical, so it feels good, right? Not knowing a lot of stuff. And the more you know, the more you initially feel down. But now it's more like the inverse, right? Because at some point, even if you don't care, you're going to realize, oh, I'm getting old, right? And, oh, okay, wait, even if I don't understand it, something's getting different. And then now I think the inverse is happening, where the knowledge is kicking in and giving you hope that things will be crazy cool in the future, right? Because if that wasn't the case, all you had is the realization a lot of people will get that life is fucking short, you're gonna die, and probably there's not that much special shit going on anyway. But earlier, I think I understood everything, not everything, like knew more. I think it actually initially made me sadder, but now it's actually helping me to be less sad. For example, if I had the pulmonary embolism without all my knowledge, it would be so devastating. I never expected to get it this young, and I don't understand what's happening, right? Why me? Why is God so mean to me, or something, right? Like those thoughts wouldn't have helped me at all, right? I must be punished for something, or I don't know. But since I am a rational person that, you know, just like thinks logical about it, I can really, you know, see what's happening. I can really be realistic about it. So it kind of helps you too, right? It's like initially it might feel bad because you're a kid and growing up is basically accepting reality to some degree. But the good news is reality is going to change so much pretty soon that it's, you know, even if you accept reality right now, you can be excited for, or worried, I guess, but you shouldn't really be worried, right? Because if reality didn't change, like I said, you would probably all die. It's very cool that it's going to change, right? Even if it doesn't change for the better, at least you're going to get some really exciting stuff, right? And honestly, humanity existing forever doesn't do shit for you individually. It's just your brain tricking you into thinking that, right? Like the societal aspects of humanity is a well-coded function to protect the species, but individually it doesn't really matter. Like if you're dead, you're dead, right? Like you're not gonna give a shit if you did X, Y, Z, right? Because you're not gonna perceive anything. You're probably not gonna be conscious, right? So yeah. And the good news is if AI kills us all, we're gone, right? Nobody's going to suffer, so it's going to be neutral, like if everybody just died. Like it's just fast forwarding 100 years, right? And also it's going to avoid a lot of, like, humans are really, really not great. Unfortunately, a lot of humans are really great, right? But there are a lot of things which are really bad, right? A human can be so nice to one person and so evil to other people for stupidest reasons, right? So it's like it's not like they're evil people or something. It's just like humans just have like really, really bad traits sometimes. That's why we have like really bad wars and like greedy people and stuff like that. And they're still really kind to their family or kids or friends or whatever, but they're really evil people in general sometimes, right? And everybody has that in them because, I mean, some more or less, but yeah, it's still like we're really, really flawed. So I think really we're only relying on humans for decision making would lead to so much suffering when shit hits the fan, which it will, right? Like global warming doesn't wait, resource scarcity doesn't wait, aging doesn't wait, right? A lot of people will feel the pressure pretty soon of that. And if we don't have the tools and answers, it would get really, really bad, really fast. So yeah, that's why I think, you know, we're gonna be very, very optimistic. I know it's likely other advanced life forms and consciousness may exist, but I can only operate on what we know for sure. And if we truly are a miraculous one-off, the universe becoming conscious. I mean, the thing is, right? You should be, the data you should have gotten is basically, the most important fact you should have gotten in life is that we know shit. We know a lot, but we know almost nothing, right? We know a very, very small percentage of what we can know at the moment. And we're very limited in our perception and treatment of data. So the most important fact you should realize is that, right? We're very, very bad at knowing things. And very heavily biased towards things we perceive or listen to. Like, we're incredibly bad objective perceivers. And you should be aware that we're very limited in the, you know, like the, what do you call it? Like the perception of existence. Yeah, that is the one key takeaway you should have. So because a lot of people like to say, only empirical evidence matters, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is empirical evidence can only get you so far until you need to get something that can help you to cross the border to get more data, right? Because if everybody just took everything for granted, we would still literally be using horses to plow fields because nobody ever thought about finding something that's not obvious, right? And that's why it's really important in science to look for the things we don't expect also in places where you just theoretically think they could be. They're not real because you haven't found them, but it's still important to look for them. Because otherwise you never know if you can find them, right? And I think in that case, you know, like really thinking about the one universe, blah, 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 is so unlikely. It's so unlikely that what we perceive here and have is the only thing. Just imagine, man, like the entirety of existence being one universe. How preposterous is that, right? That's like saying you are the main character of, and everybody else just like doesn't exist, right? They're just in your mind or something. This is, for me, that's just as crazy. Just like assuming that like the limited perception is whatever, because you can only perceive your perspective, it's the only realistic perspective. That's the same thing as saying the universe is the only thing that exists because you can only perceive the universe. It's pretty unlikely, right? So I'm really not a big fan of being only empirical driven. I'm obviously a scientist and, you know, like research and everything, but and I really like data, math and stuff like that, and I think it's really important, but also think it's really important to be realistic about what is probably the end game for a lot of things. And the end game is probably not what we think it is. Yeah, and then being replaced by another intelligence that does not experience the same level of consciousness would be incredibly sad. Wait, did I already read this one? Yeah, no, but don't be sad about that, right? Like, I think the it would be kind of unfortunate if we got to that point, but even then, the assumption that our AI is the only thing that will exist is also stupid, right? If the AI is super smart and super big, it might still be constrained in our physical universe to a degree which makes it irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Because we don't know, right? We don't know if what we perceive as big and vast is big and vast, right? Maybe it's like nothing but a speck of sand in the entire universe, right? It's like you take a Sahara Desert piece of sand and you're like, this is our universe, and then the entire universe around it is maybe existence or even bigger, maybe infinite, we don't know. And then there's like maybe billions of other intelligent things, right? And at the end of the day, you only imagine, right? Once AI killed us, nobody's going to be sad. And until it kills, you don't know it's going to kill us, right? So thinking about hypotheticals and being sad because of them is kind of useless, right? Humans do that to prevent, you know, negative outcomes because you're like, oh, that will make me sad. But realistically speaking, in that scenario, either you're not alive to be sad or it's not happening at all and you don't even know it's not happening. Right? So you can be optimistic. Like, optimism is really good. Being realistic but optimistic is important. Because being realistic means also accepting the fact that some things can be very different. But being optimistic means finding the good parts of it. And I think the good parts in this case are, it's extremely unlikely we're the only sentient being in existence. Whatever time frame we are talking about, what is a time, right? So yeah, it's very unlikely and you don't have to worry about that. It should be the least of your worries is that humanity is going to disappear and there's nothing in the universe that is like conscious and enjoys living. The likelihood is almost zero, right? Yeah, it's incredibly low. I mean, obviously, right? AI will find more information than we will about the universe we are in, but it will also, you know, have constraints. And the constraints are not apparent to us, obviously. We don't know, right? We don't know how much energy, how much whatever it's going to have available, it will be able to convert. We just know it will have way more than we have, right? That maybe AI will be incredibly intelligent to us, but it will still be incredibly dumb. Yeah, so basically we don't know, right? We don't know. So assuming anything and physical, and also, right, this was one of my initial ideas, right? I was like you, I was like, oh, AI safety, really important, blah, blah, blah. When I was still under the illusion we can do something, because I was interested for the good parts, right? I wanted to do good, like Geoffrey Hinton didn't invent AI models because he was an evil person. He is an evil person, right? Now this day, like, he got a Nobel Prize for AI, and now he's like, what is he doing? He's warning about his invention, right? Like, big people that have a lot to lose, reputation, everything in their lifetimes are actually warning. So obviously I can't be that wrong if even like the people who have a lot to lose are making the statements which harm their reputation and income, right? At the end of the day, I think that's why I think if you don't believe me, maybe you believe those people, right? That's probably very likely. We can't control it. But the thing is, initially I was like, oh yeah, you know, I just want the good and everything. And then was, oh AI safety, that kind of sucks, right? What are we gonna do about that? And it was initially, I thought the only idea I had that could work theoretically was to keep it offline and energy constrained. Those were the only two ideas I had that could guarantee an AI. And then I thought about it and was like, but that AI system wouldn't be smarter than us, right? How do we get that AI system to be smarter and still remain safe? And since I never found an answer for the question, it doesn't really matter, right? The only way we could get human-like level of intelligence in AI systems that is safe would be energy constrained systems, which without like networking capabilities, which sounds completely useless to me, kind of. Not really, but it's still, right? It's really hard to not actually, you know, remove those restrictions and not hamper the usability. And then I was thinking, how do you get further while being safe? And the answer was always no, you don't, right? You don't get further. It's impossible, right? There's just like the threshold where you just literally can't guarantee anymore it's going to be safe. And we're going to cross that threshold within the next 10 years. So we're very close to it. It might happen any year, but honestly, we're really close. And that's why it's kind of fun, right? We don't know. It's like, you don't know if you're going to die tomorrow, so you don't know if AI is going to emerge tomorrow, so why care about it, right? You live now, you don't live tomorrow. Maybe you do, maybe you don't know, right? So that's why you shouldn't worry about tomorrow too much, right? You should plan your life with a little bit of obviously long-term expectations so you don't make horrible decisions and just focus on the day, but your focus should still be in the moment and present, right? That should be the most important part you see in an average, right? You should make a long-term plan that focuses on every day on average and not on the end goal. A lot of people make that mistake. They just like look at the end. The end is you dying, right? It doesn't matter. So don't look there, look at the way there. And every single day is the way, right? So it's really important to not look at that. And so it doesn't matter what's going to happen. There could be a nuclear war in 3 years. There could be, it doesn't fucking matter because you live now. You don't live there, right? And as long as you're not actively suffering right now, everything's fine. Yeah. The thought of somebody like Sam Altman having access to secrets of a universe in 20 years is incredibly scary. Do you think it's possible to discoveries will be gatekept? I mean, they are being gatekept right now. What do you think a company will do that sells a product that finds the technology that will make the product obsolete and make no more money. And the product is maybe not that important, right? It's not like curing cancer or something. It's just like, oh, we have this treatment which makes us millions. And we found a new treatment which costs a few cents. Are they gonna publish the treatment or not? And that really depends. Is it about money or is it about being human and nice? And a lot of times, unfortunately, it's about money. So there are definitely a lot of smaller secrets probably that are going to be kept for as long as possible to make more money. So that's already happening right now. But now the question is obviously it's going to be, I mean, information, right? In like corporate, corporate knowledge, for example, that's being kept close and behind closed doors. That's completely normal these days, right? That is. You're trying to protect your own value, you're going to maximize profit. You're not trying to be humanitarian, your company, right? Your goal by law is to maximize profit, right? That is what you're literally forced by law to do, is to maximize profit. It's like your only goal, right? You're not there to help humans. And that's why we have a lot of things which could help humanity if the knowledge was available, but it would hurt the individual company. For example, if NVIDIA would open source all their code, all their hardware designs, obviously that would help humanity immensely, right? But it wouldn't help NVIDIA and their stakeholders, so they don't. Boundary which is uncrossable from your perspective, where you are currently situated, right? Physically, I want to know why the universe exists, why is existence there, but the positive knowing everything. Of everything's known to humanity or whatever, will abuse it at some point. And if only because of so dangerous while they see. And yeah, that's the only real intermediate problem. But long term obviously doesn't matter because we won't control it. But and you understand your perspective, but I do have a deep affinity for my future children, humanity, and coming here. Wait, it's like the stream dying right now. Yeah, my girlfriend's uploading something. So don't worry about the pink stuff. I think we should still have audio. I think. Yeah, so don't worry about pink. And do your children exist right now? Does the wife exist? I mean, wife potentially exists, right? But do you already have the person you want to get your children with? Like, is it already real? Or is it like in your mind? Because the thing is, maybe you're more worried also about the idea of the world changing. Because the thing is, you're 20, and I don't know when you're gonna kick it. You can get kids at any moment, right? But still, your kids are gonna be so young when all this shit goes down. It obviously is logical and also right to think about it, right? I think it's a big question in general you should ask yourself is if you want to have kids in a world that potentially could go really, really wrong, really, really fast in the next 10 years, right? Is it really a place for children anymore? And I think it's a fair point, right? It really makes it difficult to justify it. Because if I got children and I was like, hey, remember when I got you, I knew this shit was gonna go down and I knew it might go bad, and then you see your children suffer, like, are you the idiot for creating them? Right? Are you the person that's like responsible for their suffering because you were dumb enough to put them in the world, although you knew better? And then again, right, like your preservation of your species is like the primary goal, right? That's why we want to have sex. That's why there are a lot of functions, right? That's important. It's a core aspect of humanity, right? Reproduction. And I guess like society kind of causes it to go down. Like you can see the birth rates. And also one thing, right? Because I'm saying, right, we're gonna have a lot of non-human labor. I mean, if you look at South Korea, if they don't have non-human labor, they're not gonna have anybody anymore. Because obviously the country is dying. They don't have enough children, and they will die out really fast. It goes very, very quickly. And the thing basically is, it's and even if they all get children, right? And just imagine everybody in Korea gets 4 children right now. All fucked today. In 2 years they get like not 2 years. In 1 year they all get children, and those children would not offset the problem because they would be a new generation, but there's still like this gap in the generation. So there will be a moment in time where there will be tons of old people, tons of really young people, but almost nobody working. And that's why you do need, it doesn't seem to be as core of your human identity. You can kind of get by without them for whatever reason. I guess like it must have an advantage, right? Society can also have people that just like support it without supporting them, like with biomass, I guess. What a way of thinking of you about showing the biomass, right? Now I'm just I really, really like my niece and nephew. Yeah, they're really cute, and I don't think of them as biomass. Don't worry about it. It's like, I can really rationally talk about topics even if I'm emotionally invested. And the stream's timing, I haven't been able to hear the last few minutes. Oh, okay, but can you hear me now? This is the most important part, if I'm back. Yeah, we dropped like 21,000 frames. Is Camp here? Ja, klar, gerne. Yeah, I'm sorry, my voice is really dying, so if I don't articulate well. Okay, I heard half of the gatekeeping issue and nothing afterward. I don't remember what I said, but it probably wasn't that important. Just like life-changing stuff. I'm just kidding. And you've been with your girlfriend for 10 years, so yeah, I mostly assume she's my future wife and mother to my kids. So she has confirmed she wants children. And basically the point I was trying to make is basically that the existence of your children is a futuristic idea. And obviously it would be nice if the world was there to support them. But the unfortunate reality is we're not sure it's going to be there, right? So yeah, that obviously is, that's what I mean. We're like amongst the first generations. I mean, me not, maybe I could have had children already. But we're amongst the first generation where we really have to worry about not generations later, but our kids will have a world that is so different from ours that we can't even imagine it, right? You can already say the same is happening a bit with, you know, with like all the tech stuff, internet, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that changed a lot, smartphones, right? It changed the world a lot, but that's nothing compared to what's coming, right? It's nothing. That is a drop in the bucket. What we're going to see is like a time where we don't even know what technologies exist. A time where, like today, if you ask humans, hey, what's possible? Can we make a car drive? Can we make a computer run? Can we cure cancer? All these answers have answers. Yes, no. You know, what do we know about physics? Oh yeah, we know that it's like Higgs boson or whatever. There's some quantum particles. There's quantum entanglement, whatever. You have like ideas, right? In 10 years or 20 years, probably when AGI is there, within a few months, maybe days, you will have the moment where I'm going to ask you, hey, can I teleport myself to the moon? And the answer will be, we don't know. Maybe it has been invented. Maybe not, we don't know, because AI will know, obviously, hopefully, and tell us, but no human will know unless they ask, right? Because it will be impossible for AI to inform us, right? It will give us the big discoveries. Hey, I invented phase shifting. I cured cancer, right? It will tell you, but it won't tell you all the details. You will never know because your brain doesn't have enough capacity, right? You will not even have an idea of what is possible at the moment. And that is an unbelievable state to be in, right? Because you're in a world where you don't know what's possible, which has never been the case before. You were in a world where you don't know what's possible, right? But nobody was doing it. But in AI, it will be done, right? Because you're always more in a world where theoretically everything's like quote-unquote possible, but in that case, AI will be already doing those things, while you as a human will be like, okay, I didn't even know we could do that, right? So it's gonna be really weird, really, really weird to be in a world where a lot of cool stuff already happened. It's on and off, and I think you're back. Okay, I hope I'm back. Yeah. And yeah, so does your girlfriend also want to have kids? So do you know that for a fact? Or are you planning the future without her? An important question, right? Because it's the one question I think a lot of people don't like to ask, but it's important because especially since you're 20, I assume you met really young, and not everybody has the same idea of the future. Some people do focus on a career. Some people want to try out more stuff. Yeah, I've been with my girlfriend for like 17 years or something. We also met in our early 20s. And yeah, so I'm also in a situation where I theoretically could get kids if I wanted to. I'm pretty sure she would be open to it, but we're both like, yeah, we're gonna decide it pretty soon, but it's not sure, right? We're not sure what to do about it. It's like really hard, right? Because I'm just like so aware of the amount of suffering that could come that I really wouldn't want to be the guy that has a kid and I see it suffer because we fucked up. But also it could be so amazing and cool. And then it could have so much fun and so cool and everything. But it basically, I don't know what the future is for the kid, which is really hard. Before you knew roughly what's going to happen, right? 100 years ago, yeah, sure, there was like, I mean, not 100, but 200 years ago, you had your horses, you had your, you know, like your farming, you had, like, you knew the technologies, you had an expectation for progress. But now it's like, everything's just like, you have no idea. And you're 24 to be exact. I didn't meet my girlfriend when I was 10. I met her at 14. Okay, at 14. Okay. Yeah, and doing and she wants more kids than me. That's good. Yeah, and it's really important to be on the same page and to talk, right? Like for me, the cornerstone of any relationship, be it like a love relationship or a friendship, is the ability to talk, right? If you're not able to talk freely, and that might also be business relationships, right? If you're not able to talk freely about problems and issues or hopes and dreams, it makes, I mean, obviously you don't have to talk about everything with everyone, right? There might be topics which are just not appropriate for the interaction, but relative to the interactions you're hoping for, I think that's the most important part, is to be able to talk about issues and or hopes and dreams and resolve the issues or plan the future, right? If you're not able to talk about those things, it's going to be really hard, I think. I mean, you have a long relationship, right? So you probably have a good way of handling it. But I feel like that is the most important thing in a relationship for me, is being able to really handle things. And then there are a lot of people who, you know, especially when you're young and you had like one relationship, you might have that thought in your mind, is she the one? Is he the one? Or is whatever, are they the one? And at the end of the day, the answer is really easy, and it's a good answer. The good news is, there is, first of all, there might be an optimal partner on Earth that maximizes your enjoyment of a relationship. Okay, that exists. That is not bullshit, that is real. But the likelihood of you meeting the person is almost zero, so you're probably gonna meet someone that's good enough. Okay, so likely. Okay, that sounds shit, right? Oh, only good enough, right? Oh, my girlfriend's only good enough. But no, the good news is it doesn't matter. Because yes, there is this theoretical being that exists, but is, first of all, it's not real because it doesn't exist in your life. So if you don't meet it, it's not real, right? It's part of reality, but it's not part of your life. And the thing that really makes a person special, be it a friend or a relationship, is the time you spent with them. The relationship that grows over time, and, you know, that's also why family is so important. Family is easy to see, right? I have one father, I have one mother, usually, right? But it's really easy. It's really easy to say they're special. But what makes other relationships special is the time and memories you made with them, right? So I think nobody on Earth could ever replace my girlfriend because I didn't spend the last 17 years with someone else, right? That person is irreplaceable. And it's the time and experiences. And that's why it doesn't matter. If you have someone you really, really like, it doesn't matter if she's the unlikely percentage #1 super matching person for you. If you're enjoying the relationship and you love the person, and then you spend the time, she is special because of the time you spent with her, right? It's like, that is what really makes it special for me. And I think for most people. And then a lot of people always think, you know, about, you know, what if I had this and that and whatever. And at the end of the day, I think that is really, you know, what I really came to realize and appreciate. Is just like, you know, like the time you spend together is you can never replace that. It's impossible. Even the perfect match couldn't even have all the information, all, you know, those things. Like, it's impossible, right? You only have that limited amount of time on Earth, and the more you spend it with one person or a few people, the more special they become. And obviously your parents are inherently special because they can't be replicated, but you know what I mean, right? That's why family is inherently special, but also like partners grow special over time. Yeah. And you were interested, wow, you feel so positive that AI will change the world drastically that you're unsure about having kids in such a world. That's so scary to me. Like I said, I'm very realistic, right? And I know what it's like to suffer. both mentally and physically. And if I can see a world where the state is not unlikely that suffering will be very, very big and very prominent, which is realistic, honestly, in at least for the transition period. Like, even if AGI comes, like I said, the transition will be rough. It doesn't matter if it's friendly or not. It will be rough. And I just it's really hard for me to estimate the enjoyment level of my children and how safe and fun their life will be. Because we're really at the brink. A lot of people might not be aware. We're really at the edge of big shit going down. It's really close. It's not like decades away. In the best, I mean, worst to best, depending on what you think, it's maybe 20, 30 years away or something. But it could already be next year, right? And every year the likelihood just goes higher and higher and higher. Like the progress is very, very much pointing towards a very close, maybe 2030-ish date for it. But it's just like estimation. We don't know, right? It's really hard to estimate. But the progress is really promising, and it really seems to be closer than further away. Like, had you asked me like 10 years ago, my estimation was within the next 100 years. Then it was like, okay, maybe within the next 50. Now I think it's very likely within the next 20, with a high likelihood of it being within the next 10. So maybe even the next few years. So it's getting more and more likely, unfortunately. And I hate that I'm pretty accurate in those things, when like accurate in the way that I'm realistic about the long-term timeline. So when I said 100 years, I think it was very optimistically, I said like a maximum 100 years, hopefully within the next 50. And now I'm like, it's very unlikely it's not going to be happening within the next few decades. Yeah, if it wasn't 30 years, I would be very surprised. I think it might be much sooner. And you were interested in AI before this, but now I'm really going to get my head down deep into the subject, because it's clearly the most important of our time. I mean, it surely is the most impactful one. The most important, what is important, right? Is important to humanity, is important to you as an individual. I would say it's probably not the most important. It might have a big impact on you, but should it be the most important one to you? I don't think so, right? It is an impactful one, but importance always means like you have to act, right? It has urgency. But you as an individual, unfortunately, like I said, you're almost going to have no impact on it. Me neither, right? Even though I'm an expert in the field, it doesn't really matter. I can't stop it. I can't alter it in a way that's significant. So is it important to me? Not really, because I mean, I do base some decisions around it, but there are things that are way more important to me, like my girlfriend or my niece and nephew being happy or whatever in the moment, right? That is way more important to me than a future that I can't really control. Yeah, so maybe I don't like the word important, but I probably don't mean it like that. But yeah, that's why the word important is kind of, I think, it's good to know that it exists, so you can like have a little bit of like an idea of what decisions you should make. Maybe when it comes to job prospects or something, because obviously it's going to affect the job market, not like at the same time for everybody, but it's going to affect the job markets and every single one of them. So it's important to kind of have that idea in the background. But also it's kind of, since it's so big that you can't really predict it and affect it too much, I wouldn't worry too much about it, right? Obviously we're all going to lose our jobs, but it doesn't really, it's not like, oh my god, I'm going to lose my job, right? Because this is a unique event. It would just suck if you lose it early. And then you don't have money and everybody else still has money. That would kind of suck, right? But that's why I would think about it from that perspective. But the most important part, I think, for the average person is to be aware of, if you are relying on money from working and you're in an industry that might be affected by it or be helped by it, that you are amongst those people who leverage AI to get an advantage. That is really important. Because AI at the moment is a tool you wield, right? And if you are good at wielding AI, you will have a lot of potential to make a lot of money in the next few years, right? Like, it's a very, very important skill to have, not only as an AI researcher, but also as an application of AI. You're for example, you're a coder and you're incredibly good at vibe coding, and you're suddenly 10 times more efficient than your competitor, right? That is an advantage you really want to take early. Because at some point everybody's going to do it, but if you are amongst the first to really leverage those tools, you can really, you know, like gain a lot of financial momentum in the next few years. And that is important for the transition. Long-term, not irrelevant, right? Long-term wealth is irrelevant, but short-term transitions are really good. And I agree, the most important partner or even friend for you, sorry for being so slow, I just like elaborate always. Or even friend for you exists in, wait, let me quickly turn off my monitor. I have an OLED, I don't want to burn it in too much. I agree, the most optimal partner or even friend for you exists in the world, but time, memories, and even loyalty is more important than finding the optimal person. Yeah, and also the idea of what loyalty means, right? For some people, it's like, for example, I'm in a relationship where my girlfriend has a partner, but the partner is female, right? So she's been together with her for 3 years. We also had multiple relationships together with another woman. So that was also a thing. But in this case, I'm not together with the other woman, just she is. But obviously we do hang out and stuff, right? But just like from a structural perspective. But that doesn't mean she's not loyal to me, right? Because I actively, since day one, always was like, I totally support that, right? I don't support it for other men, for whatever reason. I'm a sexist, I guess. But for women, I have no problems at all with that. So I was like, always, if you ever want to have a female partner or whatever, or like just like a relationship of any sort, I'm totally fine with it. And turns out, you know, it just like happened. And now we're basically in this 3-way relationship, which is, you know, working really well. But it is, for some people, maybe not loyal because they are like, oh, I want to be the one, right? But I'm not a girl, right? I can't give her that aspect, right? I don't have any female traits. I don't have any, I can't give her that part, right? I'm a male. So for me, it's impossible to give her that. And I really, really, you know, like to give her what she likes, right? So for me, it's like being able to support her there feels good, right? I enjoy it. I'm happy and I like it, right? But for some people, that might be, you know, like nothing they want. So yeah, but interesting enough, right? Obviously, I'm still sexist, right? Because I say it's like I don't mind it, but if it was a guy, I would mind. Unfortunately, right? I'm unfortunately sexist. For women, it's fine, and it's this is how humans are, right? I'm aware of it being sexist, but I don't care. It just like is how I feel about it, right? If it was a man, I would feel, you know, it's kind of redundant. Then I would ask, yeah, but why, right? But since it's female, I'm like, oh yeah, sure, right? It's completely different, and also I feel differently towards them, and yeah, kind of hard to describe. But basically, that's why I think loyal is like a bit of in the personal relationship perspective, and there's no like hard-coded definition of loyalty, right? Okay. So, okay, is the issue with sorry, I'm so slow. You're probably already writing. I'm like lagging behind here. Is the issue with most modern dating and introduction of social media dating apps, as everybody's comparing and trying to optimize at an unrealistic level? Yeah, I think like the antisocial nature of social media is a problem, right? Because you're not like having direct contact. You're not like, some people might be really nice online, but you meet them and you just know, yeah, it's not it, right? And that can just take a few milliseconds usually. But unfortunately, online is really, really hard to get to know people. And obviously, dating apps, their goal is not to get you the woman of your dreams, but someone that's going to get you back on the dating app, right? That's how it is, right? You want to maximize user retention. And just imagine, it's a dating app that gives you your dream partner and you never use the dating app again, optimizing user retention. No, right? So probably they don't want to get you the partner of your dream, even if they could. So yeah, dating apps inherently make me a bit suspicious because they're like, they're usually capitalistic driven companies and their goal is revenue optimization and not your dream partner. Also, beyond that, it's a pretty challenging issue with online interactions to find someone that's even remotely good because of how humans are built. And individuals being imperfect and working together to become better is special. And I guess the idea of a perfect AI replacement and ridding us of this privilege is scary to me. Yeah, I mean, like the idea of imperfection, I mean, you have to accept it, right? If you're human, like imperfections are part of it, and nothing will ever be perfect, neither AI stuff. Everything is just like probably going to be there will be some quote unquote imperfect part. I mean, depending on your definition. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, your sentiment, obviously, like all those feelings obviously make sense, right? Because evolution really made sure we think like that to maximize the likelihood of us not going extinct. But I still think it's, you know, it's like nothing you have to worry too much about. I get it would be nice if there was like still like, you know, some roughness to it, but I think the roughness will still be there, just like on another level. So I don't think that is the problem. And the problem really is like getting some robotic, emotionless mass murderer to succeed us. That would be pretty, I mean, mass murder in a way that it kills all humans and then, you know, just exists but doesn't give a shit about existing. That would be the worst, right? Yeah, that's the only worry I have from a non, like, what worry? I mean, I'm not, you know, like, I'm me, right? I'm gonna die anyway, so what worry, right? It would be sad for the future of existence in our local space, I guess. And being aware and more prepared for the change AI bring would probably just comfort me personally, but I also would help job prospects with my future children if I nudge them into the field. Yeah, your children are not gonna work, man. Probably. Not, at least not in an economically feasible environment. The thing is, right, even if humans want to work, they're gonna be so much less efficient than AI that the likelihood of your children working like 20 years is very low. Even if AGI didn't emerge fully, you will still have a lot of automation and very minimal human interactions. It will just be, you will not accept human labor. Human labor will be flawed and dangerous to humanity, and you will prefer AI labor because it's safer and better. This is how it is gonna be, unfortunately. Yeah, just like from at the start, it will be like, oh, AI labor, blah blah blah. But at some point, people will be like, oh, you're going to a doctor? Yeah, it's a human. And they will be like, are you crazy? A human? Oh my god, that guy's so fucking dumb. No way you trust this guy with your life, right? That's what it's gonna be in the future, unfortunately. Yeah, it will be, what, a human treated you? Oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. What, you were driving the car yourself? Oh my god. That's what the people are gonna think in the future, because they're gonna realize how fucking crazy it is. Okay, if she was interested in another guy rather than a girl, would you change her field? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's really important. But she also doesn't care about that, right? So for her, thankfully, she's wired in a way where she only cares about women beyond me. Yeah, I'm like the male exception, I guess. And I personally don't agree with polygamy, but each other to their own if you're both happy. I mean, like I said, it's very personal and subjective. I mean, for me, it only has advantages, personally. So I don't have any disadvantages from it. It's a very positive thing for me. Also, for example, just assuming I would die, that someone else would still be there for her is a really comforting thought, to be honest. And, you know, just like in general, it's really nice. I like her a lot too, right? So it's like, you know, it's really cool hanging out and stuff. So, you know, it's really positive. But I know it can, for some people, it can be hard. Like, the idea is already a problem, right? The idea of having two people in someone's life that are like that. But I just like equate it to children, right? You can have like multiple children and hopefully you love them all the same. Right? That's what I imagine it to be like. Because, yeah. No, I think so. I think it's, for me, it's no problem at all. Like, literally, it's no problem. Like, it's positive, right? It's literally a plus. But I can also see people, obviously, for various reasons, having problems with it. Even without religious afterthoughts. And when I say I don't agree, I mean, for me personally, and probably the family unit as a whole, I don't think it's optimal for children either, but it's not anything I have extreme views or anything. I don't know if it's suboptimal for children. I mean, you don't have children, so you don't know how much fucking help you need with them. I mean, you can do it alone, but holy shit, every person that takes care of your children is a godsend. Just ask my brother. Even if initially you're like, it's so nice every day, but there will be a point. I mean, okay, we also, I must say that we have like a severely handicapped individual in the family. A nephew that's 4 years old has a twin, and he's never going to be able to talk, unless AI fixes the issues. It sounds mean, fix, how you say, like heals. Heals is also kind of stupid. The thing is basically both brain and physical body functions are severely limited to where he is probably barely able to perceive reality at all. Like, it's really hard to tell what he can tell or not. He can't really move, he can't talk or anything. And at the end of the day, if AI would cure him, quote unquote, he wouldn't even be himself anymore. So it's like really, really a tough spot to be in. And then, you know, if that happens, could happen to anyone, right? If that happens, every person on board to help you is really, really important. And in Germany, we're lucky to have like the medical safety net. So there's like no cost negatives for us. And if they had him in the US, it would have been a lifelong debt, right? It already cost probably more than $1 million to sustain his life so far. So really, really tough. And that's why I think, you know, like having more people that you can trust and you really, really like around you is really a plus for me. Yeah, in general. Yeah, and don't lagging behind. I appreciate your in-depth answers. And what about manual labor, such as building renovations, etc.? Surely we wouldn't have AI replace them within 20 years. Robotics would have to be in place and therefore extremely expensive. So, bad news. Good news. Robotics is gonna lag behind. Good news for a couple of years. Problem, and why it's gonna be solved really quickly. Robotics main issue is not the physical actuators anymore, like moving arms and hands. It's the intelligence moving them. And as soon as AGI emerges, and even before that, robotics will go very, very far into being very useful for a lot of applications already. And as soon as AGI is there, they will immediately almost become human-like levels of useful. And the AGI will be able to design a robot within hours that is so efficient and can be mass-produced at really low cost relative to what a human costs. Because you think human labor is cheap, it's not cheap. Humans are extremely expensive for many reasons. They're really expensive to maintain. A robot will cost a fraction of a human. Even if you see a robot that costs like 50k, which would be a lot. 50k for a humanoid robot, what do you think a person gets paid per year, right? I mean, I'm not talking what you get on your bank account. I'm talking about what you, as a company, you have to put out as expensive for someone, right? It's way more expensive than what you pay them in just money. And just think about it. A robot that costs like 50k in maintenance and everything to get once, and then you buy it and whatever, and the maintenance maybe, I don't know, it's like maybe 5k per year or whatever, is a joke. It's a fucking joke, right? Who would ever get a human again? Nobody. Everybody would literally get a robot because it is 100% going to be cheaper. Biology is unfortunately not very cheap to maintain. It's easy to maintain because the world is designed to sustain it. But robotics and their maintainability is going to be way, way better because it doesn't rely on the biological systems, which are incredibly limited and slow. Yeah, so unfortunately, robotics will explode at the moment AGI will explode. And also now you can already see there are incredible advancements in robotics already. Although they're obviously going to be slightly behind the information aspect because digital only is always like easier to manage, right? That's why robotics always take a bit of time. But obviously, robotics, like personal home robotics, is going to be available as soon as AGI hits. There's no way that's not going to be the case. Yeah. Production is going to take a little bit of time, obviously, right? Like the production is going to be the thing you're going to have to optimize. But AGI is going to be great, right? AGI is going to be able to mass-produce robots within days if they want to. They will find a way, right? That we can't think of. At the end of the day, production is simple, right? You want to get atoms into a specific location. And whatever, or me and atoms, we're talking to atoms, whatever. You want to put matter in a specific location as fast as possible. That's production. And I'm pretty sure AI will find magnificent ways to solve production that we could never have thought of. Yeah, I would not be surprised if there was like incredible production techniques that we would have discovered in thousands of years. Maybe never, right? But there's going to be a way to mass produce shit that's going to be mind-blowing to us. Yeah, so with robotics, very cheap compared to human labor, and also very soon after like the digital labor can be replaced. Yeah, digital labor definitely is going to start though, like, because robotics, obviously physical hardware always has more safety concerns, and you're not going to just, you know, if you have like some person like code something with AI, it's not going to kill someone. But if you have obviously robotics, like cars, for example, drive themselves, they can kill things. So you also want to be more careful. That's why robotics are a bit behind. But in theory, they're already advancing very, very fast. You can see it, right? Self-driving is really very, very close to being feasible. Way later than we thought, but the reason why it's way later, right? That's why when Elon Musk was promising self-driving, he was being stupid. I think he's aware of that, right? But he, obviously, when he promises things, he does it for investment reasons. He wants people to give them money. And at the end of the day, he knows he's not going to be able to keep it up, because obviously you are always needed to know that solving self-driving is partially solving AI, right? And it was pretty clear when he promised self-driving that we were not close at all with AI, but now we're getting close. So self-driving is also really close. And you can understand AI robotics replacing labor such as production, etc. I'm an extremely first person, so after discovering you can expect me showing up when you're live asking more questions every now and then. Yeah, sure. I mean, I also am tagged. I mean, on Twitch, on YouTube, I don't have any tags with philosophy, so or like science or whatever stuff. Yeah, so I like to talk about it too. I hate you after a run. No, I don't mind. It's fun. And you're an accountant, so I have a good understanding of wages, costs, etc. But I just can't see a robot ran by AI constructing a building in 20 years. Although I'm obviously could be wrong. I mean, assuming we get AGI within the next 20 years, you would be wrong. If we don't, I mean, assuming we still build houses, right? Obviously, the assumption is it goes well, and we will have reasons to build living spaces for humans. But no, the thing is, right, robotics are a bit of a tricky thing. A lot of people think of a robot as humanoid robots, but the reality is humanoid robots are only relevant in spaces where we design the world around humans. But because human labor is not going to be the central part anymore, human workspaces will be adapted to robotic workspaces, which means humanoid robotics are going to be gone. Basically, evolution, robots are going to evolve into their workspace. That means the workspace and the workspace too, right? They're going to adapt to each other to be optimized. So that means you're not going to have a robot do the tasks of humans in a facility, but you will have a facility for robots that have the specific needs for the facility, which will bring down costs enormously, because both the facility will be optimized and the worker, which is impossible. We have to optimize. See, what we have to do is we have to optimize the facility for a human worker we can't modify. That's a horrible problem, right? But if we can optimize the facility and the human worker, the worker, that means it's basically just a working facility, right? Like with maybe moving parts or maybe not. We don't even know what parts are going to move anymore, because we were not going to think of robots. We're going to think of production instances of specific needs we want to fulfill. Yeah, so that's going to be a really interesting aspect where I don't think a lot of people see robotics like that. I see robotics basically as the entire facility producing fulfilling a specific function, right? And I'm calling it a facility. It could be whatever, right? It could be a kitchen, which we call it kitchen, but the kitchen is not going to be kitchen like we think of. It's going to be some cube with functionality in it, or sphere, or whatever the function is optimal, and the result will be food coming out of it, right? Input materials, output food. And it's not going to look like a robot with a knife doing your kitchen things, right? That's going to be maybe the start of it, the primitive version. And optimally, maybe we'll decide that a kitchen maybe should not only be a kitchen, but it also should be where spare parts for the robot can be produced, or maybe anything, right? Maybe it's going to be a 3D printer for everything, because that is more optimal, because the logistics is more important than production facility. We don't know, right? I have no idea what the fuck the optimization is going to be like, but it's going to be really, really different from how we treat human labor, right? Because it's a completely different problem to optimize. Okay. Speaking of which, how long do you think my job will be replaced by being an accountant? Und was meinst du, Janine? Accountant. How long for you? I think a lot of it comes down to. Let me quickly see. All right, what exactly do you do on a day-by-day basis? What are the actions you take? Just, because I have an idea of what accountants do, but I don't have a specific idea of what actions you take every day. So what do you do? Do you write emails? Do you check documents? Do you, I don't know, have like data sheets you treat or whatever, right? Whatever you do, just give me a brief description of what you do, and I can tell you how easy that is to replicate with what we currently have. Or are close to having. Then I can give you an estimate of when it's possible, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen because there are a lot of societal reasons it could be a bit later, right? That's what I meant. Like theoretically possible and executed is a bit different because there are a lot of reasons why even if it's possible, it might not happen right away. So yeah, so it could be an early estimate of when it's like possible from a AI perspective. Yeah, societally possible is always a bit different. Yeah. Yeah, just like let me quickly know. I'll quickly wash my hands and then I'll be right back. And then I can let you know what I think. Because there are like multiple things playing into it. And also it depends on, I mean, don't dox yourself, obviously. What type of accounting you do for what type of company and, you know, or organization. Yeah. Because that will also have a bit of an impact if human labor is, how long it will be important there. Because you want to keep humans around longer for some things. In some places. Alter. Okay, I am back. Wie lange dauert es? Okay, yeah, we still have 20 minutes. I mean, obviously, I'm just chilling here until I'm gonna eat, and that's probably gonna be it for today too then. So we have like 20 minutes to find out if you're gonna lose your job within the next time. I'm just kidding. Okay. And tax accountants or generate accounts for businesses based off bank statements, receipts, and give tax advice, etc. But it's obviously a lot more complicated than I'm summarizing. I've been working since 2017 and already AI has changed my job. For example, instead of manually analyzing data from receipts. Now we just take pictures and let software analyze the data. We've also been using AI to analyze the summarize the bank statements. Obviously, it's far from perfect right now, but it's a massive time saver and helps us become more efficient. So, so you do a lot of digital stuff, obviously, that was pretty obvious, but the thing is, what you're describing is, first of all, something that will happen probably first. The thing that's going to happen first is you're going to need less accountants because you're more efficient. You're saying it's a huge time saver and whatever, but at the end of the day, there's one question, right? How many accountants do you need and how many people need accountants, right? And if a lot of people need accountants and there's more demand basically for them, then it's good that you're more efficient, right? Because then you can make more money because you can take on more jobs. But if there are more accountants than there are jobs that need to be done, what will happen is that actually instead of being more efficient, you will have fewer accountants that are more efficient. So I don't know if in yours, where you're working, you have the feeling that the amount of work you do basically could get, you don't have enough to do anymore, or do you feel like there's an infinite amount and basically you can never be as efficient as you want to? You know what I mean? Because that's an important question you can only answer because you have maybe an idea of how many, jobs basically you're getting, how many accountant tasks you are assigned or can accept or whatever. And if you have the feeling that it's like the bottleneck is basically your, like you treating the stuff, or the bottleneck is actually somebody needing the stuff to be done. Because depending on what the bottleneck is, it will affect it earlier or later. If the bottleneck is really the amount of people that need your job to be done, that will significantly decrease the amount of accountants, unless there is an incentive to do the job better, which I don't think is really that relevant in this instance, right? Because it's like you're basically doing a job which is a lot of the stuff that's being automated is not like quality stuff, but it's more like you have to do it in order to even communicate about what you think is important. Currently, it's a lack of accountants right now. It isn't overpopulated in every business or self-employed individual needs an accountant. So you have the feeling that basically there's still, I mean, I guess, yeah, you could also do like private accounting and everything. Yeah, so you're still in this phase. Okay, so that's already good because obviously what's going to happen, right, in a lot of jobs, and your job too, is that you will have fewer human accountants that are going to do way more. That's going to happen at some point anyway, because obviously AI will be able to do even more and more every single year. You will be able to automate more parts of your job. And at some point, a company can't really justify keeping around 10 accountants if 1, 2, 3 accountants can do the same job. And then it's more about like the idea of how important is what you mentioned, like business, like how you want to see people and everything, and how acceptant are people of having their job done by AI instead of a human, right? So you're probably going to devolve into what a lot of humans are going to be in the near future is like this checking instance for AI where you just like kind of sign off what the AI did at some point, right? To some degree or less. That's going to happen more. But you're definitely amongst the fields that can be affected pretty early, but I don't know if your specific job, because you mentioned that, right? You mentioned see, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so you're talking about interpret the data and communicate to clients. So the aspect where your job is, I think the safest for the longest is the communication and with clients aspects. When it comes to individual, like, I don't know what types of clients you have, like this sense of trust and, like connection with humans. Humans tend to like humans there more. But I think in general, the type of work you do in the background and also the data analysis, that is really one of the first things that we can definitely automate. So you're in the very digital focused business, but I know how much of your job is actually talking to clients directly. Like I'm talking like voice and I mean even voice, I guess, like especially physical contact, right? And yeah, that is, I think, the most important aspect, that it will be a bit more preservable. But I think all the data management and treatment, the more efficient it becomes, I guess the more jobs I guess you can theoretically take on until that runs out, and then you can reduce the amount of accountants doing the job, I guess. But yeah, it really depends on how much of that communication aspect you have. Yeah. Like, just imagine everything you do digitally, especially data analysis and data summaries and even like ideas of what to do with those numbers, is relatively easy to automate, right? But what's harder is to get people to trust and talk to you and your services, and you need someone to really verify that what the AI did still, because it can hallucinate, right? For the moment, you need somebody to verify the data still. But like I said, if you're in a business where you can always take more jobs, that is not that much of an issue, because you can just make way more revenue, because you can just take on 10 times more efficient means 10 times more, you know, like jobs you can take on, and you can make like way more money, right? That's good, right? But if it should ever happen that you don't have enough jobs that come in and you get more efficient, then that's where you would downsize, right? But obviously at some point the question is, are you the reason why it's slow? And that is the moment where it gets tricky, because once a company realizes you, the human, are the reason you can't take on more jobs because you're limiting the output, that is where I would be really worried. When you have the feeling you're slowing down the system. And I think still your business is definitely amongst the first ones where like it is theoretically possible to remove the humans, because it's a pretty, you know, like quote unquote simple system that it was created by humans too. So it's not like a system where you have like a lot of emerging new ideas, but a lot of stuff just has to be done, right? And it's like a very systematic approach, and that is really, really good for AI we have right now. Yeah. And you mean more so interpreting the data directly to clients, so they feel more comfortable communicating with a human rather than AI. Yeah, so the thing is, right, you're doing the communication aspect there, but the thing is, the communication might be the final thing you do maybe, but then at the end of the day, it's all down to the question, basically, how important it is to the business. I don't know what your role exactly is in the business, right? Because obviously, if you're an accountant, it depends on the size and everything, and how much, like, you know, like the company values individuals and stuff. But nothing you describe is like not replaceable pretty soon. But that doesn't mean it won't be replaced. But it's like theoretically pretty easy to replace, right? But the basic question basically is, are you limiting the growth and value of the company at some point? And as long as the answer is no, because there are clients that are relying on human context and they don't want AI, that's great, right? Because you're needed. But as soon as the company and the clients decide, oh yeah, you know what, I can pay a fraction of the cost if I don't have a human contact and get the same result, that's the moment where it gets a bit tricky, right? Where you might get into a spot, and that moment is very dependent on the client side, how they're mentally geared towards AI. And I think the more AI is there, the more acceptance will quickly rise, because people will accept AI being useful. I think like public use of AI, like private use of AI, like ChatGPT and everything, kind of makes people more prone to be used to, you know, being exposed to it. So it's gonna be from, you know, like, oh, this is kind of shit, to, oh yeah, this is completely normal for me, and that will happen probably within a few years. And then like the question is, will they be willing, when it comes to important stuff like money, to have very limited human contact? That is the question. And I think as long AI is not completely bug-free, I think you're still safe, because you want to have somebody look over it, and you're in a fortunate position that your job is one that is needed by a lot of people, right? So having a lack of human labor is always a good sign, until the human becomes the bottleneck for whatever reason. And in your case, I think it's more of a, you know, like, it's not really the AI that's going to limit that. It's like the human acceptance of AI help, and how much you need somebody to really look at the AI data. But that could really like go low in a few years. Like in 5 years, AI could already be at an error rate that's comparable to humans, right? So when it comes to the data it puts out, it doesn't have to be AGI. It's just like about the hallucination percentage. Yeah, if we're able to keep that very low, I think ChatGPT 5 was like, I don't want to say the wrong number, but I think it was like almost like, I don't know what the number was exactly, but it was like significantly less likely to hallucinate compared to ChatGPT 4, right? And it was a really big number, like very, very significant number lower. And if that continues, that trend, we would already see in a few years AI that has like human levels of error rate. Humans hallucinate a lot, right? We have a lot of errors, but still less than AI. So we were like, haha, AI, right? Yeah. And sometimes accounting can be subjective to say, for example, it's a certain expense task, deductible, etc. Sometimes it isn't as straightforward as it sounds and more of a gray area. I mean, the thing is, right, because obviously human-made systems rely on human rules and regulations. And a lot of areas are not regulated and have no rules. And this is, I guess, depending on, you know, what exact part of the accountant's job you do or how it's like distributed in your company. You might be safer or non-safer because you would want a human still to be important in some areas or to make a decision, right? You wouldn't want to have an AI make a decision in a gray area that is novel and potentially dangerous for the client or economy, right? So it's like really that moment where I think humans will still be there as supervision for sure. And like I said, I think the thing that can make you the most confident that you're still going to be safer as long as most other people are also going to be safe is the fact that you have a lot of jobs coming in and you're still relying, you know, on human levels of trust and introspection to some degree. But the core job itself is really easy to automate, right? Obviously, right? The fact you're already seeing significant improvements in workflow because with the primitive AI tools, quote unquote primitive AI tools we have right now, is a clear indicator for sure, right? Obviously. If AI can already do that, just imagine it couldn't do that a few years ago. Just a few years later, it can do more and more and more, and obviously you can see how much you are needed still, right? And you really just have to think about when are you the bottleneck? That's the most important question you can ask yourself for the future. Like, if you want to know how long you have, it's always the idea, like how long, right? That's just an estimate, like how close you are, is just think about it theoretically. What if I wasn't here? What would happen? Which parts would break? Right? Where am I really needed? Which part is the AI failing at where I am needed, or which parts am I holding back the AI, right? And if you think about that, that's how I would think about it if I ran a business. Obviously, if I wouldn't care about humans, if I just thought about it economically, that's how I would think about it, right? Where are my workers' bottlenecks? And depending on how easy they are to solve, that's how fast you might see changes. But then obviously society and acceptance is a big thing too. Yeah, but I wouldn't worry too much about it because I think once we can automate jobs like that, I think a lot of jobs will fall, like a really, really big amount of jobs will fall. And that will be the moment I think where society has to pivot. I don't think you are amongst the unlucky AI artists, not AI artists, like artists or like voice actors or I don't even know. That's just like among those people that are like getting hit by the, you know, like the early waves of AI. You are amongst those where a majority of jobs is like that, right? Where you use a lot of IT, like I don't even know how you call it in English, but just like a lot of simple computer information treatment, computer jobs basically. Once those simple jobs can be automated, a significant amount of human jobs will go away, and that will be the moment where humanity will be like, okay, we have to think about it, right? And at the end of the day, we could even decide to keep humans around just to keep them around for a moment, right? You could literally do nothing in your company but put a stamp on something, and you would still potentially get you the same amount of money because obviously the same amount of work is being done, right? So it's kind of really hard to say how we're going to treat it. But I wouldn't worry that you're going to be amongst the first. You will be amongst the first in theory, from what you do, but I wouldn't worry that it's not just going to be you. There are a lot of jobs that are just like that. Yeah, but it's definitely one of the more dangerous ones, like also radiologists and stuff like that. There are really a lot of jobs which are really, really dangerously close to being something where you just want to have a human control instance at the end. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's really the main point. If you think like a, you know, like a CEO of a company or something, those are the things you think about, right? Where's the revenue bottleneck? And when it comes to workforce, obviously you want to optimize the efficiency, and efficiency depends on a lot of factors. But yeah, the AI, the main trade, like you said, like the trade-off's gonna be, you thought about it too, right? Is it gonna be more feasible economically? And unfortunately, companies are not meant to be humanitarian, like I said already. It's gonna be really, really important for them to you know, to maximize profit if that doesn't change. And I think that is a lot of people that are like advocating for these things are definitely more on the, you know, the only people that can really change this is like really the politicians and, you know, like policymakers that have to change companies from a profit only to a humans first idea, right? Where you're not allowed to run a company that is profit only, because profit only is going to look really, really non-human pretty soon. And that's why it's really important to focus on those aspects very soon. But I don't know, like it doesn't seem to be in the political discussion at all. Like it's kind of like the politicians are kind of ignoring the existence of this very soon threat to their, you know, like their citizens. No idea why. That's kind of the pure ignorance you see in politics is insane. Like, it is incredible, actually. We're seeing like everybody's talking about wars, nuclear stuff, and you know, war and the trade wars and stuff like that. Yeah, sure, they suck and they affect us right now, but nobody, or maybe even climate change, right? It's being talked about. But AI is really being still treated a bit like, you know, like it's not really a problem, but it's the biggest problem we have. And the good news is that there is no real solution to the long term. So that one doesn't matter too much. It's not, you know, investing billions into AI safety would be a complete waste. But because it's irrelevant long term, because it won't work. But it's really important to invest into like the job safety of people. I think that's incredibly important, especially if you don't have any social fallbacks. And yeah, it's really sad that honestly it's not a big topic and we're not planning as a humanity as a whole, because we need to, right? And also we're not facing, that's also a real thing, right? We're not facing AI as a united humanity, right? It's not humans versus AI. It's humans versus AI. So yeah, it's kind of a tough spot to be in for this moment. But yeah, that is a big concern. We can't even get along because of simple shit like religion or race, while we have really big issues. It's kind of pathetic, right? Yeah, humans are we're very, very flawed, unfortunately, sometimes. Yeah, so many people suffering for dumb shit and pointless reasons. Stuff like revenge, belief, just like dumb. Yeah, and when it comes to artistic things such as art, music, video games, etc., surely human as general will value human-made art over AI generated. It's already quite looked down upon. Only initially, right? The thing is, it's about acceptance. It's like, I'll take an example out of anime. I don't know if you ever watched an anime. I mean, you're pretty young, so maybe you did, even though you're an accountant. And no bias here, just like, you probably watched an anime, right? There was a time where it was frowned upon to have 3D generated content in your anime. What is the norm today? 3D is in not every, but almost every single anime, because it's so much more efficient, right? And all the AI slop, blah, 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 is only coming from a place where people actually find the content bad. But if you could play Borderlands 5 tomorrow, not today, literally you can turn on Borderlands 5 tomorrow, the story goes on, it's just as good as Borderlands 4, and it's better, right? This is the better version of the game. It's a perfect continuation of the story you always would have wished for. No human could have ever made that shit, especially not within a day. Would you play it? Tomorrow you could play Borderlands 5. It's not called Borderlands 5, but it is Borderlands 5. Would you still play it? And you know you're gonna have tons of fun. You're gonna turn on the game. It's gonna feel amazing. It's gonna be great. Everything is just perfect. It's exactly the game you wanted, not everybody else. It's your game. It's the game optimized for your enjoyment. Would you play it? Or you're gonna watch Netflix later and it's a show that's made for you. It's the perfect show. You enjoyed it, and it's a show you know you can also share with your family, and you can still talk about it with friends and whatever. Maybe you can even make a friends show that's popular among you and your friends, only for you guys. I mean, yeah, echo chamber galore, but still, you're gonna maximize your personal enjoyment. Does it have value or not? Do you know who created the shows on Netflix? Do you know how much 3D is used in shows these days? The environments are not real anyway. So how much is real? How much is green screen? Probably almost everything is green screen these days, right? Like, what is human, right? Is it the human intent behind it? Is it me writing the prompt, telling AI to do things? Is it, you know, what is that? And I think we're still thinking about it, but imagine growing up in a world where at your leisure you can have media created for you. I want to play a new video game, create me one. Bam, new video game created for you. You play it, right? It's normal for you. You don't even think about buying a game. Well, who would buy a game made by humans that costs millions of dollars if I can have like one for $10 made for me personally? You know what I mean? It's kind of, is it art or is it entertainment? Because if it's art, sure, humans might value human art because it's still gonna have value, right? I'm pretty sure, especially after humans stop creating art themselves, like the classics, right? Like the, I don't know, some fucking paintings, the Mona Lisa, whatever, they will skyrocket in value because they're like the, you know, the big human art pieces. Nobody will ever create them again because it's just not feasible, right? And some people will still be able to create art and sell it if they want to, just for fun. I'm pretty sure there will be like some people who like it, but the majority doesn't give a shit. The majority wants to have fun, right? And have a good time. And having a good time and fun is going to be more fun if it's AI generated. Because nobody's going to think it is, right? These days, if you go on TikTok, you don't think, oh, it's the Chinese company that does this and that. Oh, it does this to the children or whatever. You don't think about all the negatives. You just use the app and have fun, or you don't have fun, depending if you don't like TikTok. But you know what I mean? It's not like the people are going to be like, yeah, I have my checklist of things I want to avoid, right? And AI is going to be everywhere. Right, like Sekiro is gonna have like one of the first AI generated, or AI with help of AI generated animes ever made, probably. And being the first sucks. People are gonna look at it and probably be like, ugh. But in the future, everything's gonna be AI. You're gonna see an asset for a video game. Part of it's probably gonna be created by AI anyway because it's more efficient, be it in coding or engine, right? And then is it relevant if there was one human there or if there 100? I don't know. I think I have an idea of what humans will care about, and as vocal as they will be at the start, as little they will care if it's cheap and good. I think humans are very simple. Give them something fun for not a lot of money. They'll be happy for a while. Yeah, because art, sure, but people mostly don't give a shit about art. It's just how humans don't care, right? And especially you're not destroying the future of art or anything, right? AI will generate novel, beautiful art, right? That's not even it. So you're basically just like moving on, I guess, for the mainstream consumption. And obviously there will be niche shit, right? You will still have niche human art, which is flawed and human and, you know, like appreciated. But yeah, I think a lot of, you might say, right, you might say, well, yeah, the human element and everything, and just look at AAA games where, like, it's literally a fucking checkbox of all the fucking features you have to have in your game these days to be successful, to keep your shareholders happy. Like, it's the same shit, right? It's not made for humans, it's made for humans to maximize profits sometimes, right? And it just has to be fun or it wouldn't sell. So the fun is the byproduct of maximizing profits. And if I have AI, the fun is the main part, right? Because the profits are almost irrelevant at that point. Okay, yeah, food's ready. Sorry, I'm gonna read your last comments here. But yeah, I'm sorry I don't have the voice, so I maybe sound negative or something. It's like, I'm just, yeah, the voice is kind of fucked. Yeah. It's crazy that this is a discussion with politics. It sounds like we'd have to shift to a more global communistic society, which I don't know how to feel about. I mean, nothing is bad about communism. The problem with communism is that it's not communism we're seeing. We're seeing a few people live well while the majority gets abused. I mean, we call it communism, but it's not really communism, right? Like a perfect communism would be cool if everybody was equal and everybody didn't work and nobody contributed to anything. Nobody would feel bad about getting the same. But since we're not the same, everybody gets different wages because they feel or are contributing different amounts. So obviously communism doesn't work, right? But yeah, not working, communism, easy clap, right? Because how am I going to feel bad about doing a hard job when I'm not doing any job at all, right? compared to another person. Because obviously if you're in communism and you work hard and your neighbor doesn't work at all, you're gonna look at your neighbor and gonna be, hey, you piece of shit, I'm working hard, you're not working hard, why are you getting the same thing, right? That's what you're gonna think. Maybe you're not gonna even say it, or the state's gonna say it to him or something. But if nobody has to work, no problem anymore, right? Everyone just gets what they get. It's gonna suck for the rich people, I guess, but for the average person, they're just gonna win. And on average, everybody's gonna win, right? The rich person will be richer than he was anyway, because he's gonna get stuff he would have never dreamt of, right? It's like kings before. If you were a king like 500 years ago, you had shit, because there was nothing, right? You were a king of basically, yeah, you had power over what, I don't know, but yeah. Right, that's what I mean. Like, it's gonna change so much. The idea of what rich means and all those things. Yeah, sorry, I don't have to watch anymore. And yeah, you watch anime and 3D animated, please don't give me flashbacks at that Office Berserk adaptation. Yeah, I mean, there's trash, obviously, that's being made with the tech, but it's a common staple in almost every modern release, is 3D to some degree, even if you might even not notice. But yeah, sometimes you do notice clearly, but yeah, I would say it's at least 90% of the animes I watch have a 3D element, if it's only the backgrounds or a specific set piece they use in static environment later. And do I invest in any AI companies? So the thing is, right, AI is a bubble. We have to be real about that. Like, the AI startups evaluated billions of dollars and all those things, they're gonna be winners and they're gonna be losers, and a lot of losers, because it's a bubble. There's more money going in. I mean, yeah, the value is gonna be insane later, but it's still like there's a lot of investments happening into companies which will never make it big or might make it big. So it's very gambling. And I have a few investments. For example, a few years ago, I invested into NVIDIA. Worked out pretty well, but that's because I like the company and I like what they're doing. So it's not about it being about AI. It's about you thinking that company will contribute value and gain in value, or at least hold value. I mean, if you invest, you usually hope for gaining value. So you really have to think about why you invest in specific companies. And I think just because it has anything to do with AI, it's not a good investment. It really has to be one of the... It must be a good company with a good CEO behind it and a good team. If the people are shit and the company's shit, it doesn't matter if they have the best ideas, because they will fail to execute on them. Yeah, so it really is important to believe in the capabilities of the company, and then know the environments they're going to go, you know, how disruptive is the market and all those things. It's really complicated. So I don't want to give any financial investment advice in general, but I do think it's really important to think about investing into the AI and robotics sphere, because we're seeing billion-dollar markets emerge, like trillion-dollar markets even. And yeah, there will be incredible big new opportunities to get super rich if you get a bit lucky, obviously, too, because you never know where it's going to happen. Yeah, investing is really important, but you should definitely spend a lot of time researching that, what you want to invest into. Yeah, it's really important. Yeah, I don't want to give any... I mean, I'm in Germany, so I could say stuff because I don't have any obligation because of financial advice shit like the US, but I still don't want to do it because I don't want to be the reason people invest into wrong things. Because I don't think I'm a financial expert. I'm more of an AI expert, right? So it's like, I don't want to make any bad calls here, but I definitely think it's a very good opportunity if you make the good calls to become... It's basically like the onset of the internet again. And those are really good opportunities to make money, I think. And it will be the last one too, right? Like, if AI is there, money will not be relevant. So it's only for the meantime anyway. So yeah, it's like for the next few years, could be pretty cool. Yeah, okay, and thank you for spending time and answering my questions. I hope you have a good day and everything goes well with your health. And yeah, was more asking if you knew of any other on the radar AI companies you were confident in. Yeah, like I said, those are really risky. Like, I would advise only to invest amounts of money you don't need, for sure. You should always expect to lose it all. It's probably unlikely, but still, you should always invest always what you can afford to lose. And I think under the radar is really hard. Like, AI has become a very big game thing, and it's very hard to predict, because AI unfortunately needs a lot of resources. It's not like a easy clap. You just create an app and it works. But you have a cool application, but even then you need the back end and the extreme server cost, right? So AI is really expensive. So it's kind of hard to find like niche companies and with ideas that will be successful, because it's really hard to predict where the market is going. So I think the safer bets are definitely the bigger AI companies at the moment that you can still invest into, that you have a high chance of success in terms of like just raw compute and server power, because that is how we're going to brute force it, right? It's very unlikely that we're going to find some new solution. So I'm pretty sure, the staple AI companies are still pretty okay to invest into. But the smaller ones are very risky and very, very hard to predict where the market's going to go. Yeah. And they're obviously, I mean, depending on how much money you have, like finding a few and investing a little bit because you expect extreme returns is safer, but I would not expect invest big amounts into a small company unless you really did your research and have like significant insights. And currently, I don't think I have one on the radar myself where I would say this is one where I would put a lot of money in it. There are a lot of promising ones, but it's really, really hard to predict. Yeah, so there I would really invest with moderation. Yeah, and more bigger, stable ones are usually safer. Yeah, and especially still, right, the good and old S&P 500, and those are still safe bets, because the idea behind the S&P 500 is like our single individual company is gonna gain more value, right? Is that the idea? Like, is the economy going to grow respective to that? And the idea is basically, if you think about it, some company will have AI as a product, which is so valuable like nothing else before. So yeah, there will be a company that's super valuable. The gamble is basically in which country it's going to be, right? Is it going to be US? Is it not going to be US? But still, like, those companies will appreciate significantly in value because they can like offer, like, you know, value to society like never before. So yeah, S&P 500 is still probably also kind of good, but yeah, it's kind of, we're in the boat where like it's really tough because we're not late to the party. There's still a party going on, but the really easy safe bets, right, where the world was very simple, that's when we were too young. Right, when I was young, and all those things were really easy to see if you were like a grown-up. I mean, I guess it should have been easy to see. Now it's way more complicated, right? You're not going to become the next super investor like back in the 50s or something. There was only so much going on in the world, right? So it's really easy to see what's going to happen. But now it's really hard. Like, that's why you can make a lot of money, but it's more luck than it was before, because you might miss way more likely. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but it's still, there's potential. And if you only invest what you're willing to lose, you might make a good buck in the next 5 years. So yeah. Yeah, and thanks. And oh, you're from England. Oh yeah, I know what I thought about the US here. Yeah, yeah, I'll definitely let you know though if I ever find a company where I'm like super interested in what they do and I think it's going to be relevant. Don't worry, I'll mention it one day. If I find it, I'll mention it. Because obviously there's always an incentive if you find something you believe in, which is also the problem. There's also always an incentive to disclose it, right? Because if you get more people interested, more people invest, you make more money. So that's why you should be always worrying about people calling out individual companies like, oh yeah, so this is the safest investment, YouTube, blah blah blah, and then you see like this. Okay, yeah, okay. But who's ready? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe not. Maybe it's like it's a holiday tomorrow, so maybe the latest on Monday, but probably somewhere on the weekend. Yeah, and I'll let the game run in the background, and I'll finish this weekly mission hopefully still while it's up off stream. Unfortunately. Yeah, because we didn't do it right, and I don't want to miss out on it. We can maybe still get the legendary. Okay, but thanks for watching. I'll see you guys very soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe after tomorrow, but definitely on Monday. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for the nice comments. Discussion.